As a devoted fan of Frieza, Li Xiao was deeply dissatisfied with the fate that befell his king. Lying idly on his bed, mindlessly scrolling through short videos, he once again saw the scene of the king being brutally crushed. How is this possible? With Frieza's overwhelming talent, if he had just done a few more push-ups, he never would have lost his son Goku on planet Namek. Annoyance filled Li Xiao's mind, and he knew quite a bit about the later storyline of Dragon Ball. In the later arcs, Frieza managed to attain his golden Frieza form after only a few months of training. Yet in the earlier stages, he was portrayed as such dead weight. Thinking of this, Li Xiao turned into a tentacled troll online, continuing to hurl insults back and forth with others. Li Xiao kept emphasizing Frieza's innate genius when he suddenly saw a reply. Enough already. Why don't you go fight Kakarot yourself? The moment he read that line, he almost choked on his own breath. Then the scene before his eyes suddenly shifted. Still lying on his bed a heartbeat ago, Li Xiao abruptly felt the very space around him change. Just a moment ago, he had clearly been lying down. How had he become seated now? And why did it feel as if something like a tail had appeared behind him? As belated realization dawned on him, a torrent of fragmented memories slowly surfaced in his mind. Most of them were scenes of sitting by a window, leisurely sipping red wine. Frieza? Have I become Frieza? The displeasure from his earlier flame war vanished in an instant. The cosmic Emperor Frieza, who would one day evolve into the monstrous Golden Frieza, was now him. For a fleeting moment, he felt he was unbelievably fortunate. Frieza? I am Frieza. Frieza, now Li Xiao within, stepped down from his seat. He walked straight to one side of the spaceship and examined his own silhouette cast upon the wall. The corners of Frieza's lips curved into a faint smile that looked just a little unnerving. Lord Frieza, we have just received a report. Those 2 Saiyan monkeys have gone to a remote planet without any assigned mission. Sabo, with his long green hair, bowed his head humbly as he reported to Frieza. Those 2 Saiyan monkeys have left. What planet are they heading to? Frieza did not attach much importance to this piece of information. So long as Vegeta remained under his command, that battle power would always be insignificant trash in his eyes. The planet they are heading to is a distant world called Earth. Earth. The 2 words from Sabo's mouth caused Frieza's brows to knit ever so slightly. If he remembered correctly, the Saiyans' combat strength began to soar from this very point in time during the not-so-distant expedition to planet Namek. It was on Namek, in a life-and-death clash, that the Saiyans' son Goku successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Frieza rubbed his forehead lightly, then gestured for Sabo to withdraw. Seeing that familiar gesture, Sabo tactfully took his leave at once. The instant Sabo stepped out, a soft chime echoed within Frieza's mind. True Cosmic Emperor System initializing. Loading progress 1030 79 100. As the progress bar completed, Frieza perceived a concise interface presenting itself before his consciousness. It displayed only 2 simple functions: current evolution progress and legion management. Current evolution progress 100 Frost Demon. Remark: next evolution stage Golden Frieza. Legion management: current legions Frieza Legion, Reserve, Ginyu Force. Quietly observing this newly appeared system, Frieza felt somewhat at a loss. The name, True Cosmic Emperor System, sounded suitably domineering, yet its functions seemed rather rudimentary. Frieza could not quite make sense of the information before him. With the potential of this body, why would he need some ridiculous system's help? System, can you be uninstalled? Frieza directed his consciousness toward the system with this question. Yet the system gave no response whatsoever. This left Frieza feeling a bit awkward, as if left hanging mid-conversation. Forget it. Since the system showed no reaction, he might as well focus on the situations he was about to face. No, at this stage, even if I unleash all my power, I still cannot defeat Super Saiyan Son Goku. But he quickly relaxed. With talent as exceptional as his, how could he waste time and energy fretting over something like this? He would simply start with 10 push-ups. His battle power would surely surpass that of a Super Saiyan. With that thought, Frieza returned once more to his seat. Mr. Sabo opened the door to the training chamber. Frieza's voice echoed through the spacious room, and the Sabo standing guard outside the door jerked his head up. He immediately heard Frieza's order and turned to head toward the training chamber. Lord Frieza, the training chamber has been opened. All functions have been fully checked and are ready for use at any time. After roughly 30 seconds of waiting, Sabo's voice reached Frieza's ears. Frieza guided his chair forward and entered the interior of the training chamber. Once he was inside, the great door of the chamber began to close slowly behind him. Gazing at the dizzying array of training equipment before him, Frieza flexed his wrists. His mind held no memories of any training regimen, which made him hesitate for a brief second. Then I'll just start with a few push-ups. As Frieza began to move, the previously dormant system finally reacted. Detected host has begun special training. Golden Frieza evolution speed 20. At the sound that echoed through his mind, Frieza's eyelid twitched. Damn it, that was sudden. Having just started his push-ups, Frieza almost made a fool of himself because of the unexpected voice. After all, this training chamber was under surveillance from every angle. However, his grumbling did not last even 2 seconds before being forcibly interrupted. As the system's prompt faded, a tremendous force began raging through Frieza's body. This change left Frieza utterly shocked, and his body began involuntarily shifting toward his third transformation state. A few seconds later, the former Frieza had completely vanished. In his place stood Frieza with his power fully unleashed. It seems I'll have to move up the plan of using the Dragon Balls to grow taller. He stroked his chin lightly, as though contemplating a solution to that problem, completely unaware that this thought was influenced by the original Frieza's memories. As the endless torrent of power circulated around him, members of the Frieza Legion outside instinctively shielded their eyes. Just moments ago, every single scouter before their eyes had exploded simultaneously. The terrifying surge of battle power had nearly thrown them into a panic. Under the system's influence, Frieza's strength was still climbing higher and higher. At that very moment, Vegeta, having just arrived on Earth, was preparing to gather the Dragon Balls that Raditz had spoken of. Within Frieza's main base, the changes continued unabated. The formidable aura that had originally been confined to the cultivation chamber began to spread across the entire planet. This development was something Frieza had not anticipated, yet even if he had known in advance that his aura would spread outward, it would not have concerned him in the slightest. Such matters were beneath his notice now. This was the confidence befitting Frieza, the current emperor of the universe. At this moment, he cared nothing for these trivialities. His mind was focused solely on using a wish to grow taller. After a long while, Frieza finally brought 20% of his golden Frieza power under control. In the training chamber, he lifted his head slightly and gently curled his fingers into a fist. A surging sense of power rushed straight into his mind. Although the golden Frieza form would be nothing remarkable in the far future at this point in time, it was something entirely different. With 20% of his golden form's strength, Frieza considered himself invincible. Even when facing a being on the level of Super Majin Buu, he felt no pressure at all. Outside the training chamber, Sabin rubbed his eyes lightly. The earlier destruction of the scouter had left a faint psychological shadow on him. Although an explosion of that magnitude had barely affected him, Sabin quietly clenched his fist and decided that when time allowed, he would have a serious talk with the technicians. Soon as Sabin's thoughts drifted, a blazing energy blast blew the training room door to pieces. Through the billowing smoke, Frieza's third form emerged into Sabin's field of vision. The transformation left Sabin momentarily stupefied, but his professional sycophantic instincts allowed him to recover almost at once. The one who had entered the training chamber earlier was King Frieza himself. Although Frieza's appearance had changed somewhat, the patterns on his body remained strikingly similar to before. With this thought, Sabin hurried forward. After a round of obsequious flattery, he conveyed another piece of information. King Frieza, the tracking system has just shown that Vegeta has arrived on Earth. Ordinarily, such a minor matter would not be worth reporting to you, but their conversation involved the wishing Dragon Balls. Sabin would not normally have learned such detailed information, but he had inadvertently glimpsed Vegeta's earlier communications. The conversation between Raditz and Vegeta instantly made him aware of how valuable this information could be. When Frieza heard those particular words, a bright gleam flashed through his eyes. The Dragon Balls on Earth might have a lower upper limit, yet they could still grant some rather impressive wishes. Perhaps noticing the glimmer in Frieza's eyes, Sabin continued speaking. King Frieza, according to intelligence reports, the creators of the Dragon Balls are Namekians. Namekians? Sabin was merely recounting matters Frieza already knew. But it did not matter. Since his subordinate wished to showcase himself, Frieza was content to let him perform. When Sabin finished his explanation, Frieza casually opened a stellar chart of the universe. His gaze came to rest on a remote star, as though pondering something. King Frieza, should we increase our monitoring efforts? Feeling a bit impatient, Frieza agreed to Sabin's suggestion offhandedly. Immediately afterward, Sabin extended his hand and opened a virtual projection. Displayed upon it were Vegeta and the bald Saiyan Nappa. In Nappa's hand, several Cyberman seeds were tossed into the air. He clearly intended to use these grown warriors to clear out the rabble. Yet he was quickly and thoroughly humiliated. Earth's martial artists, one after another, stopped concealing their strength. Watching the crowd, whose battle power had yet to reach 100,000, peck at each other like squabbling chickens. Frieza gently closed his eyes. It was an eyesore, utterly unbearable. Beside him, however, Saiyan found himself drawn in by the scene. As someone who stayed at Frieza's side, he seldom took part in such planetary conquest missions. When it came to high-level planetary assaults, Frieza would dispatch the Ginyu Force. Low-level planetary conquests, on the other hand, were delegated to the Saiyan monkeys. Although planet Vegeta had already been destroyed, there were still low-tier warriors carrying out these missions. Saiyan's gaze remained fixed on Vegeta within the projection. Mr. Saiyan, do you think Vegeta could be the legendary Super Saiyan? Noticing Saiyan's engrossed expression, Frieza could not help but make a playful remark. Immersed in the battle footage, Saiyan snapped back to himself at once. King Frieza, Vegeta cannot possibly be the legendary Super Saiyan, Saiyan replied firmly. His current battle power does not even reach 20,000. With that level of strength, he can at most strut arrogantly on the original planet Vegeta. As he spoke, he plainly showed no regard for Vegeta or planet Vegeta at all. Listening to Saiyan's words, Frieza nodded slightly. Vegeta indeed cannot be a Super Saiyan. The true Super Saiyan is currently playing wilderness survival on some remote, desolate planet where not even birds bother to relieve themselves. As he spoke, an image surfaced in his mind of a muscle-bound warrior with a head of green hair, reducing Vegeta to a shivering wreck. Their conversation did not truly continue in depth. As the scenes within the projection shifted, they would occasionally exchange a few comments, most of which came from the king himself. Mr. Saiyan, contact Vegeta through the scouter. I wish to have a proper chat with him. Watching Vegeta kill the fellow Saiyan Nappa in the projection, Frieza's interest was piqued. It was as though he had discovered something amusing. Saiyan did not dare hesitate. He immediately began using the backdoor left in the scouter system to reach Vegeta. On Earth, the corner of Vegeta's eye twitched slightly. So as expected, Frieza's people were monitoring him. Yet at this moment, Vegeta had no time to concern himself with that. With Earth's Dragon Balls practically within reach, he needed only to slay the eyesores before him. Then he could realize his wish for eternal life, and perhaps even become the new emperor of the universe. A trace of disdain flashed across Vegeta's eyes. He casually removed the scouter from his face, tossed it to the ground, and crushed it beneath his heel. This series of actions from Vegeta left the Earth martial artists utterly baffled. What was going on? Had this evil Saiyan on the opposite side lost his mind? Otherwise, why would he discard his own equipment and destroy it without the slightest hesitation? Back on Frieza's planet, cold sweat instantly broke out on Saiyan's forehead. That blockhead Vegeta had actually destroyed the scouter outright. Saiyan lifted his head toward the floating Frieza with extreme caution, as though wanting to say something. Frieza had also noticed the final scene in the projection. Ho ho ho, Vegeta is still as full of personality as ever. Then his tone abruptly shifted. The ship Vegeta used is under surveillance as well, is it not? Leave him a message. Tell him to bring the Earth Dragon Balls back with him. Saiyan hastily nodded in agreement. The corner of Frieza's mouth curled upward. He naturally knew that Vegeta's current operation would end in failure. He was merely finding a convenient excuse so that once Vegeta returned, he could let him experience the brink of death and subsequent recovery. He wanted to see whether this man upon whom King Vegeta had pinned such high hopes would become the first Super Saiyan. Vegeta, who is on Earth, is naturally unaware of the current situation of his master Frieza. Even if Frieza himself were to tell him that he is no longer the same Frieza, he would not believe it. However, this is not important. With Frieza's orders issued on the other side, Sabo is acting according to Frieza's wishes. He organized this information and sent it to Vegeta's spaceship. Vegeta, who had destroyed the power detector, is completely unaware of this information at this moment. Currently, he is looking mockingly at Kakarot, who is rapidly approaching. Is this the brother of Raditz? Raditz was defeated by such trash, how pathetic. At this moment, high in the sky, Sun Wukong is only thinking about reaching this Saiyan as soon as possible. Just as Sun Wukong lands on the ground, he sees Vegeta speaking in the distance. Kakarot, are you the one these locals have been waiting for? As he speaks, a glint of light flashes in Vegeta's eyes. From Raditz's earlier intelligence, he knew that Kakarot was already dead. Now a Saiyan who should have perished stands before him once again. And confronting him, this discovery makes him even more excited. This just confirms the existence of the Dragon Balls on Earth. Vegeta's face is filled with brutality, seemingly eager to collect the Dragon Balls immediately. However, Sun Wukong, also known as the Saiyan Kakarot, is swiftly approaching Vegeta. Sun Wukong is extremely enraged now, and the tragic scene before him makes it hard for him to control his emotions. Earlier, due to Frieza's interference, Vegeta had destroyed the power level detector he was carrying. Seeing Sun Wukong so confident, Vegeta, although filled with anger, begins to become slightly wary. Despite his immense rage, he still possesses the basic qualities of a martial artist. In this brief moment, he notices that the invader in front of him is starting to take things seriously. Sun Wukong quickly arrives before Vegeta and their fists are rapidly approaching one another. Vegeta looks at the returning fist and instinctively begins to defend. However, to his surprise, the opponent's fist is shockingly weak and feeble. It even gives Vegeta the illusion that the opponent is weaker than Nappa. What kind of trash character is this that is so weak? Even weaker than Nappa than that waste. In the instant of their clash, Sun Wukong quickly reacts. However, he shows no surprise and instead continues to initiate the next round of attack. Vegeta quickly grows tired of this rhythm, and during a moment of their exchange, he swiftly creates distance between them, seemingly planning to defeat the opponent directly through the disparity in their powers. Vegeta stands in the air, spreading his arms. He launches a series of Prince techniques towards the direction of Sun Wukong. In an instant, smoke rises. Watching the energy of the Prince technique erupt and envelop the opponent, a smile begins to form at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. It seems he can already feel the scales of victory tilting in his favor. Soon the smoke dissipates. The smile on Vegeta's face cannot be retracted for a moment. In the area previously engulfed by dense energy spheres, a figure wrapped in red energy emerges, quickly darkening Vegeta's expression. Sun Wukong, enveloped in red flames, looks up to meet Vegeta's gaze. Although Vegeta's eruption was thwarted, the residual effects of their clash leave the onlookers feeling immense discomfort. After activating the Kaioken, Sun Wukong's physical attributes and reflexes have greatly increased. Vegeta, who has yet to grasp the use of ki, now feels that the person opposite him has become extremely dangerous. This feeling of danger makes Vegeta quite displeased. After battling across so many planets, it is the first time he encounters such a situation. A seemingly weak opponent is resisting so fiercely. After activating the Kaioken, Sun Wukong feels a tremendous pressure on him. He immediately stops wasting time and charges towards Vegeta. Vegeta, unable to dodge in time, is knocked down from the sky by Sun Wukong. His body instantly embeds into the ground, falling into a passive state. Naturally, such an opportunity is noticed by Sun Wukong, the combat genius. He begins to gather energy in his hands while Vegeta furrows his brow at this moment. He seems to sense something unusual about Sun Wukong. At this moment, the energy gathered by Sun Wukong appears before Vegeta. Time is tight, not allowing Vegeta to think too much. A beam of energy also appears in his hands, rushing towards the incoming energy. At the moment of contact, a violent explosion erupts. Sun Wukong falls from the sky, breathing heavily. He is also sensing Vegeta's aura, trying to confirm whether the opponent still poses a threat. Soon Sun Wukong gradually relaxes. Because amidst the smoke, he does not feel Vegeta's powerful aura. Just as Sun Wukong relaxes, a surge of energy suddenly bursts forth from the smoke. Sensing the change, Sun Wukong instantly dodges. However, due to not dodging adequately, Sun Wukong's arm is still injured. Drops of blood drip from his fingers to the ground. Not far away, a miniature robot seems to have received some command. It rapidly approaches the blood that Sun Wukong has dropped and begins to collect it. This subtle change goes unnoticed by everyone in the arena. How could your ki suddenly change so drastically? Sun Wukong looks at the injured, yet still standing Vegeta. He seems somewhat surprised, unable to help but exclaim. Hearing Sun Wukong's voice, Vegeta does not hide anything. Ki. So you guys refer to the energy you possess as ki? Vegeta pauses for a moment before continuing. Your ki was almost undetectable earlier, making it hard for me to find. So in the previous clash, I have already learned this technique. With a sense of superiority on his face, Vegeta glances sideways at Sun Wukong. His height of 1.60 m gives off a pressure of 1.80 m. Sun Wukong scratches his head, clearly becoming excited. Vegeta, you are truly a combat genius. Just by engaging with us, you have mastered this technique. Sun Wukong's voice reveals intense excitement. It is a passion for a strong opponent, and the Saiyan blood within him begins to boil. However, Vegeta is very displeased, clearly unsatisfied with Sun Wukong's reaction. The two begin the next round of confrontation, and the atmosphere instantly becomes tense again. On planet Frieza, Frieza is once again studying his true cosmic overlord system. He seems to want to understand how to trigger the system. After a long while, Frieza helplessly gives up. Studying this foolish system is less interesting than going to Namek to find the Dragon Balls and fulfill his own wishes. Dodoria, go find Zarbon. Prepare everything quickly and accompany this king to Namek. A hint of excitement flickered across Frieza's face. If the mute system cannot be researched, then seek the Dragon Balls. Let's see if the Dragon Balls of this world truly possess such miraculous powers. Under Frieza's command, Dodoria swiftly gathered personnel while notifying Zarbon. Watching Dodoria issue various commands, Frieza slapped his forehead. Dodoria, on this trip to Namek, bring along some personnel skilled in spiritual techniques. We need to obtain the incantations to summon the dragon through them. Dodoria was a bit confused by this, but immediately began gathering the relevant personnel. The command of King Frieza is the direction for Dodoria's actions. Indeed, that's correct. After Frieza issued the command, Dodoria personally selected the appropriate individuals. He then turned to report to Frieza, detailing the current progress. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and Zarbin's figure appeared before Frieza. Zarbin approached Frieza, saluted, and then moved to the side. 5 minutes later, Dodoria's communication device suddenly lit up. After checking, Dodoria began to report to Frieza about the personnel heading to Namek. Frieza waved his hand, indicating Dodoria didn't need to be so detailed. Since the personnel have been gathered, let's set off now. Dodoria and Zarbin exchanged glances and immediately began directing the members of Frieza's army. Planet Frieza is the headquarters of the Frieza Force, and he had grown somewhat weary of it. However, now that Frieza had left that old lair, a feeling of restlessness arose in his mind. The spaceship traveled at incredible speed, but the monotonous scenery along the way irritated Frieza. A desire to create fireworks in space spread within Frieza's heart. It would still take about 10 days of travel to reach Namek. Frieza let out a bored chuckle and slowly closed his eyes. On the battlefield of Earth, Vegeta's spaceship had just taken off. A group of martial artists surrounded Son Goku in the center. Goku, why did you let that evil Saiyan go? The bald Krillin, puzzled, was the first to question Son Goku. Hearing Krillin's voice, the others also focused their attention on Son Goku, seemingly waiting for his response. Son Goku noticed everyone's gazes were fixed on him. Feeling a bit awkward, he scratched his head, a strange light flashing across his face. I feel he isn't that bad. The crowd nearly spat blood at Son Goku's words. However, they had known him for too long to be surprised by his personality. After sighing, they reluctantly gave up on discussing the matter. After a long while, their emotions gradually calmed down. Son Goku looked at the bodies of Tien Shin and Chaos, and even Piccolo, and immediately thought of using the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. But remembering the relationship between the dragon and its creator, he fell into confusion. It seemed that, sensing Son Goku's thoughts, the others began discussing the issue again. Head for Namek. The result of their discussion was to go to Namek, as they had previously learned that Piccolo was indeed a Namekian. If the old Kai can create such miraculous entities as the Dragon Balls, then it stands to reason that the Kai and Piccolo's homeland also possesses such power. After discussing thoroughly, they obtained the coordinates of Namek from the King Kai. On Namek, an elderly Namekian wore a solemn expression. Neru, I feel it, I feel the terrifying crisis of Namek. Elder, what is the crisis facing Namek? The young Namekian, referred to as Neru, was momentarily confused. The wish-granting Dragon Balls of Namek might have some legends in the universe. However, the existence of Namek is not something everyone knows the coordinates of. The elder shook his head, indicating he could not be certain at this moment. Neru, if one day evil descends, do not hold onto the Dragon Balls tightly. Hand over our people to them. The elder seemed to see through Neru's thoughts and gestured for him to relay this message to the various Namekian tribes. Though Neru was perplexed, his respect for the elder overcame everything. He turned and left the elder's temple. He conveyed the elder's request to every tribe. Inside the elder's temple, the elder's murky gaze carried a hint of relief. Originally, he sensed that the disaster had a slim chance of being avoided. However, during this recent time, his sense of crisis had increased several-fold. What once had a slight chance of being weathered seemed to suddenly become hopeless. This change filled the elder with gloom. King Frieza, we have 1 day left before we reach Namek. Dodoria, standing beside Frieza, was reporting the latest travel progress. 1 more day. Frieza's fingers slowly tapped on the armrest of his chair. Let the Ginyu Force collect the Dragon Balls first, and do not let the Earthlings or Saiyans find them first. Also send out the advance team to capture the Namekians. As Frieza's orders were issued, small spacecraft appeared in space. Frieza approached the edge of the spaceship, holding a glass of red wine of uncertain vintage. His gaze pierced through the ship, looking at the boundless starry sky. Zarbin and Dodoria, 2 foolish ones, also came to Frieza's side. Frieza looked at the planet that was about to land, his expression somewhat inscrutable. Originally, Frieza could carelessly set off fireworks, but could he now? He occupied Frieza's body, yet Frieza's memories had been completely absorbed by him. His nearly 20 years of memories stood no chance against Frieza's extensive recollections. Only at certain moments did he ponder whether his actions were correct. But soon he cast those thoughts out of his mind. In such a dangerous world, he was contemplating such trivial matters. Shaking his head, Frieza quickly adjusted his state. Faced with an endless stream of powerful beings and ever-increasing dimensions, it was best to survive first before considering other matters. Frieza looked outside, as did Dodoria and Zarbon. The advanced team had also been dispatched, leaving the place considerably emptier. Of course, the atmosphere inside the spaceship gradually became heavier. Frieza's advanced team had just arrived on planet Namek, and Goku's spaceship also appeared outside the planet. With a swift motion, Goku flipped over and landed steadily on the floor of the spaceship, nodding in satisfaction as he felt the surge of power within him. He reached for his waist and took out a Senzu bean, instantly erasing the fatigue from his previous training. The advanced team had already completed half of their objective, having surrounded a group of Namekians in an open area and immediately unleashed a large dose of anesthetic. Whether capturing one or many, they decided to take all of these Namekians back with them, and soon, under a series of sinister laughs, the Namekians collapsed to the ground. In contrast to the advanced team's gentleness, the actions of the Ginyu Force were much more brutal. Their orders were to collect the Dragon Balls of Namek, so they resorted to extremely violent methods against the resisting Namekians. Surrounded by the bodies of fallen Namekians, Ginyu found a Dragon Ball the size of a human head in the Elder's dwelling. Not bad, I've found a Namekian Dragon Ball. Once I find the remaining 6, I can report back to King Frieza with the task completed. After speaking, Ginyu led his team away while a nearby Namekian let out a long sigh. Not long ago, the Grand Elder's guard, Lord Nail, had visited, stating that if powerful aliens came to seize the Dragon Balls, they should abandon resistance and hand over the Dragon Balls to the invaders. However, when the Ginyu Force truly arrived, they could not simply submit. After protecting the Dragon Balls for so long, how could they just hand them over? They never expected their opponents to be so powerful and cruel, slaughtering their kin to obtain the Dragon Balls. While Ginyu was collecting the Dragon Balls, the advanced team had already brought the captured Namekians to Frieza's spaceship. Frieza looked at the Namekians before him, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Once he acquired the incantation to summon the Namekian dragon, he could fulfill his desires. According to the original plan, the technicians Frieza brought quickly began brainwashing the Namekians. At this moment, Goku had just arrived on planet Namek, preparing to search for the Dragon Balls. On the distant Frieza planet, Vegeta had already set off. After suffering a severe injury from losing to Kakarot on Earth, he only recovered when he returned to Frieza's base. Now fully healed, Vegeta's first thought was to seek revenge on Kakarot on Earth. But the moment he activated his spaceship, that thought evaporated. He had seen a message from Zarbon, who acted on Frieza's orders. No way, Frieza must have headed to planet Namek. I must fulfill my wish for immortality before Frieza realizes his wishes. With that, Vegeta began to adjust his destination to planet Namek. However, soon Vegeta returned to Frieza planet. With surveillance on both the spaceship and the power level detector, all of his plans and actions must have been exposed. Since he had been exposed, he decided to steal a better single-pilot spaceship. Vegeta immediately abandoned his original ship to seize the latest and fastest one. The speed of the new single-pilot spaceship far surpassed his previous one, and the already chaotic environment of planet Namek became even more tumultuous with Vegeta's arrival. On another front, Frieza's hypnosis plan was progressing smoothly. With the efforts of several technicians, the batch of Namekians was completely brainwashed. They revealed the incantation to summon the dragon that had been kept hidden in their hearts to the well-prepared technicians. After receiving the results, Frieza also got the news. Good, double the bonus when we return. Frieza's voice echoed. Let's descend upon planet Namek. I believe Ginyu has already gathered the Dragon Balls. With Frieza's command given, the entire fleet sprang into action. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder on planet Namek also felt a surge of anxiety. Frieza's sinister aura loomed over planet Namek like a dark cloud, causing immense pressure, a change felt even by Nail, who was nearby. Grand Elder, is this the future you see? Nail's originally green face turned a sickly shade of green in an instant. The Grand Elder weakly nodded, as if he could already see the events unfolding on planet Namek. After landing, Frieza's fleet collected all energy readings from the planet. Find Ginyu and witness the wonders of the Namekian dragon. The Ginyu Force, having gathered 7 Dragon Balls, noticed Frieza's arrival. Just as Frieza arrived, a rather eye-catching dance unfolded before him. King Frieza, the 7 Namekian Dragon Balls have been collected. Ginyu spoke first, then stepped aside to show Frieza the location of the 7 Dragon Balls. Not bad, Ginyu. Frieza casually complimented before beginning to chant the incantation to summon the Namekian dragon. The sky instantly darkened as the fearsome form of the Namekian dragon appeared in midair. I can grant you any wish, but only 3 wishes are allowed. Make me 5 centimeters taller. That wish is quite simple. As the Namekian dragon's voice faded, Frieza felt his body suddenly stretching taller. Make me immortal. As Frieza's second wish was voiced, the Namekian dragon fell silent for a long time before finally responding, "Sorry, I cannot grant that wish." A look of resignation crossed Frieza's face, though he was not surprised. He understood some basic trajectories of development and simple settings. Knowing that the dragon's abilities would not exceed those of its creator, he began to contemplate how to formulate the next two wishes more reasonably. However, before he could finalize his thoughts, a Namekian child jumped out and exclaimed, "Revive Piccolo." As the words left the child's mouth, the Namekian dragon's eyes lit up slightly. That wish is quite simple. 3 exclamation marks appeared in succession on Frieza's face. Dare to snatch my wishes. For a moment, Frieza almost felt like laughing. This might be an influence brought by Frieza's original memories. However, Frieza quickly shook his head slightly. The Namekian who had made the wish was also feeling a bit anxious at this moment. When he had not jumped out, these aliens had not noticed him. Now that he actively revealed himself, the members of Frieza's group instantly locked onto his position. Several Frieza troops from the advanced team had their firearms already loaded. It seemed that with just a command from Frieza, the Namekian in front of them would be completely erased from this world. But before Frieza could give the order, another unexpected event occurred. A Saiyan in an orange martial arts uniform suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Although Frieza had not said anything yet, his subordinate troops were already looking tense. It was not because the opponent was too strong or because of Frieza's anger. Rather, it was because the opponent had so boldly appeared in front of them. Moreover, at this moment, they had failed to notice him in advance. Considering Frieza's almost perverse personality, they had already begun to curse the technicians in their hearts. After the incident in the training room last time, their combat power detectors had all been upgraded. Yet under such circumstances, this oddly dressed Saiyan still appeared. Soon someone from Frieza's subordinates jumped out. "Lord Frieza, please allow me to eliminate this damned Saiyan." The speaker was none other than Jinyu from the Jinyu Force, one of Frieza's most capable aides. In the original timeline, this capable warrior should have been killed by Son Goku. However, due to Frieza's intervention, the Jinyu Force had remained intact until now. At this moment, Son Goku also focused his attention on this purple-skinned alien. Although he did not have a combat power detector, he could sense the aura. Without using the Kaioken technique, he faced the captain of the Jinyu Force. He personally felt a tremendous pressure, which made him feel a surge of excitement. However, he quickly calmed down, directing some of his attention to the small figure beside him. That small figure was Frieza. Although he still wore a smile, the dangerous aura emanating from him made Son Goku feel immense pressure. This pressure was different from the one Jinyu exerted, as under this oppressive aura it felt as if he could be crushed into pieces at any moment, and he could not mount any effective resistance. Son Goku's expression grew increasingly serious, but he still could not abandon the Namekian who had just helped him. Hearing Jinyu's words, Frieza did not agree immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Son Goku in the arena. Is this the destined child of luck? The contestant who can continuously grow stronger in the entire Dragon Ball world? Upon closer observation, Frieza did not notice anything different. Currently, due to Son Goku suppressing his own aura, he appeared to Frieza as just a Saiyan with a combat power of 1. However, this individual possessed a similar aura to Vegeta. "Alright, Jinyu, you go test the strength of this little friend." Frieza said this with a smile, seemingly completely unconcerned about the Saiyan. Upon hearing Frieza's command, Jinyu stepped forward. After speaking, he gently waved his hand, preparing to perform a unique display. Seeing Jinyu's gesture, Frieza's expression instantly paled slightly. Damn it, how did I forget about this? Jinyu is loyal and powerful enough. But every time before attacking, he always performs that classic dance. If it followed the same trajectory as before, Frieza's reputation would be ruined. Jinyu, finish it quickly. After hesitating for a second, Frieza ultimately chose to interrupt Jinyu's upcoming actions. Jinyu heard Frieza's expression and seemed to understand what the Lord meant. He immediately charged towards Son Goku and began to attack. At this moment, Son Goku could not care about Frieza beside him and chose to engage in combat with the approaching Jinyu. The instant they clashed, Son Goku's original combat power was no longer hidden. Jinyu, who had slightly underestimated Son Goku, suddenly became serious. Jinyu's hands instantly began to gather a terrifying energy, but soon the energy in his hands dissipated again. Yes, originally Jinyu intended to erase the opponent with a blast of energy. But he noticed Frieza and the Frieza Force watching from the side, which made him abandon his combat plan in an instant. The energy in his hands would not necessarily kill the suddenly appearing Saiyan, but it would definitely affect many members of the Frieza Force. Seeing Lord Frieza right beside him, he chose to engage in close combat. He attempted to suppress his opponent through melee combat. As Jinya's strength gradually increased, Son Goku began to feel a slight pressure. This change made him unable to help but feel some worry. His current goal was simply to rescue the Namekian child. However, the current situation was such that one of the opponent's subordinates was giving him tremendous pressure. In an instant, Son Goku no longer hid. Red energy flames enveloped his entire body once more, and he began to unleash his power. Streams of energy began to inexplicably appear, and Son Goku at the center looked increasingly serious. Watching the Saiyan enveloped in red energy, Jinyu also felt a twinge of excitement. The data on his combat power detector began to soar. In an instant, his combat power actually exceeded Jinyu's, leaving him momentarily stunned. But soon a hint of joy appeared on his face. Jinyu had fought across the universe for many years, and his combat power had grown increasingly strong. This was not due to his innate talent being particularly powerful, but because he could forcibly swap bodies with his opponent. Jinyu's facial expression was clearly seen by Son Goku. Frieza slightly smiled at the corner of his mouth, realizing that a memorable scene was about to unfold again. Suddenly, Jinyu's palm thrust through his abdomen. The immense injury made him unsteady on his feet. Frieza, witnessing this change, scanned his surroundings with his detector. Very good. There are no small animals nearby that are hard to detect. It seems Jinyu's plan should proceed smoothly this time. As Frieza's words fell, a strange symbol suddenly appeared in front of Jinyu. Son Goku across from him was also taken aback, seemingly trying to find something to obstruct. But unfortunately, there were no small animals around them at this moment. As Jinyu uttered the word exchange, Son Goku's movements suddenly froze. Approximately 2 minutes had passed when Sun Wukong's state of rigidity was broken. He stepped forward and approached the severely injured Jinyu. A small energy beam in his hand instantly pierced through Jinyu's heart. Watching Jinyu, who was gradually ceasing to struggle, was actually Sun Wukong after the body swap. A smile flashed across the Saiyan's face as he quickly appeared in front of Frieza. Lord Frieza, I have lived up to your expectations. Sun Wukong's body emitted Jinyu's voice. Frieza maintained his smile and casually complimented, well done. Jinyu turned again, directing his gaze towards the trembling Namekian child nearby. How should I punish you? Namekian child. A sinister smile appeared on Sun Wukong's face, instantly frightening the nearby Namekian. At that moment, Frieza's mute system suddenly popped up with 2 notifications. Legion system activated first time, recording a potential or ranked Legion member, unlocking Legion function favorability percentage display function. As the 2 pieces of information appeared in his mind, a hint of joy appeared on Frieza's face. After activating the Legion system, there were actually such benefits. He then looked at Sun Wukong and saw a 90 loyalty indicator emerging above his head. Hee Jinyu, it seems you truly are my capable assistant. Jinyu, who had originally planned to deal with the Namekian child, abruptly heard Frieza's praise again and realized that Frieza was in a good mood. He immediately brought the Namekian before Frieza, awaiting further orders. Frieza looked at the Namekian but did not say anything. Instead, he scrutinized Jinyu, who had taken over Sun Wukong's body. Jinyu, the body you occupy is probably the most potential-laden in the universe. I will personally train you if given the chance. Frieza still wore his usual smile, but Jinyu couldn't help but feel a chill run down his back, sensing that a great danger was approaching. However, in loyalty to Lord Frieza, Jinyu quickly regained his composure. After Sun Wukong's experiences on Earth, this body now possessed sufficient S-cells. With this in mind, Frieza gradually formulated a plan. If the first postnatal Saiyan were to be born under his command, it would certainly be an extremely interesting event. State your wish. The Namekian dragon floating in the sky recited its programmed line. Frieza's attention returned to the dragon. After the earlier commotion, it now had only one last wish left to grant. Frieza's mind raced, trying to determine what he needed most right now. Dragon, grant me the ability to learn the instant transmission of the Kaioshin level. After translation, the Namekian dragon learned of Frieza's wish. Sorry, that wish exceeds my capabilities. A hint of impatience instantly appeared on Frieza's face. While he knew the dragon's powers had some limitations, it was clear now that the dragon's abilities were not merely limited, they were downright useless. Let me master the instant transmission of Yardrat. That should be possible, right? As a gleam passed through the dragon's eyes, Frieza felt a sudden surge of understanding regarding space in his mind. That wish is quite simple. After saying this, the dragon began to move its body. It seemed ready to leave and re-enter its dormant state in the Dragon Balls. But at that moment, the Namekian dragon suddenly began to fade. The previously overcast space instantly returned to clarity. In Frieza's power level detector, a powerful local energy gradually began to dissipate. Is the Grand Elder of Namek dead? I should have captured that old fellow and put him in the nutrient chamber for hibernation. Frieza's tone carried a hint of regret as he looked toward the direction where the Grand Elder's energy had vanished. At this moment on a cliff not far from Frieza's army, a sweating Vegeta was carefully observing the situation, constantly thankful that he hadn't jumped out immediately. In the Grand Elder's residence on Namek, Nail sighed deeply. Mr. Krillin, the Grand Elder has passed away. The demons that came to Namek still exist. Krillin's reaction, however, was far worse than Nail's. Where's Wukong? Why can't I sense Wukong's energy? After Jinyu took over Sun Wukong's body, Sun Wukong's original energy had completely vanished. As a martial artist who had undergone rigorous training, Krillin naturally knew what this meant. However, the bond he had formed with Sun Wukong over many years, along with his trust in Sun Wukong's past achievements, made it difficult for him to accept the current situation. Mr. Krillin, Sun Wukong's energy has vanished. This means that Mr. Sun Wukong has been defeated. Nail's words left Krillin stunned. At this moment, Son Gohan and Bulma also began to understand what was happening. Isn't Wukong able to conceal his energy? During the time spent modifying the spaceship, Bulma had learned quite a bit about the abilities of martial artists. So she jumped in to express her doubts, still unable to accept the news that Sun Wukong had fallen. Dad won't die. His tone was firm, a child's admiration for his father. Coupled with Sun Wukong's reputation for strength, Son Gohan clearly didn't believe that his father could die. Nail's face also bore a hint of sorrow as the Grand Elder's passing weighed heavily on him. Their originally devised battle plan had not yet been executed and was forced to perish before it even began due to Frieza's premature summoning of the Dragon Balls. While that demon hasn't noticed you yet, quickly leave Namek. Nail turned to face the Grand Elder of Namek, seemingly prepared to stay here. Bulma's heart sank slightly as she knew what kind of demon Nail was referring to. That was the one who killed Sun Wukong and orchestrated the abduction of the Namekians. After collecting her emotions, Bulma asked, "Aren't you going to leave with us? I am the Grand Elder's guard. I will not leave his side." Nail's voice was somewhat low, but it expressed his stance. Seeing his state, Bulma seemed to understand his determination. Sun Wukong had already perished. He still needed to bring his son and friends back. Piccolo was revived, and on Earth Piccolo was revived. The Dragon Balls created by the old Kai could be used again. After returning to Earth, he must revive Sun Wukong. Otherwise, not only would Shishi be unable to bear it, but he himself wouldn't be able to either. Krillin and Son Gohan, feeling somewhat lost, were dragged into the spaceship by Bulma with great difficulty. Taking one last glance at Namek, Bulma activated the spaceship. Lord Frieza, a spacecraft, has just departed from Namek. NAS Bulma and the others were leaving Namek. Technicians of Frieza's army also received the report. A spacecraft departing from Namek. Frieza's fingers traced thoughtfully along his chin. And the Dragon Balls of Namek are now unusable. The escape of a few Namekians is of no consequence. Frieza paid little heed to the departure of several Namekians. Namek's strategic value had evaporated, and as for its surviving inhabitants, he dismissed them without concern. Yawning idly, Frieza turned and strode toward his flagship. Knees assembled legion, motionless until that moment, immediately fell into step behind their sovereign. Most conspicuous among them was Captain Jinyu, now inhabiting a Saiyan body. And meanwhile, the Namekian child left behind stood dazed and hollow-eyed. Inside Frieza's flagship, Jinyu struggled to acclimate to his new form, sensing subtle dissonances and unfamiliar resistance in every motion. Yet with Lord Frieza standing before him, retreat was unthinkable. And after a brief internal deliberation, Jinyu resolved to master this body upon reaching planet Frieza. Thus Frieza's entourage departed in grand procession. And unbeknownst to them, another fleet hovered nearby, silently observing Frieza's armada. Lord Cooler, Frieza's forces have just vacated Namek. Our sensors also detected a vessel not belonging to Frieza departing the planet. Upon hearing this, the alien known as Cooler scoffed contemptuously at Frieza. And, as ever, Frieza handles matters with staggering incompetence, just as he did with planet Vegeta. A flicker of disdain crossed Cooler's features. And indeed, this frost demon held Frieza in palpable disdain. The subordinate below dared not utter a sound. And having served Cooler for years, he knew his master well. Cooler's current demeanor unmistakably signaled deep irritation. And to interject now would be tantamount to suicide. After a long silence, Cooler spoke again. "And, if this is an oversight Frieza left behind, let him resolve it himself. Sure, Sammy, we depart." At Cooler's command, Sure Sammy swiftly directed the crew. and the fleet pivoted sharply, vanishing into the star-strewn depths of the galaxy. Back aboard Frieza's flagship, Frieza buzzed with quiet elation, his wish fulfilled. Never since inheriting this body, fragmented voices echoed within his mind. They persistently reminded him, increase your height by 5 centimeters. Nand, grant eternal undying life. These insistent impulses had long fractured his focus. But after Namek, one wish had manifested, and the other extinguished. His synchrony with this body surged dramatically. Tides of immense power coursed unimpeded through his veins. A clear sign he now commanded it utterly. With all inner threats neutralized, the time had come to ascend as true emperor of the cosmos. And though once dubbed Cosmic Emperor, that title had been hollow. That former epithet had been mere illusion, empty prestige. In this, Frieza, however, wielded systematic mastery. And he would never again resemble the feeble relic he once was. A spark of fierce anticipation kindled in his chest. And, Jinyu, how long until we reach planet Frieza? Frieza's voice snapped Jinyu to razor-sharp alertness. Ni's theatrical devotion flared instantly into being. Lord Frieza, arrival at planet Frieza will require 3 days. And, can you reach it within 1 day, without issue? Sir Jinyu. Frieza's tone remained placid, but Jinyu broke into cold sweat. No issue whatsoever, Lord Frieza. No sooner had the words left his lips than Jinyu bolted to the bridge. And there he issued Frieza's latest order, while those who hesitated met swift lethal judgment. A searing beam pierced the chests of dissenters. And the remaining aliens bowed low, their assent unanimous and trembling. They stood now, powerless, vulnerable, stripped of all pretense. And Jinyu returned silently to Frieza's side, awaiting his next command. Even Zarbin and Dodoria, long-standing attendants at Frieza's side, now kept a respectful distance from Jinyu. Scanners indicated Jinyu's combat power had dipped slightly, but even diminished, his might remained awe-inspiring. Frieza noted the subtle shift in his subordinates' behavior, yet dismissed it entirely. To join Frieza's army was to abide by its immutable law. Strength alone commands reverence. As the voyage stretched on, solitude crept in, and with it reverie. Upon returning to planet Frieza, he would observe which advanced faster towards Super Saiyan, Jinyu or Vegeta. At this thought, Frieza's brow furrowed faintly. The Super Saiyan transformation could fill the critical void in his elite combat ranks. Yet pure-blooded Saiyans posed a grave loyalty crisis. Those untouched by Earth remained indoctrinated by King Vegeta, and those influenced by Earthlings cared only for that blue world and nothing else. Then, Frieza's eyes gleamed. Artificial humans. Nias, the ultimate anomaly, the perfect solution. This breakthrough could rapidly elevate his upper-tier forces. And clearly a visit to Earth must now be prioritized. In mid-thought, planet Frieza loomed into view. Jinyu, who had stood vigil beside Frieza, exhaled softly in relief. None day remained. Ample time to land safely on Frieza's homeworld. As the flagship approached, it seamlessly synced with planet Frieza's central network. Vegeta stole the most advanced solo flight unit, and his destination is Namek. Vegeta stole the most advanced solo flight unit, and his destination is Namek. Frieza's good humor vanished, replaced by a violent urge to obliterate his entire research division. And how dare such intelligence be withheld? Yet he stilled himself, swiftly. As commander of the Frieza force, his vision must span the entire galaxy. In the past, he had deemed Vegeta, a warrior under 10,000 in power, beneath notice. And though admittedly this particular trash possessed unusual traits, Frieza issued a directive: elevate Vegeta's intelligence priority. What a pity. You were meant to compete with Son Goku's body for the honor of becoming the first Saiyan. It seems your eternal second-place fate is sealed, even if Goku's body now hosts a different soul. And he turned his gaze toward Jinyu. Jinyu wore an expression of utter bewilderment, clearly failing to grasp the meaning. The journey to Namek wasted a considerable amount of time, and returning to Frieza's planet allowed Frieza to relax somewhat. Looking at the familiar palace, countless thoughts sprang up in Frieza's mind. With the strongest army in the North Galaxy at his command, and his current strength being the mightiest in the North Galaxy, what was he doing now? Selling planets. Such a low-end commercial activity was hardly befitting of Frieza's identity. In the past, Frieza might have feared the hidden ultra-strong beings within the North Galaxy. But now he possessed 20 of the battle power of Golden Frieza. At this moment, it was more than enough for him to sweep through the entire North Galaxy. The Frieza force will begin to expand and prepare for expansion immediately. Frieza's command was extremely simple, but for Jinyu the realization of this command was far beyond all previous Special Forces operational plans. Expanding the military involved the entire Frieza force, while the Special Forces operation only concerned a small team. This command from Frieza made Jinyu see the trust the king had in him. After a simple reply, Jinyu left Frieza's palace with a solemn expression. Frieza, seeing Jinyu's departing figure, began to ponder the issue of high-end combat power. Although there weren't particularly strong armies in the North Galaxy, there were existences like Slug. They would still pose a significant threat to his army, and it was not impossible for a single individual to annihilate a legion. Frieza's gaze shifted, his thoughts focusing on the high-end combat power within the Frieza force. The leaders of various legions, Jinyu of the Jinyu Force and Tagoma the Freak, who could withstand the torment of Golden Frieza. 2 days passed, and Jinyu, who had left earlier, reappeared in Frieza's palace. King Frieza, the specific plan has been implemented. At this moment, Jinyu was clearly cleaned up, but the fresh smell of blood was still noticeable to Frieza. Good. Frieza was aware of the bulkiness of the Frieza force. The bulkiness of the legion would inevitably affect the efficiency of command execution. Jinyu was able to execute the orders so quickly this time, suggesting he had eliminated a significant number of aliens. Though somewhat cruel, it didn't matter. As long as he could execute Frieza's will in the shortest time possible, Jinyu himself would be rewarded. After speaking, Frieza nodded lightly. He then transmitted a series of data to Jinyu's communicator. Jinyu, looking at the data personally transmitted by King Frieza, immediately began to review it. In 1 month's time, adapt to 100 times the gravity. Within 2 months, evolve into a Super Saiyan through the Saiyan body. Jinyu recognized every word in this information. However, when these words were combined together, a large appeared on Jinyu's face. He couldn't comprehend what it meant. Seeing the expression on Jinyu's face, Frieza seemed to recall something. Indeed, during this period, the method of gravity training had not yet become popular. Frieza casually added, "You need to adapt your body to standard gravitational force of 100 times within a month." Immediately after, Frieza seemed to think of something else. His hand glided across the controller, adding hundreds of times the allocation of medical resources to Jinyu's configuration. As soon as Frieza's resources were allocated, Jinyu understood what was happening. As the captain of the management combat team of the Frieza force, he had naturally executed tasks involving gravity planets. On planets with strong gravity, their battle power had not changed. However, the damage caused by their battle power was greatly weakened. Jinyu quickly left Frieza's palace to begin his training. Dodoria and Zabon had witnessed the entire process. However, they completely did not understand the dialogue between the two. Frieza also noticed the gazes of these two fellows, and a slight smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even humans with a battle power of only 5 could acquire over 100 million battle power through the transformation of androids. These aliens, coupled with the resources of the universe, would likely gain even greater battle power. Thinking of this, a smile crept back onto Frieza's lips. Seeing Frieza's expression, the two subordinates broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, Frieza's emotions were not something just anyone could fathom. Thinking of this, Zabon and Dodoria hurriedly lowered their heads. "Mr. Zabon, how is the Legion expansion plan progressing?" Looking at the two subordinates before him, who resembled quail, Frieza inquired about the progress of the expansion. King Frieza, the first phase of the plan has already been initiated. The subordinate planets of the Frieza group have begun personnel recruitment, and mercenaries in the universe have also started to enlist. Dodoria spoke up first, causing Frieza's brow to furrow slightly. Zabon immediately followed up. As of now, 2 new legions have been established. The key positions are all from the original Frieza group's airlift. After Zabon finished speaking, Frieza nodded. The new legion commander will be Jinyu. Meanwhile, the Jinyu force will be retained. As Frieza's words fell, the two also announced Jinyu's appointment to the entire Frieza force through the legion's channels. Seeing that the matter before him was essentially concluded, Frieza's gaze fell upon Earth. There, a genius created androids using the trash resources of Earth. His battle power crossed several dimensions, allowing an ordinary human to contend with powerful races in the universe. Frieza obtained the instant transmission of Yardrat through the Dragon Balls, a bug-level item. However, he did not sense the familiar presence of Earthlings, so he couldn't go to Earth for the time being. Thus, he had no way of capturing that genius doctor on Earth immediately. There is a new task for the Jinyu force: send them to Earth. Of course, excluding Jinyu. Bring Dr. Gero from Earth to Frieza's planet. Frieza originally planned to go to Earth himself, but since he couldn't use instant transmission, he lost interest and instead handed the task to the Jinyu force. Although Jinyu himself would not participate in this task, the members of the Jinyu force descending would be more than enough to conquer Earth without Son Goku. With Frieza's command issued, members of the Jinyu Force entered the most advanced individual flying devices. Next, we just need to wait for the return of the Jinyu Force. A glimmer of ambition sparkled in Frieza's eyes. He wanted the average battle power of his subordinates to exceed 100 million. The members of the Jinyu Force have been on their way to Earth for nearly a month. Frieza in his palace boredly opened a bottle of red wine. Looking at the crimson liquid in the goblet, a hint of nostalgia flashed in Frieza's eyes. As time passed, he was influenced less and less by Frieza. He no longer resembled his former self. He was practically the embodiment of Frieza. Now he had completely shaken off Frieza's influence. However, a new problem arose. He seemed to be even more evil than Frieza himself. When hungry thoughts of meals consumed his mind. After eating his fill, he had a large army at his disposal. His system also provided him with significant support, making him increasingly arrogant. The malevolent aura surrounding him grew even darker. Even a non-combat unit with a power level of just 1 would feel immense mental pressure within a few meters of Frieza. The appearance of the Cosmic Emperor gradually manifested in him. The members of Jinyu Guldo and Dodoria had recently dared not breathe a word under his command. After a month of training, Jinyu had finally adapted to 100 times the standard gravity. The cosmic standard gravity far exceeded that of Earth, so Jinyu was now far above the special training of Sun Wukong. His battle power had now reached an astonishing 3 million. This level of battle power had already surpassed that of Sun Wukong during his first transformation. Yet Jinyu with a power level of 3 million showed even more deference to Frieza than before. After special training, Jinyu had a good understanding of his own strength. However, even so, when facing Frieza, he felt like a leaf in a storm at risk of capsizing at any moment. Frieza's gaze swept over his subordinates. Jinyu's loyalty had reached 100. Guldo and Dodoria also achieved a loyalty level of 100. This result pleased him. It seemed his charisma was quite high. Low battle power meant nothing. There were numerous ways to increase one's strength in this world. Jinyu, your battle power has reached 3 million. It seems you haven't been slacking off during this time. As Frieza spoke, a hint of relief appeared on Jinyu's face. As long as Frieza was satisfied, his heart would be safe. However, Frieza quickly spoke again. Your battle power has improved greatly, but it's still not enough. The expansion plan lacks high-end combat power. Your strength needs to be increased by another 50 times. Frieza gently shook the wine glass in his hand, as if recalling something. At this moment, Jinyu became tense again. Reaching a battle power of 3 million had been the result of his reckless training. Now Frieza was saying that his battle power needed to be increased by another 50 times. Seeing Jinyu's reaction, Frieza gestured for him to follow. The two arrived in a spare training room, preparing to give Jinyu some special attention. Jinyu, concentrate your power and gather it at your back. Frieza recalled distant memories in his mind. He replicated the teachings of Vegeta to Goku, attempting to help Jinyu transform into a Super Saiyan through this method. Upon hearing Frieza's command, Jinyu immediately moved to the center of the training room. He began to concentrate his power, continuously gathering it to his back. A mysterious airflow appeared around Jinyu. Watching the intensifying aura around Jinyu, a glint of excitement flashed across Frieza's face. Could the first Super Saiyan of this era be about to appear among his subordinates? If the progenitor of the Saiyans Yamoshi knew, would he be furious enough to rise from his grave? Oh, of course. This progenitor of the Saiyans Yamoshi may not be dead, but that is not important. Frieza's focus was entirely on Jinyu, who did not disappoint him. Jinyu's originally black hair began to stand up under the influence of the airflow, with a few strands of faint lightning mixed in. This change excited Frieza even more. Moments passed, and with a low growl from Jinyu, the transformation began. Jinyu's black hair turned golden, and his eyes became green. The Super Saiyan form of Jinyu finally appeared before Frieza. Frieza, I seem to have succeeded. Jinyu felt the immense burden on him, along with the strength increased by 50 times. He immediately reported to Frieza. Not bad, get used to this power. Frieza's gaze was very satisfied. For a moment, he even felt an impulse to toy with him. Without hesitation, Frieza's aura gradually expanded completely. The 20 battle power of Golden Frieza made the pressure he exerted even more formidable. Just after completing the transformation into a Super Saiyan, Jinyu looked terrified. He felt fear. Indeed, after sensing the endless rising of Frieza's evil aura, Jinyu felt his body trembling, a feeling that was more terrifying than before he became a Super Saiyan, as if Frieza could crush him merely with his presence. Seeing the expression on Jinyu's face, Frieza slowly spoke. Come, Jinyu, let me see the power of a Super Saiyan. Upon hearing Frieza's words, the fear on Jinya's face became even more apparent. He struggled to move, let alone make a move. Seeing Jinya's cowardice, Frieza decided to take action himself to test Jinya's strength. In an instant, Frieza appeared before Jinyu, his fist striking Jinya's abdomen, causing his body to deform slightly. A roar escaped Jinya's mouth, followed by him collapsing to the ground in convulsions. This Super Saiyan power is truly so fragile. Frieza's strike instantly left Jinyu severely injured. The golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan form vanished from Jinya's body in an instant. Restoring to his normal state, Jinya's consciousness slipped into oblivion. His slightly trembling body made Frieza's mouth twitch. Frieza's figure vanished from the spot and appeared in his exclusive vehicle. Outside the training room, he instructed Guldo to take Jinyu for treatment. Having arranged everything, Frieza returned to his palace. Guldo arrived at the training room and saw Jinya's body twitching continuously. A chill instantly rose from his back. However, he still picked Jinyu up and took him to the nearest healing pod. Inside the healing pod, Jinyu began to rise and fall, his injuries gradually healing. Guldo confirmed that there were no unforeseen circumstances and then turned to walk towards Frieza's palace. At that moment, Jinyu in the healing pod slowly opened his eyes. The expansion efficiency of Frieza's army was not surprising to him. Although Frieza's army had a notorious reputation, the benefits of serving in his army were simply too alluring. People despised the members of Frieza's army, yet they still aspired to join. Any combat team could easily establish themselves within the stronghold of Frieza planet. They could casually switch their spaceships and freely use the healing pods of Frieza's army. During their missions to invade planets, they could brazenly plunder the wealth of those worlds. Under such circumstances, on the planets under Frieza's command, many scrambled to join and become part of Frieza's army. Among the newly added 2 legions, Jinyu single-handedly took on the role of commander for both. After this order was issued, numerous members of Frieza's army turned their gazes toward the Jinyu force. Currently, Jinyu, the envy of many as the leader of the Jinyu force, was experiencing uncontrollable twitches at the corners of his mouth. The number of members in the 2 legions had reached several 100,000. Although these were merely the nascent forms of the 2 armies, Jinyu still felt an immense pressure. Previously, he was merely in charge of a special forces team, and in his leisure time, he could easily gather a large number of recruits. Now, looking at the 99 notifications on his communicator, he felt his body weakly slump against the backrest behind him. It seemed that even the body of Sun Wukong could not handle such an intense influx of army information. Collapsed on the ground, Jinyu couldn't help but entertain the thought of hiring someone to do the dirty work. For a moment, several figures rotated in his mind. First were his peers Zaban and Dodoria, followed closely by other members of the Jinyu force. Zaban and Dodoria were swiftly eliminated from Jinyu's consideration. The remaining members of the Jinyu force, however, made his eyes light up. As the captain of the special forces, giving his subordinates some proper training would not only enhance their overall abilities, but also better equip them to serve King Frieza. Thinking this way, he quietly put this matter on his agenda. Given his current plight, it would be good for his team members to share the burden. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement, he thought they would hardly refuse. With this in mind, Jinyu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The 2 Frieza force guards stationed outside Jinyu's office couldn't help but tremble all over. It wasn't that they lacked mental fortitude, rather the keek-keek sounds from within the room sent shivers down their spines. After more than 10 minutes, Jinyu seemed to have vented his frustrations. The 99 messages on his communicator could wait for another time. While Jinyu was troubled, Frieza, on the other hand, seemed quite exhilarated. The Jinyu force heading to the designated area had successfully located Dr. Gero. On Earth, the members of the Jinyu force looked at the frail old man before them and instantly fell into contemplation. This seemingly fragile old man was the target specifically requested by King Frieza. Although their doubts remained unresolved, they decided to carry out King Frieza's orders first. In no time, the entire Earth felt a significant change in its atmosphere due to their influence. The oppressive atmosphere left every Earthling on edge. In West City, Bulma gazed at the overcast sky, feeling quite dejected. When Sun Wukong was around, there was still hope against the alien invasions. However, during the journey to Namek, Sun Wukong perished in battle. Even with the power of the Dragon Balls, it would take a year to resurrect this savior. Her mind drifted back 3 days to when the Jinyu force had arrived. Upon their arrival, the Jinyu force used a power detector to assess Earth strength. They then abandoned the plan to hunt local life forms and instead focused on searching for Dr. Gero. It wasn't that the Jinyu force members had suddenly developed a kind heart, rather the strength of the Earthlings was simply too weak. These elite warriors were even reluctant to exert themselves and waste their energy. However, if any foolish beings appeared, they would not hesitate to take action. On the first day of their arrival, the Jinyu force kidnapped the King of Earth. They then began broadcasting information about Dr. Gero while continuously searching the entire planet. The next day, information about Dr. Gero was sent to Jinyu by an Earthling. The sender seemed to be a remnant of the Red Ribbon Army. On the evening of the second day, Dr. Gero and many of his experimental subjects were captured by the Jinyu force. Jisoo, Bart, Raikum, and Guldo felt a bit awkward as they looked at the information before them. When they arrived on Earth, they had traveled using Frieza's single-pilot spacecraft. With so much material, it was clear they had to take it all away. However, soon a sycophant of Earth jumped out. The space capsule, a device that could be considered bizarre on Earth, allowed the originally troubled few to relax. Dr. Gero's experimental materials and technical data filled 2 capsules to the brim. After processing this information, the Jinyu force put Dr. Gero into a state of hibernation. After a night of rest, their condition had slightly improved. Under the relieved gazes of the Earthlings, they departed from this remote planet. At the same time, more detailed battle reports reached Frieza's hands. Well done, the Jinyu force has managed to wrap things up so quickly. Dr. Gero's arrival meant that the activation of the androids could gradually commence. As Frieza's ambitions began to shift, Dodoria couldn't help but take a step back. The Jinyu force is about to return. Let the RD department prepare to accept the android technology. Frieza's abrupt statement made the 2 subordinates stand straighter. I will notify the technology department right away, Dodoria eagerly volunteered, appearing quite proactive. Zabon, meanwhile, remained beneath Frieza, awaiting further orders. Mr. Zabon, would you like to lead an army for a bit of fun? Zabon clearly struggled to keep up with Frieza's line of thought. Yet he still obediently replied to Frieza, if King Frieza needs it, Zabon is willing to lead an army for him. In the future, there will be an army with an average combat power exceeding 100 million, and I want you to be in charge of it. Frieza's voice was calm, yet in Zabon's mind it echoed like thunder. In an army where the average combat power barely reached 100,000, King Frieza had entrusted him with commanding an army of over 100 million. Zabon instinctively touched his forehead, but still nodded vigorously. King Frieza's words were never wrong. Without facing failure, Frieza's current prestige had already inspired fervent worship among his subordinates. Time swiftly passed, and the atmosphere within Frieza's army grew increasingly tense. The 2 legions recruited earlier had initially met the requirements for engaging in interstellar warfare. During this period, Frieza also received a considerable amount of information, most of which pertained to the progress of the legion's training. Thus, he was quite well informed about their training progress. Mr. Sabo summoned everyone from the Jinyu force. After such a long time, we should see some results. After Frieza finished speaking, he returned to the familiar window, a place that lingered most in his memories. Sabo nodded and instantly appeared outside the palace. During this time, he had also learned about Jinyu's latest habits. This guy, apart from information from King Frieza, basically pretended not to see any other messages. Sabo sighed and ultimately went personally to the area where the Jinyu force conducted their daily training. Jinyu, who was in training, caught sight of Sabo's figure during a moment of looking up. Sabo, King Frieza has summoned you all. Hurry to the palace where he is. After Sabo finished speaking, he prepared to leave. Upon hearing it was King Frieza's summons, Jinyu's demeanor instantly became serious. Why didn't you inform me of such an important matter sooner? Jinyu's face showed a hint of discontent, but Sabo was indifferent. He lightly swiped his finger across the communication device and glanced at Jinyu. Take a look at the unread messages on your communication device. Do you really think the communication would have been useful? At the moment Sabo spoke, Jinyu had already imagined the scene. The 99 messages clearly made him understand something. Just as Jinyu was about to say something, Sabo had already left. Jinyu saw Sabo's back and instantly vanished from his original spot. Now possessing Super Saiyan strength, Jinyu's speed was evidently much greater than Sabo's. As Sabo hurried back to Frieza's residence, he looked at Jinyu's movements with envy. Jinyu, having received guidance from King Frieza, had gained such immense power. If only King Frieza would guide him as well, he believed he too would experience a significant boost in power. At this moment, Sabo was still unaware of the potential gap between himself and Jinyu. His mind was still occupied with such boring fantasies. Jinyu's figure was the first to appear in Frieza's grand hall. Frieza looked at his absolutely loyal subordinate, a strange expression flashing across his face. This guy occupying Son Goku's body always made him feel some oddities. However, he couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. After briefly reporting the recent progress of the legions, Jinyu began to wait for Frieza's next orders. Mr. Jinyu, you lead the newly formed 2 legions to conquer 100 planets for Frieza's army without any issues, right? Frieza's tone was quite casual, and Jinyu showed no surprise. With the low-end combat power of the 2 legions combined with Jinyu's Super Saiyan strength, he thought that conquering 100 planets would be a simple task. After Jinyu personally received this mission, he felt confident there would be no issues. With his combat power significantly increased, he had yet to exert his full strength. When he fought with the king before, he hadn't even been paying attention. He was struck into a spasm by the king and sent to the nutrient chamber. His remaining memories told him that it was Sabo who had sent him to the nutrient chamber. As Frieza's order was issued, Jinyu's communication device continuously emitted a series of commands. Seeing Jinyu's confident demeanor, Frieza couldn't help but feel somewhat amused. Since Mr. Jinyu is so confident, let's set the time limit for this conquest task to 0, ensuring it's completed within a month. Frieza's lips began to form a familiar smile, and Jinyu's entire body couldn't help but stiffen. Conquering 100 planets. And within a month. Jinyu bit his teeth, accepting the task. He quickly calculated how to accomplish this mission, while Frieza nodded slightly in the distance. Indeed, this aspect of the members of Frieza's army was what he admired. No matter how absurd the task was, they would still accept it without hesitation. Of course, in the end, they would utilize various means to complete the task. After accepting the mission, Jinyu did not linger for long. After confirming there were no other instructions, Jinyu began to swiftly mobilize the 2 legions. The distance between planets was typically vast, and the distance between life planets was even more exaggerated. At the suggestion of the army strategist, Jinyu decided to conduct multi-pronged operations simultaneously. King Frieza mentioned 100 planets, but he did not specify the level of those planets. He decided to target the 100 planets closest to Frieza's planet as his conquest objective. In an instant, the 2 legions quickly adjusted. The original 2 large legions rapidly split into 400 small fleets. After Jinyu confirmed the timing, they swiftly headed deep into the northern galaxy. Jinyu himself separated from the Jinyu force, each responsible for 80 small fleets. As their actions commenced, the entire northern galaxy was shaken. Although Frieza's army occasionally engaged in small-scale invasions, this situation was clearly different. According to rough calculations, Frieza's army had mobilized at least several 100,000 troops this time. On a trade planet in the northern galaxy, the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, with his tail, changed his expression. He was evidently aware of Frieza's army's recent movements and the dangers he might face. He had previously defected from Frieza's army and ended up on what he thought was a remote planet. He planned to rely on the Saiyans' near-death revival trait to devise his unique training regimen. Initially, he intended to train quietly, waiting for his combat power to reach 55000. Then he would seek revenge on Frieza's planet and personally kill Frieza. However, this current situation had completely disrupted his plans. Frieza. As Vegeta's emotions fluctuated, his combat power began to fluctuate wildly. This change caused the aliens surrounding him to scatter in a panic. As time continued, hints of golden light flickered through Vegeta's hair. But soon all that golden light dissipated. His originally black hair gradually transformed into a mix of black and purple. Vegeta's body also underwent slight changes while golden flames enveloped him. His rationality gradually faded, and the impulse to destroy continuously eroded Vegeta's heart. If Frieza were here, he would surely be taken aback. In this state, Vegeta actually reached the level of a pseudo-Super Saiyan. This special state, which lay between a Super Saiyan and a regular Saiyan, surprisingly manifested in Vegeta. As Vegeta's rationality disappeared, he could no longer control his actions. Terrifying energy blasts ravaged around him. This terrifying power caused immense damage to the entire planet. The many aliens in this area of the original force also sensed something was amiss. They all began to flee to their spacecraft, escaping this planet at the fastest speed. Soon, Vegeta's outburst completely destroyed the ecological structure of this planet. Meanwhile, in an area 90 million kilometers away from this planet, an octopus-headed alien suddenly touched his head. Wait, didn't Commander Jinyu say this planet was a life planet? On this unfamiliar planet, Vegeta, who had mastered the mimicry of Super Saiyan, had completely lost himself. The immense power radiated outward, yet Vegeta showed no signs of awakening. The Frieza force invading this planet had already arrived outside its atmosphere. Vegeta, the mimic Super Saiyan, couldn't help but lift his head. The powerful energy brought with it a sharper and more acute intuition. Utilizing the Chi technique he had mastered not long ago, Vegeta sensed the exact location of the Frieza squad. The familiar aura of the Frieza force made Vegeta's own energy even more unstable. Images of Frieza involuntarily surfaced in his mind, and he began to gather energy blasts in his hands. Initially unconcerned, the Frieza force suddenly triggered alarms. Their large energy detector warned them of impending danger. They would be obliterated along with their fleet under this energy sphere. Of course, upon such an urgent event, the person in charge, Jinyu, received the information. Inside a spacious spaceship, Jinyu was watching a projection not far away. Calculating the specific time for mission completion, he was even planning how to report to Frieza. A glaring alert suddenly appeared. This was an indication of danger for the army, typically not used lightly. Oh, do I really have to take action myself so soon? A wicked smile began to form on Jinyu's face, reminiscent of Bardock. After quickly scanning the distress signal, Jinyu started summoning the nearest new type of spacecraft. Soon a single-pilot craft appeared before Jinyu. He nodded slightly and swiftly entered to begin operations. He rushed towards the planet where the unexpected event had occurred. Meanwhile, Vegeta had just finished slaughtering the majority of the Frieza troops. Furrowing his brow slightly, he sensed something was amiss. Although the basic combat power of the Frieza forces was unimpressive, he had never encountered such poor combat strength before. He couldn't help but ponder if Frieza was training his troops. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, what did the affairs of the Frieza force have to do with him? Since Vegeta and the Frieza force had become adversaries, it was only natural for him to seize their resources and hunt down their combat units. Estimating the time, Vegeta sped towards some of Frieza's affiliated planets. His departure left Jinyu at a loss. In the span of half a month, Vegeta had plundered 3 of Frieza's affiliated planets. Now he was hiding on a desolate planet. He knew that Frieza had received the news, so he decided to first digest his gains. He felt that with his current strength, he was already capable of killing the so-called cosmic overlord. But he still had to be cautious and prepare before going to kill Frieza. On Frieza's planet, Frieza glared at Dodoria and Cyberman, looking extremely angry. Mr. Dodoria, how could there be someone plundering the affiliated planets of the Frieza force? You should really reflect on how you managed them in the past. As Frieza's words fell, the two below began to curse furiously in their hearts. The technological power on Frieza's subordinate planets could easily eliminate powerful beings. However, according to battle reports, those intruders hadn't even resisted for 10 days. After a flurry of assurances, a flicker of hesitation crossed Cyberman's face. Lord Frieza, the results of this battle indicate that the invader of our planet is suspected to be the Saiyan Vegeta. Originally, Cyberman intended to state that the invader was indeed Vegeta. But recalling Vegeta's past combat power, he immediately dismissed this possibility from his mind. Upon hearing Cyberman's words, Frieza's expression showed surprise. When he had just returned to the Frieza force, it seemed he had seen information regarding Vegeta. It described how Vegeta had stolen a spaceship to head to Namek. Now, after careful consideration, could it be that Vegeta witnessed the journey to Namek? Had this kid mastered the power of Super Saiyan after leaving? As Frieza thought of this, his expression softened slightly. If Vegeta had become a Super Saiyan, then indeed his affiliated planets couldn't withstand it. Just as Frieza was conflicted about whether to take action, good news came from Jinyu. Their plan to conquer 100 planets had reached 99% completion. The remaining 1% was due to interference from unknown entities. It would take approximately another 7 days to conquer the last life planet. After receiving the good news from Jinyu, Frieza temporarily forgot his earlier displeasure. He simply ordered Cyberman and Dodoria to intensify surveillance on each planet. Frieza also commanded the research department to accelerate the learning of the android technology. Time quickly passed, and 7 days later, Frieza's mood had worsened. The Vegeta who had previously plundered planets was now advancing towards Frieza's stronghold. Along the way, he had completely stripped the planets of their metals. With his actions, he had gathered hundreds of thousands of followers. Jinyu and the others felt an overwhelming pressure. Just after exchanging pleasantries on Frieza's planet, Jinyu suddenly stepped forward. Lord Frieza, that insufferable traitor Vegeta is plundering our life planets. I request to take the Jinyu force to bring this guy back. After the mission was completed, Jinyu also intended to receive rewards from Lord Frieza. However, he hadn't expected that the damned Saiyan would suddenly appear now. Originally, they were uncertain if that person was Vegeta, but recent monitoring had confirmed it was indeed him. Moreover, Vegeta's actions were strikingly similar to those of the person they had failed to capture before. This discovery made Jinyu extremely anxious. Frieza, however, waved his hand, signaling Jinyu to abandon the pursuit. Since Vegeta dares to come, let him remain on Frieza's planet. Although the power of the Super Saiyan was formidable, Vegeta was still too immature. Furthermore, Vegeta's plundering trajectory clearly pointed towards Frieza. let him completely collapse at the peak of his life. On the other side, Vegeta was merely half a solar system away from Frieza's planet. All he wanted to do now was to let out a roar, to tell the world that Vegeta, with his hands in his pockets, had made the Frieza army unable to raise their heads. At this moment, Frieza had already sensed Vegeta's aura. However, Frieza couldn't help but frown, appearing somewhat puzzled. Why was Vegeta's combat power so weak? In his perception, Vegeta's combat power was surprisingly less than 10 million. This level of combat power was not even 1/10 of genius. As Vegeta and his followers gradually approached planet Frieza, Jinyu couldn't contain his excitement, preparing to teach Vegeta a lesson. Frieza remained calm and instructed one of his subordinates to prepare a glass of red wine for him. After a period of plundering, Vegeta had begun to see himself as the next ruler of the universe. However, to Frieza, all of this was merely a joke. The sound of the aircraft slicing through the air could be heard continuously. This was the impact of Vegeta and his companions landing on planet Frieza. Of course, if it were Frieza's army, such severe noise would not have occurred. Some of Vegeta's followers were even aboard civilian ships. Compared to Frieza's military, these vessels significantly lowered Vegeta's prestige. Using his senses, Vegeta quickly located the control center of planet Frieza, the area where Frieza and his core members resided. As Vegeta sensed the feedback in his mind, a look of confusion crossed his face. He had detected an aura similar to Kakarot's. This was unexpected, and he even doubted his own senses. However, as they neared their destination, Vegeta's expression changed noticeably. He would never forget Kakarot's face. He saw Kakarot standing beside Frieza, completely motionless. It seemed that the attitude was extremely respectful. This discovery irritated him greatly. He felt an urge to rush forward and destroy that damned figure. Suddenly, the memories of his past began to assault him. He had been beaten on Earth like a stray dog, and that damned subordinate warrior had even deliberately let him go. Humiliation enveloped Vegeta in an instant. His body transformed into that of a simulated Super Saiyan. At that moment, the battle power detectors of Frieza's subordinates exploded. However, this time, there were no signs of discomfort on the faces of those combat units. Clearly, they had adapted to such changes after their previous experiences. Vegeta's face was filled with rage as he charged straight towards Frieza and the others. Seeing Vegeta's confidence, Frieza gently opened his arms. He assumed a stance ready to welcome Vegeta's attack. However, as Vegeta reached Frieza, he threw a punch at Jinyu beside him. This scene left Frieza feeling somewhat awkward. "I've already taken off my pants, and you're not giving me anything." Vegeta seemed set on Jinyu, and the power in his hand kept rising. The normal Jinyu was being continuously beaten, and his body was swelling significantly. Losing the initiative meant Jinyu was being tossed around like a rag doll. This scene left Frieza with a headache. What was wrong with this guy? Was Jinyu really mastering the Super Saiyan? He was about to be defeated by Vegeta, who had merely mastered the simulated Super Saiyan form. However, Frieza soon lost interest in them, because he realized that Vegeta's old habits had resurfaced. Dominating the situation, Vegeta couldn't resist showcasing his classic gesture. At the same time, he didn't forget to shoot an energy blast that sent Jinyu flying. Looking at the smoke-filled ground, Vegeta let out a long sigh of relief. Feeling that the situation was under control, Vegeta envisioned himself becoming the ruler of the universe. But then an unexpected turn of events occurred. "Not bad, Vegeta. It seems that your experiences during this time have substantially boosted your combat power." As this voice emerged, cold sweat began to pour down Vegeta's face. What was happening? Kakarot's combat power had surged dramatically in an instant. Could it be that the opponent was also a legendary Super Saiyan? Impossible, only I, the Prince of the Saiyans, can be a Super Saiyan. "Vegeta, can't you even remember my voice?" Kakarot emerged from the smoke wearing a look of arrogance and pride. Clearly, Jinyu, who had become a Super Saiyan, had already planned how to torture Vegeta. The familiar voice caused Vegeta to pause slightly. He finally realized that this Kakarot was not the one from his memories. However, they looked exactly the same, which made him instantly alert. He quickly scanned his mind, searching for the source of that voice. "Jinyu, are you Jinyu, the captain of the Jinyu force?" Vegeta's voice was filled with disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend. Although he had heard that members of the Jinyu force possessed unique abilities, he never expected one to occupy another being's body. Ignoring all of this, Jinyu, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, instantly appeared before Vegeta and kicked him away. Numerous buildings on planet Frieza began to collapse under the pressure. At this point, Vegeta had lost his earlier bravado. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, panting heavily. However, Jinyu grew anxious, as if he had made a huge mistake. The building Vegeta had crashed into was the research department's experimental building. Recently, Frieza's artificial human project had reached a critical stage. This kick of his had likely ruined everything, much like a men's soccer team completely finished. Seeing Jinya's stiff body, Frieza shook his head. How could such a kind person like him make his subordinates so fearful? He didn't understand, truly didn't understand. Feeling somewhat irritated, he casually blew up a spaceship brought by Vegeta. It seems that setting off fireworks can indeed relieve stress. The fallen Vegeta trembled slightly. Jinyu, who was frozen in place, broke into a cold sweat. Mr. Saibwa, go bring Vegeta over. Noticing Vegeta's condition, which appeared extremely miserable, Frieza kindly chose to have his subordinate help bring him to his side. Saibwa dragged one of Vegeta's legs, heading towards Frieza. They left a long scratch on the ground they passed. Frieza, Vegeta is all ready. Saibwa, who had brought Vegeta back, was about to say something when he saw that Vegeta, who had been half dead, suddenly regained his spirit. He charged directly at Frieza, shouting Gallic Gun. The sudden turn of events was too quick for Saibwa to react. A look of terror flashed across Frieza's face. Vegeta's lips curled into a fierce grin as the energy in his hand crashed down upon Frieza. As the breeze swept by, Vegeta was stunned. The fear on Frieza's face completely vanished. Mr. Vegeta, did you just feel like you were on the verge of success? As he spoke, Frieza closed the distance between them again. Vegeta, seeing Frieza's movement, slumped to the ground. The previous strike was the strongest attack he had gathered secretly. It was even more powerful than the one he had used in battle with Jinyu. Yet such a strong attack had failed to breach Frieza's defenses. At that moment, Vegeta was engulfed in deep self-doubt. Frieza's power made him question his entire existence. Seeing Vegeta like this, Frieza instantly lost all interest. He waved his hand and let out a bored yawn. Not every Saiyan is named Sun Wukong. Although Vegeta's talent is not lacking, he is too easily overwhelmed. Despite his serious injuries, now he can still jump up and take a few slaps without much issue. However, at this moment his pupils were unfocused, and he was lost in his own failure. With a wave of Frieza's hand, Zarbin commanded his subordinates to approach. They slowly injected the pre-prepared muscle relaxants and enhanced anesthetics into Vegeta's body. Seeing that Frieza said nothing, several henchmen dragged Vegeta out of Frieza's sight. Captain Jinyu, how much damage has Vegeta caused this time? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Jinyu quickly opened his communicator. Lord Frieza, the damage caused by Vegeta could roughly buy 200 planets. After Jinyu finished speaking, his entire being shuddered. Although Vegeta did not actually plunder 200 planets, the planets he did raid were near Frieza's planets and had deployed a large number of basic technologies and advanced talents. The value of those equipments and talents, if Vegeta were to be disassembled and sold, would still not be enough to compensate for this portion of the loss, not even 1%. Listening to Jinyu's report, Frieza showed a hint of contemplation. His gaze lingered on the hundreds of thousands of aliens following Vegeta. With hundreds of thousands of people standing together, the sheer density was enough to make anyone with a phobia of crowded spaces uncomfortable. Frieza's figure rose to the sky, allowing him to take in all of them at a glance. The tens of thousands of aliens did not come from a single planet. Among them were some who particularly displeased Frieza. It was not because of their resistance, but because they hadn't even changed out of the Frieza Force uniforms. Wearing the uniforms of the Frieza Force while rebelling against the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. In that moment, he even felt a bit of amusement. He wondered what means Vegeta had used to make these people act this way. Could it be that the benefits of the Frieza Force no longer attracted them? But now none of that mattered. Frieza began to gather a death ray in his hand, and those aliens in Frieza Force uniforms were instantly blown to pieces. Frieza's actions made the already terrified aliens even more so. They had begun to worry due to Vegeta's defeat. Now, with the Cosmic Emperor Frieza personally taking action to obliterate his own teammates, chaos erupted among the aliens. 99% of the people began to display all sorts of bizarre postures. The remaining 1% clearly intended to show their sincerity. Seeing this scene, Frieza's mouth curled in disdain. It seemed that those who understood the laws of the universe had already made their choice. Since you have recognized your wrongdoings, come and pay for them. Frieza returned to the ground, disappearing from the aliens' line of sight. Jinyu, according to the newly established laws, please entertain our new guests. After confirming Frieza's orders, Jinyu approached those aliens. He then began to gather his subordinate Jinyu Force and a host of henchmen. In half a day's time, all information about the resistors was recorded into Frieza's system. After half a day had passed, upon seeing that Jinyu had not killed everyone, the surrendering individuals all breathed a sigh of relief. However, what Jinyu said next left them instantly stunned. According to the galactic law established by Lord Frieza, they were required to compensate 1,000 Frieza units of resources and voluntarily participate in the android project trials. Upon hearing this news, they were instantly bewildered. Soon after, they began calculating the resources they needed to compensate through their henchmen. And Master Jinyu, according to the galactic law, we need to excavate the core of our home planet as energy for Frieza Planet's research department. Moreover, our star will also belong to Lord Frieza. We will need to pay an annual fee to use it, paying a special fee for the use of star energy to Lord Frieza. A pink-skinned alien's face instantly turned green. As his words fell, the expressions of those around him changed drastically. Although the galactic law did not specify that they needed to excavate the core, it did detail the conversion rate of Frieza units to their currency. They could only use their relatively precious cores as part of the compensation. As for the conversion rate of Frieza units, it had reached an astounding 110. For a moment, they felt that they were dying too slowly. If only they could be killed by Lord Frieza like the previous batch. Although it was not very dignified, it would spare them from compensating such ridiculous resources. However, soon a worse piece of news came from Jinyu. According to genetic comparisons, the home planets of those killed aliens needed to compensate 10 times their resources to Frieza. However, this meant that the star system they belonged to was already insufficient to repay. Unable to do anything, the Frieza force had no choice but to offer up 10 nearby star systems as compensation. The lives within those 10 star systems would all belong to the Frieza force. Thus, those aliens who had never ventured outside their star systems. Sitting at home, disaster came from the sky. According to the law, the Frieza army would send personnel to take over. The process of this matter and the subsequent handling results spread throughout the entire East Galaxy along with Frieza's galactic law. As the leader, Frieza did not need to personally handle all matters. The Super Saiyan Jinyu traversed the universe tirelessly enforcing Frieza's will. The original captain of the Jinyu force, the commander, transformed into a debt collector. He relentlessly collected debts in the universe for 2.5 years. The scope of this compensation involved a significant portion of the East Galaxy, causing the East Kaishin residing on King Kai's planet to tremble in fear. Goku's body has been occupied by that demon's subordinate. The East Galaxy has completely fallen into Frieza's plaything. In contrast to the East Kaishin's fear, a withered alien elder deep in the universe was quite excited. What? You say a powerful cosmic emperor has appeared in the East Galaxy? The withered alien instantly approached the cloaked man, reporting the information. Dabura, this can't be fake news, right? Dabura, being the king of the demon realm, naturally would not mistake this. Lord Babidi, indeed a very powerful cosmic emperor, has appeared in that corner of the East Galaxy. Babidi hesitated for 2 seconds, deciding to personally head to the East Galaxy. He had already searched the West, South, and North galaxies. If he had followed the original plan, he would have rested for about 20 years before heading to the East Galaxy to find his father's magical crystal Majin Buu. However, he decided to set off immediately. The Emperor of the East Galaxy would likely save him a significant amount of search time and resources. Frieza's claim actions set the entire Eastern Galaxy into motion. As the claim process progressed, stories of Frieza began to spread across the originally desolate and remote planets, showing signs of submission. He was still dissatisfied with the slow progress in the Eastern Galaxy. Captain Jinyu, how is the plan for the androids progressing? Frieza focused his attention on this long research project. Lord Frieza, the current android project can preliminarily incorporate energy absorption devices. The cell optimization experiments are nearing completion. Jinyu glanced at Frieza's expression, confirming that Frieza was not angry. It will take about a week to deploy the first batch of test subjects. The energy absorption device is an important part of the entire android project. Upon hearing this, Frieza initially thought the plan had no prospect, but now hearing that the deployment of the so-called test subjects would begin soon, Frieza instantly appeared in front of Jinyu from his previously relaxed sitting position. Captain Jinyu, adjust the entire research department's rewards to 10 times the original amount. Have them start deploying test subjects within 3 days. Seeing the progress of the research department, Frieza knew these guys were likely trying to increase the success rate of the experiments. However, he still enhanced the entire research department's rewards. After all, if you want the horse to run, you must feed it grass. With Frieza's orders issued, the entire research department sprang into action. The tenfold increase in rewards instantly elevated their research department to the upper echelons of the Frieza group. The deployment of the test subjects, which had not started immediately before, began instantly with units numbering in the thousands. The initial batch of surrendering aliens still had hundreds of thousands. However, considering the loyalty of this group, they still carried out a large-scale cosmic version of memory erasure. At the same time, they implemented hypnosis and a series of other methods to increase these individuals' loyalty. On the first day Frieza issued the orders, over 1,000 test subjects experienced unexpected deaths. On the second day, the laboratory deployed another 2,000 test subjects. On the third day, out of over 3,000 test subjects, only 50 cases succeeded. The combat power of the modified aliens received a tremendous boost. During the 3-day wait, Frieza found himself quite bored. This feeling was akin to waiting for endophthalm exam results during his youth. Clearly, the subordinates in the research department did not disappoint him. Jinyu at Frieza's side had his communicator flickering slightly. After a brief pause, Jinyu conveyed the latest message to Frieza. Lord Frieza, the research department has successfully produced the first batch of androids. Should we bring them to the palace? Jinyu awaited Frieza's decision. Naturally, he himself wanted to see what kind of results this so-called android project would yield. Frieza nodded slightly, signaling Jinyu to bring them over. In the research department, the individuals you are about to meet are Lord Frieza. The leader of our entire Frieza group cannot afford any mistakes. The octopus-headed alien speaking was the head of this android project. His voice was filled with excitement, and his fingers trembled slightly as he spoke, resembling a fervent fan of Frieza. With a synchronized response from the 50 test subjects, he led them towards Frieza's Great Hall. Is this the modified android? Jinyu wore a puzzled expression, seemingly unable to comprehend. He failed to detect any threat from these individuals who appeared to be the lowest forms of life on certain life-bearing planets. At this moment, the head of the android project began to explain. The gist was that the android's presence could not be sensed. To detect their presence, they would need specific detection equipment. After explaining, he took out 5 specialized devices. Frieza picked one and placed it in front of his left eye while handing the remaining devices to Jinyu and the others. 500,000 combat power. And this one has a combat power close to 10 million. The voice of discontent undoubtedly belonged to Dodoria. As the detection devices activated, Dodoria in the room couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. On the contrary, Frieza felt something was amiss. How come this batch of androids has combat power below 100 million? Hearing Frieza's words, the octopus-headed alien from the research department broke into a cold sweat. Lord Frieza, they are prototypes of the android test plan. He initially thought that the current level of androids would earn Frieza's approval. However, he did not expect that Frieza would look down on the android's combat capabilities entirely. Frieza noticed that this was merely a prototype of the android, yet it possessed such formidable combat prowess. He did not delve deeper, as the upcoming androids would still rely on them for research. Lord Frieza, the research department wishes to apply for more powerful genetic materials. The octopus-headed alien cautiously voiced his request to Frieza. Hearing this, Frieza paused slightly. He nearly forgot about this matter. The ultimate android cell was created from the genes of numerous powerful individuals, which endowed it with superlative combat capabilities, easily overpowering various Earth warriors. Although the Frieza group had provided many common resources, they did not have much in terms of powerful genes. Frieza looked at Zebon. You will send that waste of Vegeta to the research department as research material. Once the android project is completed, you will be the commander of this troop. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Zebon felt as though he was struck by immense surprise. Although he had previously heard Frieza mention management, now seeing the combat capabilities of the androids, he had already begun to have second thoughts. After all, the Frieza group valued strength above all else. Just as Zebon was still coming to terms with the situation, Frieza spoke again. While the research department is working on the androids, create a tailored transformation plan for Zebon. The combat power must not be lower than 1 billion, otherwise there would be no need for you to remain on planet Frieza. As Frieza's voice fell, Zebon felt a surge of enthusiasm. He did not expect that Lord Frieza would value him so highly. The instigator Frieza felt somewhat puzzled. He was merely accustomed to Zebon's presence. If he were to have a different subordinate, he would not be as comfortable. Thus, he chose to transform Zebon and have him manage the android army. The octopus-headed alien from the research department, upon hearing Frieza's words, was also overwhelmed with excitement. He had seen detailed information about Vegeta. He had damaged his department's building and provoked Lord Frieza. During that time, he had also clashed with the captain of the Jinyu force. If he could obtain such powerful materials, he could definitely create an army of androids with combat power exceeding 100 million or even 1 billion. With the troublesome Saiyans gone from the East Galaxy, Frieza's life gradually improved. A steady stream of resources flowed into planet Frieza. As these resources poured in, an increasing number of cyborgs were constructed. 5 years had now passed since Frieza's arrival in this world. During those 5 years, Frieza's military forces successfully underwent full-scale upgrades. Your Majesty Frieza, the Cyborg Legion, is now complete. 40% are infinite energy type, another 40% are gene-optimized type. The remaining cyborgs retain potential for further upgrades. Sabo himself had undergone the Cyborg Enhancement Program benefiting from Super Saiyan genetic integration. In his base form, Sabo's combat power now soared to an astonishing 2 billion. When transformed, it surged to a staggering 5 billion. Such overwhelming power could easily dominate vast stellar regions, or even establish an independent sovereign realm. Yet Sabo's fear of Frieza had grown more intense than ever. Even at this level, he remained utterly incapable of fathoming the true magnitude of Frieza's strength. Frieza's combat power remained an impenetrable enigma. No one had ever witnessed him unleashing his full might. Frieza watched Sabo deliver his report, a flicker of memory crossing his eyes. Back then, when Sabo faced the Cyborg Enhancement Plan, the research division had proposed two distinct pathways. One was to adopt the infinite energy type outright, propelling Sabo's power directly into the 100 billion range. The other preserved latent upgrade potential. As a trade-off, however, his initial combat power was diminished by more than half. Confronted with these two options, Sabo chose the second without hesitation. Though his strength amounted to only half the theoretical maximum, the infusion of Saiyan genetics ignited within him a profound sense of untapped potential. Over the past few years, he deliberately distanced himself from Frieza's side. Instead, he dedicated himself to conquering planet after planet in service of His Majesty Frieza. Today, Sabo had mastered the art of key manipulation. This mastery was forged in the crucible of relentless battle over recent years. Mr. Sabo, what is the current progress of the East Galaxy campaign? Hearing Frieza's inquiry, Sabo paused his report and responded immediately. Your Majesty Frieza, 90% of the East Galaxy has been secured. The remaining territories consist solely of remote, insignificant planets. Upon hearing this, Frieza instinctively calculated the implications in his mind. At this pace, subjugating the entire galaxy would require over a decade. Sensing Frieza's growing displeasure, Sabo hastily interjected to mitigate the tension. The remaining planets will be fully handed over to the Cyborg Legion, ensuring unification of the East Galaxy within 6 months. Only then did Frieza's expression soften slightly. After all, he had already waited 5 years. He could afford to wait a little longer. Sabo immediately began mobilizing the Cyborg Legion, preparing for immediate deployment. Yet elsewhere, Captain Jinyu transmitted an unexpected report. Your Majesty Frieza, among the planets under our control, one has suddenly undergone drastic transformation. The entire planetary ecosystem is suffering catastrophic collapse. Jinyu's voice carried unmistakable bewilderment. Clearly, he lacked any deep understanding of the phenomenon. Moments later, several on-site images appeared on Frieza's communications feed. Gazing upon the colossal trees depicted in the images, Frieza's expression shifted with genuine surprise. The spirit tree, this is its mature form. Legends claimed its fruit was divine sustenance. Though Frieza regarded such tales with skepticism, he felt no aversion to sampling its flavor. Seal off the 10-star systems surrounding this planet. No entry, no exit. I shall arrive personally to root out whoever dares defy my dominion. Upon issuing the command, Jinyu's forces instantly assumed defensive control of the surrounding region. Simultaneously, Jinyu contacted nearby Cyborg Legion units to assist with surveillance. Speaking of which, Jinyu found himself deeply frustrated. Since attaining Super Saiyan power, his own combat strength had surged exponentially, yet his subordinates advanced at a glacial pace. His strongest subordinate currently stood at a mere 200,000, still respectable as it matched the former elite level of the Jinyu force. Indeed, upon closer examination, even that figure surpassed the original Jinyu force's peak capabilities. And yet Sabo, the man Jinyu once dismissed as worthless, commanded an army whose soldiers each possessed combat power exceeding 1 billion, instantly rendering Jinyu's elite subordinates obsolete. As for Sabo himself, he was even more infuriating, a man who never trained yet attained 5 billion combat power, ostensibly surpassing Jinyu himself. At least so Jinyu claimed. In truth, the cyborg-enhanced Sabo could defeat Jinyu in fewer than 10 exchanges. This led Jinyu to wonder bitterly whether Frieza had abandoned both him and the Jinyu force entirely. While Jinyu's thoughts drifted, Frieza's combat units had already sealed off the entire region, and his edict had reached every planet within it. On a dying planet, dozens of lithe alien warriors exchanged words. Raditz Frieza dares seal off our region. Shall we pay him a visit on planet Frieza and teach him a lesson? Dares, the young man addressed, flicked his wrist and fired a blast of energy. These warriors knew nothing of Frieza, but he did. The Saiyans had once served Frieza. Years ago, the Saiyan prince himself had launched an assassination attempt against him. Even Super Saiyan Vegeta had been thoroughly subdued by Frieza, and yet they still dreamed of killing him. Worse, dares and his ragtag band fell far short of Super Saiyan capability. Indeed, in the years following Vegeta's defeat, rumors had spread, particularly accounts describing Vegeta's pseudo-Super Saiyan transformation. Those reports led dares to conclude that Vegeta truly was the legendary Super Saiyan. His subordinates, caught unawares by the sudden assault, had no time to react, losing an arm in an instant. Yet he showed no panic, merely retrieving a fruit from his robes. He swiftly changed the subject, turning instead to events of recent years. Dares, what was that mysterious magic array we encountered years ago? As their leader, Dares remembered that incident most vividly. After conquering a planet, an unstable magic array had suddenly manifested in the sky above it. Within its shimmering veil, the silhouette of a cloaked figure loomed, an oppressive presence that sent chills down Dare's spine. Without hesitation, he detonated the entire planet. The cataclysmic explosion shattered the magic array. Securing seeds of the spirit tree, he fled with his men. As their ship pierced the planet's atmosphere, curses echoed in his ears. They spoke of someone named Babidi, who would soon arrive in the East Galaxy to deal with them. Dares, however, dismissed such warnings as inconsequential. The figure of Frieza quickly appeared in the area where the Tree of Spirit once manifested. Seeing the desolation of this place, he couldn't help but gasp slightly. What happened? Wasn't the growth of the Tree of Spirit supposed to require a planet with better conditions? Frieza began to doubt whether his judgment was flawed, but he quickly shook his head. Since he was here, he naturally had to conduct a search. Captain Jinyu, how many life-bearing planets are there in this area? Lord Frieza, there are 302 life-bearing planets in this region. In that case, let's search them one by one. It's been a while since I've seen fireworks. As Frieza's voice fell, Jinyu nodded without hesitation. He then began to deploy the actions of Frieza's army, preparing for the search. Hundreds of thousands of Frieza's army were divided into 302 small battalions. They set off toward all the planets, ready to find the existence that interested Frieza. Jinyu looked at the emblem representing Frieza's army on the communication device and began to formulate a plan. Although they were already familiar with these planets, some might occasionally harbor self-proclaimed advanced alien races. However, all of this was futile in the face of Frieza's army. With the entire battle group in motion, one planet after another fell. Next came a carpet search for all suspected targets. The desolate planet also caught the attention of Dales. Damn, has Frieza lost his mind? He actually sent his own army to destroy his own planet. As he spoke, Dallas' face was filled with pain. With the miraculous unknown seeds, he believed that if he could digest these planets, he could also reach the level of a Super Saiyan. But now he could only watch helplessly as those planets were destroyed. As time passed, Dales grew more anxious. Lord Frieza, there are only 10 planets left to search. Jinyu reported the latest situation to Frieza according to the usual practice. Frieza yawned in boredom, a hint of regret in his eyes. Was there no fate between me and the fruit of the Tree of Spirit? But soon the latest battle report reached Jinyu's ears. It turned out that one of the 10 planets had suddenly erupted with a group of aliens whose combat power reached hundreds of thousands. And their leader's combat power had reached an astonishing 3 million. Just as he was troubled about whether to report this news to Frieza, Frieza's gaze fell upon him. Captain Jinyu, could it be that our search plan has encountered some unexpected situation? The android army has captured a group of rebellious aliens, and their combat power far exceeds the average level of that planet. After Jinyu finished speaking, he projected the images of Dales and others. Oh, Frieza looked at the long-tailed young man in the image and then at Jinyu beside him. Goodness, these two actually look exactly the same. Bring them along to this planet. With Frieza's command, the android army quickly brought the Saiyan and his group before Frieza. An hour later, Dales, a pure-blood Saiyan, achieved a tremendous power boost through the seeds of the Tree of Spirit. Dales, who stood before Frieza, trembled all over. How could Frieza know his information, and so in detail? In an instant, his gaze swept over his subordinates. Did someone betray him to Frieza and provide his information? Seeing that Dales did not answer his question, immediately a red energy beam appeared in Frieza's hand. It melted Dallas' left arm in an instant, while the unfortunate soul behind him was pierced through the heart by the aftermath. Can we talk properly now? The intense pain in his body constantly reminded Dales of his current predicament. I am Dales, a Saiyan, but I do not know what the fruit of the Tree of Spirit is. My power increase relies on an unknown seed. After weighing the gap in power, Dales made the right decision. Frieza nodded in satisfaction. Clearly his thoughts were not wrong. Dallas' hidden palm, however, was tightly clenched. Although there was no violent motion, it proved that he was not at peace inside. Jinyu stepped forward and quickly stripped Dales of his clothes. Due to the differing views of the aliens and Earthlings, Jinyu himself did not feel that there was anything wrong with his actions. However, Frieza couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable upon seeing this. Lord Frieza, I found a seed the size of a palm. Jinyu presented his findings before Frieza. Frieza sighed slightly. Jinyu, you truly are capable. Upon seeing the seed in Jinyu's hand, Dallas' expression instantly turned grim. His previous strength was all brought about by this seed. As an exiled Saiyan, he had not undergone formal training. The information he obtained about Saiyans in his mind was very basic. So now he felt that his life was shrouded in darkness. Jinyu, don't you think this Saiyan looks just like you? Seeing that the seeds of the Tree of Spirit were in hand, Frieza turned his attention to other matters. Jinyu stepped forward, taking a closer look at Dales. Lord Frieza, I am bigger than this Saiyan. Was that the question? The air fell silent for a second, and Frieza decided to steer the conversation back to the seed of the Tree of Spirit. These aliens have decent combat power. Let's send them all to the research department. Their arrival is just right to serve as materials for the next batch of androids. As his words fell, it was the usual practice. Several minions stepped forward and injected 2 kinds of potions. Jinyu, plant this seed. Jinyu hesitated for a moment, but still planted the seed of the Tree of Spirit without hesitation. Seconds later, the seed quickly sprouted. The energy of the entire planet began to continuously converge toward this area. In Frieza's view, the seed, just breaking through the ground, kept growing taller. The combat units of Frieza's group had never witnessed such a scene. Instinctively, they gathered around Frieza, ready to resist any potential surprises. Frieza naturally noticed this small action. In his heart, he felt a bit pleased. It seemed that after these years, Frieza's army had undergone considerable changes. 30 minutes later, the original seed had transformed into a towering giant tree. At the top of the tree crown, more than a dozen seeds of the Tree of Spirit gradually appeared. Looking at this miraculous scene before him, Frieza's eyes sparkled. Is this the power possessed by the deities of this world? Creating life and destroying planets. For a moment, Frieza felt as if he had grasped something. His once subdued aura surged wildly. The androids around him felt fear for the first time. Frieza suddenly appeared at the position of the tree crown, plucking a fruit from the Tree of Spirit. It tastes quite good. The fruit of the Spirit Tree, although not limited to just one, loses its effectiveness significantly after the second one is consumed. After eating the first fruit of the Spirit Tree, Frieza still picked another one. Sure enough, the second fruit of the Spirit Tree, apart from its taste, had no appeal whatsoever. Frieza looked at the fruit before him with a hint of disdain. He clearly could not accept the flaws of the Spirit Tree. The issue of the first fruit being the most effective left him speechless. Jinyu, gather all these Spirit Tree fruits. The enhancement brought by the Spirit Tree fruits was far too minimal for him. The remaining fruits were better used to improve the combat power of his subordinates. Jinyu's figure flickered among the canopy of the Spirit Tree, and with his movements, all the Spirit Tree fruits were harvested. In a spatial vortex deep within the galaxy, Bibidai, who had been blown up years ago by a teleportation magic array, spat viciously. Due to the influence of the controlled vortex, it was unclear which unfortunate dimension would inexplicably suffer from Bibidai's saliva. Dabura, this time we must kill that damned universe being. Initially, the actions of Dorius that detonated the planet caused severe interference to the soon-to-be-completed magic array. In the end, it collapsed directly, sending them into an unknown spatial vortex. Caught off guard, they suffered greatly in this spatial tunnel. Up until now, they had finally found a way back to the galaxy. With a wave of his hands, Bibidi slowly formed a magic array. The array emitted a hazy glow. The 2 individuals near the magic array were instantly disintegrated by the emitted light. Meanwhile, on Frieza planet in the eastern galaxy, 2 hazy figures gradually coalesced in the air. Through their visible outlines, it was evident that they were Bibidi and the Demon King Dabura. The arrival of the 2 instantly drew the attention of Frieza planet. The entire Frieza army quickly mobilized surrounding these 2 unexpected guests. Bibidi looked at the surrounding Frieza army and cast a glance at Dabura. Right now we have no combat power to speak of. You go and clean up these small fries. Upon hearing Bibidi's words, Dabura let out a sinister laugh. The emblem on his face seemed to quiver slightly. Dabura's aura erupted in an instant. Frieza's combat units with a power level of less than 100 fell to the ground in an instant. Bibidi looked at the numerous universe beings lying in pools of blood, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Jinyu, who stayed behind on Frieza planet, was rushing over in a panic. He had been in the research department hoping the researchers could upgrade his cyborg technology. However, before he could even complete half of it, the alarm on Frieza planet had already sounded. He rushed over with all his speed, but it was in vain. Upon arriving at the scene, he saw the Frieza army sprawled on the ground. Among those present, there were only two unfamiliar universe beings engaged in conversation. The two completely ignored the arrival of Sabo. To them, the modified cyborg Sabo had no combat power. Seeing the other parties disdain Sabo's figure instantly vanished from his spot. Sabo reappeared in front of Dabura, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Dabura's body stumbled back uncontrollably for several steps. His expression turned ugly. He couldn't believe that he had been repelled by such a weakling. The events unfolded too rapidly for Bibidi to change his expression in time. While Sabo and Dabura clash, Frieza also received the alert from Frieza planet. Frieza's expression darkened. How could there still be people seeking trouble on Frieza planet in the Eastern Galaxy? Did they not know that the Frieza forces were about to become the rulers of the Eastern Galaxy? Frieza signaled Jinyu and the others to complete their tasks as quickly as possible. His aura slightly heightened, and he sensed the presence of strong beings throughout the Eastern Galaxy. When his attention turned to Frieza planet, he unexpectedly detected two unfamiliar auras. Frieza instinctively frowned, clearly puzzled. How could such powerful beings appear in the Eastern Galaxy at this stage? As he pondered, his figure vanished from the spot. No matter where you came from, those who provoke the Frieza force must die. On Frieza planet, Frieza's figure reappeared. Frieza's gaze fell upon the two individuals engaged in battle. What was happening? How could Sabo be beaten to the point of not being able to lift his head? The two combatants were high in the air. Dabura continuously shot energy blasts from his hands, and the powerful impact kept tossing Sabo around. The energy absorption device on Sabo had already reached its limit. However, the opponent's attacks clearly maintained a unique rhythm. How humiliating. Frieza inwardly scolded this embarrassing situation. He ignored the struggling Sabo and focused his gaze on a withered old man. Bibidi. The son of Bibidi. Although Frieza was inquiring about Bibidi, his tone was quite certain. There was no way this guy's characteristics were too obvious. Are you the cosmic emperor of the Eastern Galaxy, Frieza? Bibidi completely ignored the murderous intent emanating from Frieza and spoke nonchalantly. This attitude from Bibidi made Frieza shiver. Could it be that this was the demeanor that a villain should have? But soon he discarded this boring thought. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a planet-destroying blast that enveloped the area where Bibidi was located. Bibidi, who was about to say something, finally ceased to appear as casual as before. He quickly began to set up a magic array while seeking help from Dabura. Having roamed the universe, Bibidi clearly overestimated Frieza's grace. He never expected that the opponent would directly unleash a powerful attack. Dabura, who was toying with Sabo, immediately abandoned him. Dabura's figure instantaneously appeared next to Bibidi. Sensing the immense power of the planet-destroying blast, he gritted his teeth and fully revealed his own strength. An evil aura began to envelop both him and Bibidi. At the same time, the planet-destroying blast had already approached them. With a violent explosion, smoke billowed everywhere. After a long moment seated within the energy shield, Bibidi controlled Dabura's broken body, appearing in Frieza's line of sight. With such little combat power, you have the courage to come to Frieza planet. Seeing that Bibidi was still alive, Frieza gathered energy in his hands once again. A new form of the planet-destroying blast emerged, seemingly intending to strike once more. Bibidi assessed the strength of the energy shield and the incapacitated Dabura. He decisively gave up resistance, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He then began to chant ancient magic, causing Frieza nearby to tremble slightly. He felt his dark thoughts instantly ignited, and the power within him surged dramatically. In an instant, Frieza's appearance underwent a tremendous transformation. His originally interwoven blue and white body began to faintly emit a golden glow. The letter M slowly appeared on Frieza's forehead. Seeing the emblem on Frieza's forehead, a smile returned to Bibidi's face. Such a powerful warrior will surely help me find Majin Buu more quickly. As he fantasized about a bright future, Frieza's laughter interrupted his thoughts. Just then, the system that had been silent for 5 years activated once more. Sensing the intrusion of foreign mental energy and the passive potential being developed, the system automatically eliminated its side effects. With the end of the system prompt, Frieza felt the power within him surge several times. The large M that had just appeared on his forehead gradually faded away. His focus shifted to the system where the original status of current evolution progress had changed. The progress, which was at 20%, had now unexpectedly reached 40%. Frieza clenched his fists and looked once more towards Babidi. Noticing Frieza's gaze turn towards him and seeing that the emblem on his forehead was gradually returning to normal, Babidi felt a moment of panic. Impossible, how could my magic fail? Seeing the fragile and shocked expression on Babidi's face, Frieza paid no mind to it. In the 7th universe, one must always be prepared to be eliminated at any moment. Especially as a villain, this is a point that should always be remembered. However, Babidi's reaction was clearly somewhat out of place. But it doesn't matter, as the Cosmic King of the Eastern Galaxy in the 7th universe, Frieza would certainly take the time to enlighten this new acquaintance on these fundamental truths. Frieza brought the battered Dabra and the somewhat flustered Babidi to his grand hall. Observing their disheveled appearance, Frieza began to ponder how to deal with these two. In Babidi's hands lay the legacy of Babidi. Dabra was the demon realm king of this world, commanding vast territories. While this would not enhance the combat power of Frieza's forces, these areas could serve as training grounds for his army. As for Babidi, he was even more valuable. The existence of Majin Buu undoubtedly attracted Frieza's interest. That artificially created monster possessed formidable regenerative abilities. Moreover, he had the ability to absorb and assimilate carrying remnants of the previous Supreme Kai. This Majin Buu was practically a treasure walking the earth. Unfortunately, in the original world, he was directly defeated by Kakarot and the others. Only a seemingly dim-witted Fat Buu remained. Although later Kakarot caused the evil part of Majin Buu to reincarnate on Earth. However, after becoming an Earthling, Majin Buu's powers essentially vanished. Such waste indeed. In Frieza's eyes, this was a tremendous waste. Babidi and Dabra observed Frieza, who wore a gloomy expression and occasionally let out a sinister laugh. They felt a chill at the back of their necks, and their faces clouded over. This cosmic king who ruled the entire Eastern Galaxy could not possibly have a mental illness, Babidi maliciously speculated in his heart. However, Frieza was completely unaware of this. Although he had successfully defeated these two, he had no idea how to acquire the power held by their subordinates. If he straightforwardly told Babidi that he desired Majin Buu, this fellow would likely become unyielding without hesitation. Once he exposed his needs, he would fall into a disadvantage. Thus, after a bout of eerie laughter, Frieza quietly observed the two beneath him. Cosmic King Frieza, how do you plan to deal with us? As time passed, Babidi and the others began to struggle with the tension. Before long, he spoke up and asked directly, "You should not be in the Eastern Galaxy region, yet here you are." Frieza did not continue speaking, but paused instead. Babidi's face went blank, clearly taken aback. Frieza surprisingly did not deal with them immediately, but instead inquired why they had appeared in this area. This unexpected turn left Babidi, who had initially planned to resist, momentarily at a loss. "We searched the entire galaxy, leaving only the Eastern Galaxy unchecked. We originally intended to." As Babidi explained, Frieza came to understand the reason. It turned out the issue here stemmed from him. Originally, although Frieza was called the Cosmic King of the Eastern Galaxy, he only controlled a few hundred planets. Moreover, most of those planets had already been sold off. For Babidi and his group, conquering Frieza would yield insufficient gains. Instead of spending time conquering this young ice demon, it would be more beneficial to conquer a dark creature instead. But now it was different. With Frieza's actions, the entire Eastern Galaxy region had nearly fallen under his control. This changed their perspective, as acquiring such support would greatly expedite their search for Majin Buu. When he reached this point, Babidi clearly prepared to say more. However, he soon stopped. What did he say? Majin Buu. That was a terrifying demon from a distant era that disrupted the order of the entire universe. Although Frieza was the Cosmic King of the Eastern Galaxy, who knew what his attitude toward Majin Buu was. Due to the complex relationship between Majin Buu and himself, he held great admiration for Majin Buu. He even regarded the demon created by his father as the most powerful being in the universe. Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain flashed in Frieza's eyes. It was as if he looked down on Babidi's admiration for Majin Buu, as well as having absolute confidence in his own power. Observing Frieza's attitude towards Majin Buu, Babidi's previously anxious feelings completely vanished. This old fellow began to prepare to deceive Frieza, unconsciously exaggerating the power of the artificial monster Buu again. It seemed he had other plans, yet Frieza merely smiled without speaking. Villains in this world always do this, mistaking their petty cleverness for wisdom. As expected, it did not escape Frieza's expectation. Babidi quickly changed his tone, stating that Majin Buu could serve Frieza, helping him unify the entire universe and allowing Frieza to ascend from the Cosmic King of the Eastern Galaxy. To fully become the Cosmic King of the Galaxy and even the entire universe. Frieza bored poured himself a glass of red wine, his demeanor clearly indicating disbelief in Babidi claims. At this moment, Babidi finally revealed his true intentions. Frieza, I need you to accept the Frieza army and some energy to activate Majin Buu. As long as you hand these over to me, I will return to you the most powerful warrior in the universe. Babidi's face was filled with respect, as if he had already been completely won over by Frieza. However, inside Babidi was furiously cursing the entire ice demon race. Frieza looked at the somewhat unreliable shriveled old man before him, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. All right, go bring what you call the strongest monster to planet Frieza. Let me see just how powerful an ancient demon truly is. The two conniving individuals thus began their plans. Frieza knew that if he let this fellow explore on his own, he would likely spend a considerable amount of time, and even then whether he could find it would be questionable. Thus he deployed his army directly near Earth. Let's start exploring from this desolate planet. At the same time, Frieza's gaze once again turned to Babidi. This glance made Babidi's heart shiver. This guy wasn't having second thoughts, was he? But before he could voice his doubts, he heard Frieza speak again. You must hand over your detector or magic circle to the Frieza army. Otherwise, relying solely on their abilities, they will probably not find that so-called Majin Buu very easily. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Babidi finally placed his heart back in his chest. With the alliance between Babidi and Frieza now sealed, both Babidi and Dabura were sent for medical treatment. Kick you how much longer until you reach planet Frieza? Only after settling these matters did Frieza recall Kikyu's existence. Earlier he had rushed back to planet Frieza in haste, but now they remained on the planet where the spirit tree stood. On the other end of the transmission, Kikyu froze upon hearing Frieza's voice. Before departing, Frieza's final command had been to gather spirit fruits. Yet now Frieza was asking when they would return to planet Frieza, clearly unaware of the existence of instant transmission. Drawing on his professional discipline, Kikyu swiftly regained his composure. He immediately calculated the estimated travel time required to reach planet Frieza. Your Majesty Frieza, at the current efficiency of the latest Frieza standard starship, the journey will take approximately 3 days. Having spoken, Kikyu's expression tightened slightly with tension. 3 days, though not excessively long, still struck Kikyu as uncomfortably protracted. Frieza, however, reacted with genuine surprise. What had happened? He hadn't monitored the Frieza force's fleet advancements for years, yet their vessels had evidently undergone a dramatic upgrade. After brief contemplation, Frieza tersely instructed Kikyu to expedite his return. Staring at the abruptly severed transmission, Kikyu's face paled further. Had Frieza commanded him to arrive within 2 days, he might have breathed easier. But Frieza had issued no explicit deadline, making the silence far more ominous. Kikyu's expression darkened instantly. He shot forward, sprinting toward the newest starship. Hurry, bring me the latest vessel at once. Plot a course for planet Frieza. Now, immediately, without delay. As Kikyu's voice rang out, the lower-ranking soldiers erupted into chaos. One by one, starships rapidly assembled before him. Kikyu surveyed the formation without uttering a word. He boarded one vessel, ignited its engines, and launched toward planet Frieza. Commander Kikyu, what are our orders? Watching Kikyu's ship vanish into the distance, the remaining troops stood bewildered. When Kikyu had earlier ordered them to assemble their vessels, he had offered no explanation. Now, having departed in silence, his abrupt departure rendered their frantic preparations faintly absurd. The vessel accelerated swiftly, breaching the planet's atmosphere. Gazing at the receding world, Kikyu recalled his subordinates. All unit members, proceed with the original planetary conquest plan. Though Frieza had issued no directive, Kikyu knew well Frieza's 2/3 timing principle, and concluded that completing the mission without delay was the wisest course. His earlier estimate of 3 days had been conservative. Indeed, standard single-pilot craft required precisely that duration, but at maximum velocity the voyage could be completed in just 2.5 days. The original 3-day timeline had accounted for optimal comfort and safety, factors Kikyu could no longer afford to consider. He pushed the vessel's speed to its absolute limit. Having set an automatic wake-up timer, Kikyu entered cryosleep. Meanwhile, Frieza, having received Kikyu's status report, knew his arrival would be delayed. He immediately turned his attention to his stronghold and inwardly lamented the scarcity of loyal, capable subordinates. At that moment, Dabura, his external injuries nearly healed, followed Babidi into Frieza's palace. Your Majesty, Frieza surveillance devices have already been deployed among your forces. When shall we commence the search for Majin Buu? Babidi adopted a posture of deference, yet Frieza paid it no mind. My forces have already initiated the search. I trust results will emerge shortly. After another round of hollow pleasantries, Babidi withdrew from the palace with Dabura in tow. Frieza watched Dabura's retreating figure, and for a fleeting moment envy flickered across his features. At this juncture Dabura was the ideal subordinate, yet fate had bound him irrevocably to Babidi. Through sorcery Babidi had forged Dabura's absolute unwavering loyalty, leaving no room for destiny to align him with Frieza. With Kikyu absent and portions of the Frieza force resuming the hunt for Majin Buu, Frieza redirected his focus to the android project to assess recent progress. In an instant he vanished, reappearing within the research division's testing facility. Alarms blared, but upon confirmation by security personnel the alert was swiftly rescinded. Guided by the octopus-headed chief scientist, Frieza entered the facility's innermost chamber. Your Majesty, Frieza, this is our most advanced, fully refined android model. This life form appears to resemble an Earthling, Frieza remarked, his tone uncertain yet probing. Hearing Frieza's words, the lead scientist seized the opening without hesitation. Precisely, Your Majesty. This prototype was retrieved from Earth by the Kikyu Special Task Force. Our team has since perfected and upgraded it. With a gesture, he signaled his researchers to awaken the two test subjects. 2 minutes passed. Then in unison, both figures opened their eyes. A specialized combat power scanner suspended nearby whirred to life. Its display surged upward, rapidly surpassing the 100 million threshold. And still the numbers climbed, frenzied, unrestrained. Frieza studied the staggering readings and the uncanny resemblance between the two subjects. A sudden flash of recognition lit his mind, and the corner of his mouth lifted in quiet amusement. My apologies. I'd only ever seen you in formal attire before. Seeing you now unadorned and unguarded, I confess I almost failed to recognize you. You must be androids 17 and 18, the very pair who humbled Prince Vegeta. Release them. If they're truly complete, there's no reason to keep them confined here. The octopus-headed scientist dared not object, and swiftly deactivated all restraints. Now liberated, the two androids turned and laid eyes upon Frieza. Implanted false memories surged forth, overwhelming their consciousness. After a few stunned seconds, they strode forward in perfect unison, bowing deeply before Frieza, hands clasped in the formal salute of the Frieza Force. Within their fabricated recollections, they were grievously wounded Frieza Force soldiers, whose survival had hinged upon volunteering for the android project. Frieza observed them with evident satisfaction. He had assumed the android project had reached the zenith of its first phase. Progress beyond that point seemed unlikely. Yet here stood an unforeseen triumph, an unexpected boon beyond all expectation. The emergence of the two androids significantly bolstered the upper echelon of Frieza's army, a development that greatly pleased Frieza. Now at last his forces began to resemble a true Imperial Legion. Previously Frieza's army had been little more than a handful of elite warriors, Kikyu Zarbin and the modestly enhanced android contingent, whose collective strength barely scraped past the threshold of adequacy. Once the Majin Buu threat emerged, that fragile balance would inevitably collapse. The arrival of androids 17 and 18, however, promised to expand Frieza's operational reach exponentially. Since their modifications are complete, I shall take them with me. Frieza gestured for the two to prepare themselves before departing in his wake. They nodded silently as lab technicians handed each a standard-issue uniform of Frieza's military. Nearby, the octopus-headed chief turned his gaze toward Frieza. His expression wavered, hesitant, uncertain how to proceed. Frieza's eyes narrowed, edged with unmistakable impatience. Lord Frieza, the chief began carefully. During our analysis of the android data archives, we uncovered a previously shelved design schematic, one that theoretically pushes artificial life forms to their absolute physiological apex. At those words, an image flashed unbidden through Frieza's mind, a speckled, monstrous silhouette. If a superior prototype exists, initiate full-scale development immediately. That such a trivial matter warranted direct consultation revealed grave deficiencies in leadership. Clearly, this chief required replacement. Otherwise, every trifling detail, from crumbs to capillaries, would demand his personal attention, leaving him no time for governance at all. He stood silent for several heartbeats before speaking again. Lord Frieza, the theoretical combat capacity of this specimen exceeds all current androids by orders of magnitude, and its growth ceiling is incalculably higher. Frieza almost laughed aloud. How quaint, that his own subordinate should tremble at the thought of a being stronger than himself. Proceed without delay, and complete it swiftly. Could a mere android named Cell truly surpass him? Moreover, this android was born solely from his laboratories on planet Frieza, yet none of Frieza's own Frost Demon cells had been incorporated into its genetic matrix. It contained only Saiyan DNA and assorted inferior cellular substrates. How could such a construct ever eclipse his might? Should it prove uncontrollable, the planet itself could be reduced to stardust. Without Frost Demon physiology, interplanetary deployment remained impossible. With Frieza's explicit approval, the Cell Project surged to the forefront of departmental priorities. Meanwhile, androids 17 and 18 donned their newly issued Frieza Force combat uniforms, each augmented with Saiyan's cellular integration. This ensured both formidable baseline power and extraordinary evolutionary potential. Frieza observed them with quiet satisfaction. Indeed, their bearing now resonated perfectly with the austere grandeur of Frieza's legion. Clad in regimental armor, they bore almost no resemblance to their former selves. That stark transformation stirred something like admiration in Frieza's gaze. Upon returning to his palace, he turned his thoughts to their formal designation. After 2 hours of deliberation, he shook his head faintly. All senior command posts within the Frieza Force had long since been assigned. Though he could appoint them as divisional commanders, their power rendered such roles laughably inadequate, a waste of transcendent talent. You need not rejoin the Frieza Force. Remain here on planet Frieza, as my personal guard. At Frieza's decree, the dormant system activated once more. Congratulations. Frieza Force has recruited 2 attire potential operatives. Loyalty enhancement items 2 granted. Frieza raised an eyebrow, astonished. 2 such items delivered without condition. He studied the androids closely. Satisfactory. Their base loyalty already registered at 80%. Proof that the implanted false memories held firm. Not absolute like Kikyu's unwavering devotion, yet remarkably robust. 2 days later, Kikyu's vessel descended upon planet Frieza, docking smoothly at the orbital port before its commander hastened toward the sovereign's palace. Within the throne chamber, Frieza idly swirled crimson wine in his crystal goblet, flanked by the 2 androids, each bearing an ornate tray of confections. Kikyu, taken aback by this unfamiliar tableau, swiftly activated his specialized combat skin device, its readings flashing wildly across the display. His brow twitched involuntarily. Remarkable. 2 new peers whose power eclipsed even his own. Lord Frieza, Kikyu declared, my forces have commenced the final campaign. Soon your majesty shall reign unchallenged over the entire Eastern Galaxy. A faint knowing smile curved Frieza's lips. That matter is secondary. You are hereby entrusted with a singular assignment. As Frieza spoke, mission parameters materialized instantly in Kikyu's neural interface. Locate the Majin Buu. Begin at the Soul System. Though startled by the directive, Kikyu bowed deeply. Such an order from Frieza demanded nothing less than absolute execution. Hardly pausing to catch his breath after landing, Kikyu departed anew, his ship veering toward the distant Soul System. No sooner had he left than Babiti's aged visage reappeared. Grateful for your majesty's support, we intend to journey personally to that world. Dual search teams will surely expedite Buu's discovery. Frieza chuckled aloud, amused. So the sorcerer sought escape under the guise of cooperation. My forces shall handle the operation. You and your entourage shall remain on planet Frieza, awaiting the triumphant report. At Frieza's words, the 2 androids moved as one, releasing their concealed power in a single devastating surge. Babidi and Dubra froze, stunned. How could Frieza have acquired such overwhelming reinforcements in so short a time? Babidi bristled with envy. Dubra, however, seethed inwardly, his pride wounded beyond endurance. How could these androids dwarf his might? Had the Lord of the Demon Realm truly fallen so far? Before Babiti's astonished eyes, Demon King Dubra lunged violently at the androids. Frieza watched, unmoved, unimpeded. Enhanced to perfection, the androids clearly outclassed Dubra. If he wished to test them, Frieza would grant him that privilege. Frieza vanished, then reappeared elsewhere. Dubra's energy barrage erupted toward the androids, a storm of volatile force. Yet as the blasts neared, they converged seamlessly into the androids' palms, leaving not a ripple, not a tremor in the air. Before Dubra could utter a word, Android 17 spoke first. 17, you absorbed most of that energy. I only caught 40 units. That's rather greedy of you. Android 17 shrugged. Next time I'll let you have it all. Their banter carried no trace of deference, no acknowledgement of Dubra's sovereignty whatsoever. From this brief exchange, Frieza gauged their relative strengths precisely. Android 17 approximated 5 times Dubra's power, 18 nearly threefold. Dubra stood motionless, gazing numbly at his own hands utterly erased from their awareness. His lips moved soundlessly, repeating only one word: impossible. In the solar system, the Legion under Frieza had been searching this area for a week. However, they still had no clues about Majin Buu. It was as if Majin Buu did not exist in this region at all. Lord Jinyu, the search of the solar system is nearly complete. The only life form left unsearched seems to be a planet called Earth. Since we know there's a life planet left unsearched, why are we just standing here? Jinyu, already somewhat irritated, became even more annoyed after hearing his subordinate's report. After speaking, Jinyu turned and walked towards his personal spaceship. A small minion hurried to keep up with Jinyu's pace. Speaking of which, the body I currently possess is that of a Saiyan named Kakarot from Earth. After the incident of Vegeta invading Frieza's planet, he had also learned about the Saiyans. A sinister smile crossed Jinyu's face. After destroying you, I will destroy the planet you live on. Alas, I am truly sorry. Following Jinyu's actions, the members of Frieza's army quickly followed suit. The dark and ominous Frieza army advanced toward Earth. Goku, who had just been fully revived for 2 years, suddenly raised his head. His figure vanished behind the Baozi mountain, leaving a giant farming tool spinning in place. Through his sense of aura, Goku predicted the direction from which the enemy might come. He swiftly arrived at that location, waiting for their arrival. The martial artists on Earth did not possess Goku's powerful strength, but they soon appeared beside him within a few minutes. After exchanging greetings, Goku solemnly shared the information he had. The enemies that are attacking us have a familiar aura. I can sense the presence of Frieza's army among them. There was one thing Goku did not say: he sensed Jinyu's aura. The one who had killed him through special means and occupied his body. After being revived, he had almost been mistaken for an invader by Krillin and others. He had to use the Dragon Balls a second time to completely regain his own body. The Frieza army, led by Jinyu, quickly arrived outside Earth. The evil aura caused the native inhabitants to feel immense pressure. Frieza's spaceship did not land on Earth. Instead, it hovered in midair with combat units rapidly spreading across the sky. Looking at the dark crowd, Krillin and Yamcha broke out in a cold sweat. There were so many enemies, and they sensed hundreds of lethal threats. Amidst the throng, Jinyu slowly appeared before them. Goku. Krillin could not help but exclaim upon seeing that familiar face. The remaining people were also in disbelief. If it weren't for confirming Goku's presence right beside them, they might have rushed in to surround him immediately. Saiyan, your body is quite useful. I, Jinyu, am very satisfied. What do you think of this matter? As Jinyu finished speaking, Goku's eyes turned red in an instant. The memories from the trip to Namek surged back into his mind. Jinyu had initially been unaware of Goku's existence, but upon exiting the spaceship, he saw this scene. Jinyu could not help but confirm the other party's reaction through mockery. While seeing those red eyes and the overwhelming killing intent, he realized this guy was definitely the Saiyan from Namek. Goku's aura suddenly began to surge, reaching nearly 1,000,000 in an instant. Seeing the enraged Saiyan, Jinyu flexed his wrist. It seems the plan to search for Majin Buu needs to be slightly delayed. Only by eliminating these few minions can we better execute the task. Jinyu's body appeared before Goku, gazing at Goku's distorted and contorted face. A laser abruptly appeared in Jinyu's hand, resembling Frieza's death beam. Oh, is that your companion? How did his heart get pierced? Goku, who had already prepared for defense, was suddenly jolted. His neck turned rigidly, and he saw Krillin's heart had been pierced. The little bald head's face lost all color, and his body began to uncontrollably fall toward the ground. Seeing Krillin's death, everyone became enraged. This so-called Jinyu actually killed Krillin in an instant. Goku's pupils slightly dilated and tears streamed down his face. Memories of his time with Krillin continuously invaded his mind. The two had trained under Master Roshi together, engaging in various comedic training. As Goku's aura began to become chaotic, golden lightning started to envelop his surroundings. Seeing this scene, Jinyu couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest. Oh, how familiar this scene is. The only time I've experienced such a change was when I was guided by Frieza. I could already master this form when Vegeta invaded. Thus, Jinyu thought this was the first time he had seen someone other than himself mastering such power. At that time, his combat power had increased 50-fold. The immense boost in combat power had instantly made him the second strongest in Frieza's army. However, Jinyu quickly let out a long breath. That powerful aura seemed to have stopped growing. His hair also transformed into a Super Saiyan form, gradually ceasing its change. Goku, having lost his rationality, held on to a single thought: to protect Earth and kill the invader before him. In the final second before Goku charged, Jinyu's expression underwent a dramatic change. Jinyu, with his golden hair and blue eyes, emitted an aura that sent Goku flying. Impossible. After being blasted away by Jinyu, Goku regained a bit of his rationality. He couldn't understand why Jinyu's power was so immense. If Vegeta were here, he would definitely shout, Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan appearing once every 1,000 years. Unfortunately, Goku had no recollection of Super Saiyans. In his mind, he instinctively began to use the Kaioken. The red aura instantly enveloped his body. Just as he clenched his fist, a terrifying pressure suddenly bore down on him. The newly mastered form abruptly collapsed. The red aura of the Kaioken began to flicker uncertainly. The pain radiating from his body caused him to convulse uncontrollably. Following that, Goku's combat power rapidly declined. Watching this scene, Jinyu couldn't help but laugh. Is this it? Just this? After regaining his composure, Jinyu began issuing orders. Kill all these Earthlings. After saying this, he lifted Goku, who was not far away. This action exacerbated Goku's injuries. The sudden scream almost made Jinyu release an energy blast. Trash is still trash. Even with this much time, you still can't keep up with my pace. After saying this, Jinyu tossed Goku's body into the air. Several energy blasts engulfed Goku's body. The remaining Earth martial artists were momentarily in disbelief. The strongest among them, Earth's Hope Goku, had died once again, seemingly at the hands of the same person. Unable to withstand this immense shock, the Earth martial artist resistance sharply diminished. Report Lord Jinyu, all targets have been eliminated. Jinyu nodded. The remaining pests can be ignored. You all should quickly search for Majin Buu's whereabouts. The orders of King Frieza are what matter most. At this moment, Piccolo from the Heavenly Temple turned pale. Was this the enemy Goku faced on Namek? He was simply powerless to resist. Originally planning to make an appearance at a crucial moment, Piccolo now wished to preserve his life. I'm sorry, Dragon Balls. Although I don't want to use you, you wouldn't want Goku to just vanish, would you? Piccolo knew he couldn't rely too much on the Dragon Balls, but right now he had no choice but to draw on their power. As the cleanup operation concluded, the Jinyu force sprang into action. In an instant, the entire Earth was swiftly divided by the members of the Jinyu force. The indigenous people of the Earth began to panic. In West City, within Bulma's luxurious Villa, Bulma and Brief quickly hid with their essential materials. Due to the completeness of the facilities in their home, and the Jinyu force's objective of gathering information on Majin Buu, the Brief family managed to escape the slaughter of the Jinyu force. However, the Earthlings scattered across the balloons were not so fortunate. By this time, they had no chance to escape. The Jinyu force faced these people, unleashing energy blasts one after another. In an instant, the entire Earth was filled with cries of despair. Jinyu himself was also involved in the fray. With his formidable combat strength and terrifying speed far beyond the norm, the search operation on Earth progressed at an accelerated rate. 2 hours later, the energy detection device in Jinyu's hand suddenly changed. This energy detector, specifically designed to collect data on Majin Buu, reacted for the first time. Jinyu instantly reduced his speed and began to narrow the search area. At the same time, he ordered the Jinyu force to head towards his location. Lord Jinyu, the surface of all areas has been scanned completely. Lord Jinyu, the surface of all areas has been scanned completely. With these voices echoing in succession, Jinyu's expression darkened. All surface areas had been searched, yet Majin Buu was still nowhere to be found. Could it be that Majin Buu was hiding deep underground? Although their combat abilities were decent, searching underground posed a challenge. However, recalling Frieza's orders, Jinyu's gaze became resolute. Jinyu began to gather energy in his hands while commanding the alien soldiers to retreat. He had learned from the data that Majin Buu was no ordinary foe. Surely the energy blasts he unleashed wouldn't obliterate the opponent, right? With Jinyu's anxious gaze, the energy blast suddenly blew away the entire area. As thick smoke billowed, a pit thousands of meters deep appeared. Once the smoke cleared, a giant pink egg came into view. Staring at the giant egg in the pit, Jinyu fell into deep thought. Could Majin Buu be an egg? An ancient egg capable of traversing the universe? In an instant, a vision of the giant egg wreaking havoc flashed in Jinyu's mind. He violently shook his head, seemingly trying to discard this notion. He once again took out the energy detection device, observing the slightly stronger aura displayed on it. The air fell silent for 2 seconds as Jinyu signaled his subordinate to bring the egg onto the spaceship. Lord Frieza, we have secured Majin Buu. With Majin Buu in hand, Jinyu and the others departed from Earth. On a spaceship at the center of the fleet, Jinyu was in communication with Frieza. As they spoke, Jinyu projected the discovered giant egg onto the communicator. Lord Frieza, this is Majin Buu. Jinyu's expression was somewhat grim, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Frieza, however, remained unfazed as he knew Majin Buu was sealed within this giant egg. Mr. Jinyu, please transport Majin Buu to planet Frieza as soon as possible. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Jinyu quickly replied. After the communication ended, Jinyu shot a fierce glare at the alien pilot. Adjust the speed to the maximum. We must reach planet Frieza in the shortest time possible. The alien, who had intended to say something, was instantly pierced through the heart by Jinyu's energy. If Lord Frieza has to urge us personally, you may as well consider yourselves dead. Jinyu's words were filled with indifference, already embodying a fraction of Frieza's aura. Seeing Jinyu so serious, the remaining aliens hurriedly adjusted the spaceship's course, maximizing its speed. At this moment, Jinyu finally let out a slow breath. Lord Frieza is the Emperor of the universe. The entire East Galaxy belongs to Frieza. If we encounter any unwise individuals along the way, we will eliminate them immediately. Jinyu's voice echoed continually within the spaceship. Fortunately, the technological prowess of the Frieza force was commendable, otherwise Jinyu would be left speechless. With the entire route modified, the fleet's speed increased by more than 10%. In the palace of planet Frieza, androids 17 and 18 were training. Their figures constantly darted around the training room with the sound of impacts ringing out. The aura emanating from them gradually began to turn a golden hue. Outside the training room, the alien responsible for monitoring felt his legs wobbling. Ferocious, too ferocious. Ever since the Demon King Dabura provoked Frieza, Frieza had assigned Dabura to these two as a sparring partner. He had been guarding outside this training room for a full decade. Yet this was the first time he had witnessed such a brutal training method. Dabura was sent for treatment a dozen times in a single day. Every time he recovered, the two androids would force him to release his energy. Moreover, after releasing energy, the two androids would engage in simple interactions with Dabura. During the worst incident, Dabura's fingers were broken. With a large hole in his chest, it was estimated that his heart had been crushed as well. Inside the training room, Android 17 stepped back from Android 18. Is this the Demon King Dabura, ruling over the entire demon realm? Compared to our Lord Frieza, he's truly not even worth a single hair on his leg. Android 17 halted the gravity devices in the training room and casually fetched a cup of coffee. At that moment, Android 18 was fully unleashing her power. Suddenly cut off from gravity, her power surged outward in an instant. The overwhelming energy wave pressed the Demon King Dabura into the wall of the training room. 18, what are you doing? You've pinned Dabura to the wall. It won't be easy to pry him out. The training room was made entirely of special materials, though over time Dabura would become one with the wall. Under 17's gaze, 18 disdainfully shrugged. Isn't it because you suddenly interrupted the gravity in the training room that my power leaked out? 18 showed no regard for 17's feelings. Suddenly 17 slapped his forehead. My coffee. His gaze fell upon his right hand, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The coffee that had been in his right hand was now merely reduced to a handle. The rest had completely vanished in the recent energy aftermath. Just as he was about to say something, 18 turned her attention to Dabura. Simultaneously, she gestured for 17 to pry Dabura out. 17 helplessly shook his head and suddenly launched an energy blast. Sensing the energy that could obliterate him, Dabura instantaneously unleashed his potential. The massive black energy propelled his body swiftly away from the wall. Then, under the remnants of 17's energy, he peacefully closed his eyes. Lord Frieza, it seems that there is a minor issue with the consciousness of the Demon Realm King Dabura. In Frieza's Grand Hall, number 18 looked somewhat embarrassed, but still managed to complete his statement in one breath. Upon hearing this, Frieza set down his wine glass. His interest was instantly piqued. The Demon Realm King Dabura was a creature that had lived for countless years. However, now there was a problem with his consciousness. At that moment, the usually inconspicuous Babidi also appeared in Frieza's Grand Hall. He looked somewhat scared, as if he had thought of something troubling. Lord Frieza, the magic on Demon Realm King Dabura has lost its effectiveness. Frieza's expression shifted slightly. Could these two matters be connected? His gaze fell upon number 17, seemingly seeking answers from him. Lord Frieza, Demon Realm King Dabura has likely broken through his limits once again. His consciousness and the controlled consciousness seem to have split into two independent entities. Upon hearing number 17's words, Frieza appeared to understand something. Does the Demon Realm King Dabura also suffer from schizophrenia? Let our research department's experts take a look and help him eliminate one of his personalities. As Frieza's voice fell, Babidi instantly tensed up. Lord Frieza, which personality do you intend to eliminate from Dabura? Of course it would be the weaker personality. Otherwise, why eliminate the stronger one? Upon hearing Frieza's words, Babidi's face turned pale. The weaker personality is, after all, the one that is being controlled. After breaking through his limits, this individual's power would increase exponentially. To control the surging power, his mental strength would also drastically increase. If that guy returned to normal, would I not be easily crushed by him? Majin Buu, yes, I still have Majin Buu. Thinking of the message that Frieza had sent earlier, Babidi felt a bit more reassured. As sorcerers, we are not adept at close combat. Only by having a powerful warrior can we ensure our safety. But now Babidi had no other choice but to wait for Majin Buu's arrival. By utilizing some incantations, I can threaten him to obey my commands. At that time, Frieza and the Demon Realm King will all have to kneel at my feet. As Babidi's thoughts drifted, a bit of saliva involuntarily trickled from the corner of his mouth. What is going on? Number 17, throw this embarrassing thing out. Number 18, come pour a drink for the king to calm him down. Number 17, who was gradually approaching Babidi, went unnoticed by him. At that moment, he was still immersed in his fantasies. Holding the familiar wine glass, Frieza felt as if he had been revitalized. Lord Frieza, Captain Jinyu, is outside the palace requesting to enter Frieza's palace. Number 18 looked at her combat power detector, a strange expression appearing on her face. Captain Jinyu is the commander under Lord Frieza and the captain of the Jinyu force, and he can directly enter Frieza's palace. Who would have thought that one day he would be stopped outside the palace? Let him come in. Frieza hadn't anticipated this situation, but he still issued his command. Let him in. With number 18's message, Jinyu appeared in front of Frieza carrying a massive pink flesh egg. Captain Jinyu, I now understand why they didn't let you in. Frieza looked at the egg of Majin Buu, lost in thought. Number 17. Go find back the Babidi you just threw out and tell him that Majin Buu is in my grand hall. As Frieza's words fell, number 17 had already vanished from the hall. About 5 minutes later, the tidied-up Babidi appeared before Frieza. His body was enveloped in a protective shield, clearly wary of Majin Buu. Come on, Mr. Babidi. Let me see what this universe's most powerful warrior looks like. Hearing Frieza's words, Babidi began his operations. The massive flesh egg before him slowly changed, the original flesh disappearing. Before them appeared a smooth, giant egg, surprising everyone. But soon Babidi's expression turned somewhat awkward. Lord Frieza, the revival of Majin Buu requires an extremely powerful force. Frieza glanced at number 18, who held the red wine, and said, you go provide some energy to that guy. Number 18 set down the red wine in her hand and approached the giant egg. What should I do? Number 18 looked puzzled, clearly unaware of how to provide energy to the giant egg. Just inject your power into the seal of Majin Buu. Number 18 nodded and began to emit a stream of energy from her hand. The original giant egg finally began to change after withstanding the force for 10 seconds. A crack appeared. Crack, crack, crack. With that sound, Babidi's face rarely showed signs of tension. The eggshell cracked open, revealing emptiness inside. Babidi stepped forward, carefully inspecting every inch of the eggshell. No, how could there be nothing? Babidi roared in anger within his heart. Just then Frieza interrupted him. Babidi is Majin Buu, that pink cloud. With Frieza's reminder, Babidi finally snapped back to reality. His gaze quickly fell upon the cloud above him, staring intently at it. At that moment he was equally confused. Clearly there was no record of this in his father's notes. Just as they were preparing to discuss Majin Buu, a pink monster appeared before them. Its plump body paired with its harmless-looking eyes. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem like a demon. Babidi, staring at Majin Buu before him, also found it hard to believe. He stepped forward. Majin Buu. Delicious. Their simple dialogue made Frieza rub his temples. Good heavens, is this the after effect of the Grand Kaishin? The Grand Kaishin's kindness was truly exaggerated, turning a top-tier cosmic demon into a retarded child. Babidi was clearly skeptical at this moment. Could it be that the long years had caused such a powerful warrior as Majin Buu to have significant problems? Just thinking about Depura's impending recovery and that Majin Buu couldn't protect him. He couldn't hold it in any longer and immediately sought help from Frieza. Lord Frieza, I wish to obtain your protection. I am a top-tier cosmic sorcerer, and I can craft various magical artifacts for you. When Babidi uttered the words top-tier sorcerer, Frieza couldn't help but have his eyelids twitch. Good heavens, he's truly lying without blinking an eye. If this guy were truly the top sorcerer in the universe, why would he need to seek out Majin Buu? He could just create another one himself, wouldn't that be more convenient? Just as Frieza contemplated whether to take in Babidi, Majin Buu began to move, emitting a spell from his antenna. A member of Frieza's army underwent a sudden transformation. His entire body was turned into a cookie by that spell, and then he was swallowed whole by the creature. Watching the demon Buu, who treats cosmic beings as mere food, Babidi couldn't help but stroke his chin. Although Buu's actions were somewhat brutal, they aligned well with the records in his father's notes. As an evil demon, what was wrong with Bu eating a cosmic being? After all, it wasn't eating itself. With this thought, Babiti's mind began to waver. Was it a hasty decision to seek Frieza's protection? Frieza had clearly noticed this too, and he waved his hand. Number 17. Go check on Bu's strength. Having absorbed the energy of the Demon King Dabura multiple times, the artificial human number 17's power had significantly increased. Overall, his strength was probably slightly stronger than that of a Super Saiyan at its peak. In other words, it was a bit more powerful than Gohan's when he emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, where he had made Super Saiyan his norm. Number 17 nodded in response and quickly appeared in front of Bu. He did not unleash a massive energy attack. Instead, he started close combat. After all, this was Frieza's palace, and damaging it would be a serious problem. As number 17 made his move, Bu began to focus his attention on him. Just as number 17's heavy punch was about to hit Bu's body, suddenly changed, wrapping number 17's arm within himself. The unexpected occurrence startled number 17. Following the combat techniques transmitted to his mind, number 17's arm began to flicker slightly. The chi within his body rapidly gathered towards his arm. Soon after, it transformed into a potent force carrying immense destructive power to help him break free from the confinement. Noticing this series of changes, the previously somewhat indifferent number 17 instantly tensed up. He no longer concealed his strength, and a blazing white aura began to envelop his body. The various combat techniques transmitted by the computer were all utilized by him. However, the result of his attacks completely astonished everyone. The disoriented Bu effortlessly defeated the artificial human number 17 with his instincts. Frieza, watching this scene, nodded slightly, realizing that Bu's strength was indeed commendable even without being split. However, the issue lay with Bu's intelligence. Defeated number 17 looked somewhat grim. Nevertheless, he returned to Frieza's side, quietly waiting for Frieza's next command. After defeating number 17, Bu turned his gaze towards Frieza. It seemed he was planning to turn Frieza into a humanoid cookie. But before he could make his move, Frieza vanished from his sight. Shimmering with golden light, Frieza instantly appeared in the center of the crowd. The dazzling radiance made it hard for everyone to see the changes happening in the arena. Bu's previously harmless face now exhibited signs of agitation. Though not very intelligent, he was extremely wary of powerful sources of energy. Frieza's approach made him become serious in an instant. Frieza began to condense a planet-destroying energy ball in his hand, aimed at Bu. This scene made Babiti's eyelids twitch, and he couldn't help but mutter that Frieza was insane. As his opponent, Bu was clearly shocked by such a powerful energy. He possessed a remarkable learning ability, easily mastering his opponent's techniques and combat skills. However, he now faced a serious problem: a lack of energy. If he could absorb the energy of a few top cosmic warriors, he might withstand this overwhelming power. But at this moment, he clearly lacked such conditions. Sensing that he was being targeted, Bu quietly detached a piece of pink tissue. Before the energy ball could reach him, that piece of tissue quickly enveloped Babiti's figure. In an instant, Bu's form underwent a tremendous transformation. His corpulent body shrank by 10 centimeters. His entire physique became weaker. The magic Babiti had mastered was swiftly grasped by him. The planet-destroying energy ball arrived in front of Bu, and he gathered all the energy within his body into his hands. However, the expected stalemate did not occur, and the energy ball obliterated a large portion of his body. Only a fragment of his body remained on the ground, continuously emitting white smoke. Is this the demon Bu? Indeed, a remarkable vitality. The energy from the planet-destroying ball had only consumed a small part of its power, while the remaining energy rampaged towards the distant Frieza planet. Frieza shot out another energy wave toward the planet-destroying ball. Upon contact, both vanished into the void. Seeing Frieza's next move, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If the residual wave of the planet-destroying ball continued to spread, none of them present would escape. Frieza returned to his normal state, looking at the writhing Bu on the ground. If you do not return to your normal state soon, then you may never do so again. As he spoke, Frieza began to gather energy in his hands while locking on tightly to the pretending to be dead Bu. The smoking remains of the demon Bu started to undergo changes. Frieza nodded slightly, realizing that after absorbing Babiti, Bu had indeed undergone quite a bit of change. Are you the demon Bu? Frieza couldn't help but blurt out as he looked at the drastically changed Bu. Previously, Bu's transformation had been obscured by the planet-destroying ball. This had caused Frieza not to see his altered appearance clearly for a moment. Yes, Lord Frieza, I am the demon Bu. Babiti's memories and Frieza's terrifying power made Bu decide in an instant to temporarily submit. He began to think rapidly about how he could escape this dreadful place. After thinking for 2 seconds, Frieza asked, "Since you possess Babbidi's memories, do you also master Babbidi's magic?" Bu quickly rifled through Babbidi's memories, and an energy shield began to appear around him. Frieza observed Bu's transformation with a hint of interest on his face. "Then does Babbidi's memory contain the methods for creating demons?" Hearing Frieza's question, Bu was startled. What does Frieza want to do? However, the situation was beyond his control, and he nodded slightly. Then he confidently said, "Lord Frieza, there are no methods for creating demons in Babbidi's memories." This twist truly caught Frieza off guard. Just a moment ago, Bu's expression clearly indicated he had thought of something. However, the moment he spoke, he firmly denied it. Frieza's attention turned to his mind, where he saw 2 loyalty-enhancing items. Use the loyalty-enhancing item on the target demon Bu. As Frieza's thoughts manifested, a stream of light enveloped Bu's body. Soon after, Bu's loyalty level began to rise rapidly. From 1000 loyalty, it instantly reached 100 loyalty. Frieza did not pay much attention to the insincerity of Majin Bu. After absorbing someone as vile as Babbidi, what could one expect from him? With the forced loyalty enhancement tools in use, Majin Bu gradually began to change. A conflicted expression appeared on his face, clearly acknowledging how inappropriate his previous actions had been. Frieza slightly raised his head and looked at the ancient demon once more. "Mr. Bu, does Babbidi's memory contain the method for creating Majin Bu?" This time Majin Bu did not respond immediately, but instead flipped through his memories at great speed, trying to find information regarding Babbidi's diary. "Lord Frieza, I have found the manufacturing plan for the Majin." Majin Bu instinctively let out a long sigh of relief, quickly beginning to use Babbidi's magic. A stream of smoke filled with vast information swiftly began to spread through the air. Frieza himself felt a hint of familiarity from it. This sensation was strikingly similar to what he felt when Babbidi used magic. However, Majin Bu's operation was conducted using his own body. He gathered the methods for creating Majin Bu together. "Lord Frieza, this is the complete manufacturing plan for Majin Bu." Frieza nodded in satisfaction, but did not step forward to accept it. The emergence of these memories could allow his subordinates to handle it. As for himself, was the Cosmic Emperor supposed to personally handle such matters? Frieza's gaze swept over everyone present, seemingly searching for suitable test subjects. There was no denying that the power of the Majin was quite impressive. If this power were handed over to subordinates with average loyalty, it would merely be a one-way trip. Seeing Frieza's gaze sweeping over the crowd, Jinyu, Zarbin, Dodoria, and androids 17 and 18 could not help but hold their breath simultaneously. With the technology to create Majins now in hand, the next step was naturally to enhance their combat abilities. The modified android Zarbin's eyes sparkled with fervor. "Dodoria, do you want to possess powers as strong as a Majin?" Upon hearing Lord Frieza's words, Dodoria was filled with excitement. "For 5 years, do you know how I have lived during these 5 years?" As Frieza's follower, Dodoria had watched Jinyu and Zarbin surpass him countless times. Now 2 newly emerged androids with abnormally high combat power, androids 17 and 18, had appeared. He once thought that Lord Frieza had abandoned him. Now he finally saw his efforts bear fruit. Dodoria stepped forward, waiting for Frieza's next words. "Go absorb that information. If you need assistance from the research department, you can directly contact the person in charge. He will help you with everything." As Frieza finished speaking, Dodoria vanished into the smoke. At that moment, all eyes were on Dodoria, as if they were about to witness a miracle. However, at this moment, Majin Bu suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of weakness. It was as if someone had drawn half of his soul away, causing his condition to plummet. As Dodoria approached, a continuous stream of pink smoke began to gather around him. 10 seconds later, a massive cocoon appeared before everyone. The Majin's essence was brewing within it, melding with Dodoria's energy. This scene left everyone speechless. Could the evolutionary process not be witnessed? New A-class member added to the Legion, Dodoria. Frieza suddenly felt an urge to curse. Why was there no new function or item emerging? Without making everyone wait too long, a pink hand pierced through the giant cocoon. Next came a well-built body, seemingly born for combat. Dodoria was still clad in his original combat uniform. Thanks to its special material, it effectively avoided any exposure issues. Frieza sensed Dodoria's combat power and began to form a vague understanding. His combat power seemed to have reached half that of Majin Bu. Frieza's gaze fell on Majin Bu, seemingly intent on making a thorough comparison. However, upon looking, he found that Majin Bu's energy had actually plummeted by about half. His entire state appeared extremely weak. What was going on? Could it be that the creation of Majin Buu could not be completed in bulk? Or perhaps creating life forms of this level required certain costs or materials? Lord Frieza, the foundation of the Majin, is composed of rare materials naturally born in the universe. To create a Majin, one must split a part of it to influence lower life forms. As Majin Buu explained, Frieza nodded in understanding. Mr. Buu, since there are such enormous side effects, why didn't you directly mention it when I first asked you? Frieza's expression darkened, realizing that his plan to build the Majin Buu army had completely fallen apart. According to Majin Buu, the method of splitting would create new Majins. That would mean the newly created Majins would have extremely poor eyesight. Majin Buu's expression trembled. Lord Frieza, I didn't know about this. It was only after Dodoria absorbed the smoke that my power began to gradually fade. This led me to formulate this hypothesis based on Babiti's notes. Majin Buu wore a look of grievance. Frieza shuddered. Shut up. Let Majin Buu's personality speak. Don't let Babiti out to disgust people. Majin Buu chuckled awkwardly and then shifted his expression. Lord Frieza, it is like this. One sentence left Frieza baffled. This personality of Majin Buu. Truly difficult to communicate with, it seemed he could only serve as a punching bag. Mr. Dodoria, do you wish to gain even more powerful strength? Frieza wore a gentle smile, and a casually spoken line instantly excited Dodoria. Yes. Good luck, Mr. Zarbon, provide you with a team of androids, and then conquer the entire South Galaxy for me. Dodoria was taken aback, clearly not yet realizing how powerful he had become. Mr. Zarbon, take Majin Buu to the East Galaxy. Mr. Jinyu. When it came to Jinyu, Frieza visibly hesitated. Jinyu, who possessed the body of Kakarot, was now falling behind in combat power compared to Frieza's higher-ups. However, Jinyu was still useful, so he had to be salvaged. The time is set for 6 months from now. During these 6 months, all of you, including 17 and 18, must give Jinyu special training. Frieza's voice reached Jinyu's ears, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Yet Frieza himself had great confidence in Jinyu. The strongest body in the universe, I hope you do not disappoint me. Under Frieza's command, the entire Frieza force began another expansion. Frenzied recruitment messages spread continuously throughout the Eastern Galaxy. The grand recruitment effort even attracted mercenaries from across the galaxy. As they streamed toward the Northern Galaxy, the name of Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, quickly spread throughout the galaxy. In the depths of the universe, an alien resembling Frieza also received this information. Saviza, Frieza has been quite active in the Northern Galaxy recently. Though there was no emotion in Gula's words, his longtime subordinate, Saviza, instantly understood that Gula was angry. Faced with the affairs of the Ice Demon, Saviza decisively closed his mouth. However, Gula did not conclude the conversation and continued to speak. Saviza, lead the troops to secure the entire border. Once any Frieza forces cross, you will counterattack directly. After a brief reply, Saviza swiftly left Gula's palace. King Gula is becoming increasingly terrifying, but seems we need to be a bit more careful from now on. After leaving Gula's palace, Saviza began to command the troops under Gula's banner. However, Frieza's influence did not cease there. In the training room of Frieza planet, Jinyu finally stood up. After 5 months of training, Kakarot's body seemed to have activated its potential. At this moment, Jinyu bore an uncanny resemblance to Black Goku. With a formidable opponent and excellent combat skills, Jinyu successfully reached the power level of Super Saiyan 2 during this period. Surrounded by a black aura, Jinyu occasionally flickered with small bolts of lightning. The once vastly superior androids 17 and 18 were now gradually becoming no match for him. Yet Jinyu did not relax his training. Instead, he became even more diligent. It was not because he enjoyed this training, but rather due to the constant provocation from Dodoria and Buu. Although their strength was not as great as the original Buu, they could still easily suppress Jinyu. Time soon came for deployment, and Jinyu's training was forcibly interrupted. King Frieza, all troops are ready and can launch an attack on the entire galaxy at any time. Frieza's gaze swept over Jinyu, then passed over everyone present. Good, it seems everyone has made significant progress during this time. Frieza paused slightly. Then the last direction will be entrusted to Jinyu. The entire Frieza force shall begin its expansion. Frieza's voice was not loud, yet it caused everyone present to tremble. After waiting so long, they finally received this command. After bidding farewell, they began to gather their subordinates. Frieza sat in his exclusive seat and casually activated a projection. This displayed the route for invading the galaxy, and the Frieza force was splitting into 3 paths to commence their attack. Zabon led his android army toward the Eastern Galaxy. Due to the individual combat strength of the androids, Zebon directly divided the entire android army into 20,000 small teams. The separated androids swiftly pounced on various resource strategic planets. Frieza nodded slightly as Zebon was performing well. If all goes well, the first battlefield to receive good news will be the Eastern Galaxy. His gaze fell upon the Southern Galaxy where Dodoria and the others were stationed. Dodoria possessed characteristics similar to Majin Buu, but he had too few androids at his disposal. Moreover, his combat experience was far inferior to that of Jinyu and Zebon, who had participated in numerous battles. He chose the most foolish method, launching an attack from the area where the northern and southern galaxies intersect. That is, he began his offensive towards the interior of the southern galaxy from the center of the galaxy. Haha, it seems Dodoria will take quite some time this time. Finally, his gaze fell upon the direction of the western galaxy, where Jinyu was located. After they departed one after another, Frieza began to monitor the progress of the invasion from a distance. The projection displayed that Jinyu's army was different from the previous two. He seemed to understand his strengths and weaknesses, quickly dispersing the entire army. Numerous star systems were segmented, defining the order of attack. At the same time, a considerable amount of equipment accompanied Frieza's army. Items like signal jammers and enhanced communication devices were distributed in bulk to the combat units. Observing Jinyu's deployment, Frieza revealed a contemplative expression. Jinyu seemed to have his own understanding of commanding troops. Could it be that assigning Jinyu's special forces to carry out tasks earlier was a waste of his talent? Shaking his head, Frieza decided not to dwell on such matters. In heaven, the deceased Kakarot was undergoing rigorous training. Due to several instances of protecting Earth, he had earned the right to reside in heaven with his physical form. In the peaceful environment, combined with unlimited stamina, Sun Wukong made great progress, successfully reaching the level of a Super Saiyan. With a heart-wrenching roar, Sun Wukong's aura rapidly transformed into a golden color. His pupils changed instantly, and his golden hair and blue eyes elicited gasps from the nearby angel. The powerful energy fluctuations stirred the entire population of heaven. As Kakarot's old rival Reboku felt a measure of pressure, the god of destruction, who was roaming the seventh universe, suddenly lifted his head. What a powerful energy wave! Is this the kind of strength that humans should possess? As he spoke, the nearby Jebit god displayed a shocked expression, gradually realizing the situation. As gods of destruction and attendants of the seventh universe, they were extremely sensitive to changes within their universe. Especially at such an awkward time, they were even more inclined to consider inviting the other party. The original Majin Buu had already given them headaches, but now they sensed the presence of two Majin Buus. Moreover, the two Majin Buus were scattered across different areas. The distance between them spanned half a galaxy. They felt that their strength was wholly insufficient to eliminate both Majin. Thinking of this, the god of destruction, Saiyan, was filled with resentment. Frieza, this matter must be related to Frieza. The presence of Majin Buu appeared on Frieza planet of the Frieza Force, showing up in different regions in less than a year. Moreover, both appeared in locations with Frieza's combat units. However, he did not immediately deal with Frieza, but prioritized searching for Majin Buu. In his view, the threat of the Majin far outweighed that of Frieza. Of course, Frieza, who was sipping red wine, was unaware of this. At the moment when the King of Worlds was in a desperate situation, he sensed a tremendous battle force. In an instant, he became the target of the King of Worlds, seeking to find the one who could assist him. In order to kill the Demon Buu, he needed to add a slight chance of victory. At this moment, Kakarot was unaware that he had already attracted the attention of the King of Worlds. He was now striving to adapt to his new form, continuously releasing his power. In the midst of his movements, the figure of Jinyu resurfaced in his mind. The guy who had taken over his body was still wreaking havoc throughout the galaxy. But now he could only remain in heaven to cultivate. The Dragon Balls on Earth could originally revive him, but they had been used by someone before. This led to him needing to wait another year before he could be revived. After venting for a while, Kakarot descended to the ground and slowly calmed his breath. He closed his eyes, feeling the environment around him. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes. Just as Kakarot opened his eyes, he saw two figures almost pressing against him. Unable to control himself, he let out a roar that stunned the two. Jebit clenched his right hand into a fist, resting it against his chin. There was a massive energy fluctuation just now. Do you know who caused it? Hearing Jebit's words, Sun Wukong instinctively scratched the back of his head. I'm the only one training here. The massive energy source you mentioned must be my transformed state. Jebit circled around Sun Wukong, finally speaking with some uncertainty. Could it be that you are from a race in the universe that can transform? The seventh universe lacks a complete order, leading to a survival of the fittest atmosphere throughout the cosmos. Races in the universe capable of transformation often possess great power. In such an environment, the moral standards are generally at a level of common villainy. However, the fact that Kakarot could appear in heaven was indeed a rare case. At that moment, the King of Worlds Xian also nodded slightly. Certain special races in the universe can indeed enhance their combat power through transformation. However, these races are quite rare. Upon hearing his words, Sun Wukong nodded. Yes, I belong to a race that can transform. Sun Wukong's words piqued the interest of both gods instantly. After some discussion, the King of Worlds Xian invited Sun Wukong to join them in searching for the demon Bu and sealing him. However, Jebet seemed somewhat reluctant, clearly skeptical of the Kakarot before him. After they had made their arrangements, Sun Wukong's expression turned somewhat unnatural. Lord King of Worlds, I am still not resurrected. The King of Worlds couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Sun Wukong's statement. Suddenly a halo appeared above his head. In exchange, Sun Wukong was completely revived. Lord King of Worlds, how could you give your life to a mortal? This issue can be resolved easily. What matters most right now is the demon Bu. After resolving the concerns about Sun Wukong's lifespan, the King of Worlds quickly departed from heaven with the two of them. Their figures appeared at the boundary of the East Galaxy. This area was precisely where Sabo and the demon Bu resided. However, due to the constantly changing location of Bu, they chose a desolate planet as their landing point. Wukong, can you sense the demon Bu? The King of Worlds, unfamiliar with Sun Wukong, prepared to explain. But upon turning his head, he noticed Sun Wukong's grave expression, indicating that he had already sensed the immense aura of the demon Bu. Lord King of Worlds, is that overwhelming evil aura the demon Bu? After releasing his perception, Sun Wukong was left dumbfounded. In this area, there were over 20,000 evil auras. Moreover, each aura far surpassed the strength he possessed before mastering Super Saiyan. If not for the King of Worlds beside him being able to teleport, he might have considered giving up. But soon Sun Wukong calmed down. The cursed Saiyan bloodline made him involuntarily excited. If he could face so many strong opponents, he believed his strength would rise to a whole new level. The King of Worlds' expression grew serious as he felt the immense pressure. However, after observing for a while, they finally spotted an opportunity with the demon Bu alone. The three figures instantly vanished from the planet. Bu, who was on an unfamiliar planet, was excitedly eating chocolate. He couldn't do this on Frieza's planet, but there was no need to hold back against enemies. Clearly at this moment, Bu was not being controlled by Babiti's personality. Sun Wukong looked at the Bu before him, instantly igniting his fighting spirit. Lord King of Worlds, may I make my move? The King of Worlds nodded seriously, and his figure appeared in midair. Receiving an affirmative response, Sun Wukong immediately erupted with energy and charged at Bu. The unsuspecting demon Bu was instantly sent flying by Sun Wukong's strike. After stabilizing his body, wisps of white smoke began to rise from his head. His body instantly lunged towards Sun Wukong, attacking in exactly the same manner. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and he quickly began to engage in a fierce battle with Bu. At this moment, neither of them was going all out. Watching the back and forth exchange, the King of Worlds couldn't help but widen his eyes. Could it be that the records were incorrect? Was the legendary demon Bu not that powerful? But before he could ponder further, Sun Wukong found himself at a disadvantage. Panting heavily, Sun Wukong entered the Super Saiyan transformation state. His combat power surged to a whole new level, while Bu let out a bored chuckle. Clearly unimpressed by Sun Wukong's current fighting power, Bu appeared very nonchalant. At this moment, Sun Wukong also grew serious. He began to gather energy in his hand, forming a scorching Kamehameha. With a tremendous roar, the Kamehameha instantly engulfed Bu. The humanoid cookie in Bu's hand immediately fell to the ground. Under the impact of this energy, Bu's body began to gradually turn to sand. As the energy was completely exhausted, only a pile of black residue remained on the ground. The King of Worlds instinctively rubbed his eyes. Could it be that I was mistaken and the demon Bu was just eliminated like this? Before Jebet could begin to complain, he saw the figure of the demon Bu reappearing. Moreover, seeing the smirk on this guy's face, they knew they had been played. The massive consumption of energy left Sun Wukong with no strength even to stand. The King of Worlds quickly appeared beside Sun Wukong, and the three of them vanished from their original location. Sabo, several dozen star systems away from the demon Bu, also received the latest news about him. What? There was a huge energy reaction at the location where the demon Bu was just now. Sabo looked at the information summary before him, hardly able to believe it. How could such an intensity of energy fluctuation appear around Bu? Could it be that this guy, having nothing better to do, had eaten a few androids for fun? Originally, this matter was to be reported to Frieza. However, the process was interrupted by Sabo, as it is not appropriate to report every trivial matter. Sabo looked at the still unoccupied planet and issued the command to continue the attack. Their conquest was progressing vigorously. Meanwhile, Frieza was overwhelmed with constant communications coming in. Frieza, your men have crossed the line. Are you trying to challenge me? Frieza gazed at the image of Gula, fiercely suppressing his emotions. Yet he couldn't help the corners of his mouth from curling up. The once lofty Gula now appeared to him as nothing more than a clown. However, he did not directly confront him, instead beginning his own verbal sparring, continuously urging to issue orders for Frieza's forces to return to the North Galaxy, but this situation had persisted for a whole year. On the other end of the communication, Gula had a dark expression and smashed the communication device in his hand. Looking at the screen that had turned black over 300 times, Frieza couldn't help but stroke his chin. What's going on? Are all ice demons this irritable? In just 1 year, Gula's forces had been almost completely decimated. In the early stages of the war, Gula's communications were filled with vigor, constantly declaring a counterattack during their conversations. Gula's legion launched a frenzied attack on his territory, but they were swiftly annihilated. Even his capable subordinate Sevilla died by accident. That day, Dodoria casually threw a familiar spell. Confident, Sevilla raised his hand only to be transformed into a human-shaped cookie. This infuriated Gula, who wished he could go to the North Galaxy and deal with Frieza immediately. He wanted to show that no matter how great one's talent, it was useless against his fourth transformation. However, with his army diminished, he couldn't go to the North Galaxy alone. As a noble ice demon, he decided to gather a group of subordinates to teach Frieza a lesson. Just as the communication with Gula ended, King Kuld's call came in. His message was similar to Gula's, calling for Frieza to cease such actions. But Frieza remained unchanged, stating one thing, while secretly urging his forces to accelerate their conquest. King Kuld shot Frieza a fierce glare and ended their communication. It seems Gula is still too young and needs more experience. A year had passed, and the galaxy was engulfed in smoke and flames of war. Frieza's name made all intelligent life tremble. At this moment, Sun Wukong in the King Kai realm was engaged in his training. The once intense flames of the Super Saiyan had completely subsided. His entire demeanor had undergone a tremendous change. Jebet, who once looked down on humans, now acknowledged Sun Wukong as a unique existence. After all, his battle power had exceeded that of the King Kai, naturally placing him beyond the realm of mortals. Wukong, do you have confidence? Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he nodded affirmatively. King Kai couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye, realizing it was happening again. In the past year, every time Sun Wukong challenged the King Kai's sword, he wore this same expression. However, the results were naturally always unsuccessful. Sun Wukong's figure appeared beside the King Kai's sword, bending down to grasp the sword. The power within him gathered continuously, causing his arms to tremble. Under this terrifying power, the King Kai's sword remained completely still. The veins on Sun Wukong's forehead throbbed as visions of genius atrocities surged in his mind. His aura began to become chaotic, and the clarity in his eyes gradually faded. This scene caused King Kai, who was watching nearby, to feel a twinge of worry. As Sun Wukong's emotions fluctuated, the turbulent aura around him surged wildly. Golden lightning crackled across his body. His previously upright golden hair had also grown significantly longer. The immobile King Kai's sword began to tremble incessantly. With Wukong's movement, the King Kai's sword was completely drawn out. However, after pulling out the King Kai's sword, Sun Wukong's own power began to rapidly diminish. The King Kai's sword in his hand flew out due to the force of inertia. Jebet, did Sun Wukong pull out the King Kai's sword? Jebet moved to the flying King Kai's sword and examined it seriously. Yes, Lord King Kai, the King Kai's sword has been pulled out by Sun Wukong. His voice trembled slightly. After all, this was the strongest sword in the universe. According to records, it could grant immense power. They approached Sun Wukong, and the King Kai began to heal him. Exhausted, Sun Wukong gradually regained his strength. The two high-level deities checked Sun Wukong's body as he awoke. After feeling all over, they found no changes. Sun Wukong, try to wield that sword. Jebet, with a mindset of experimentation, suggested Sun Wukong to give it a try. Having just recovered, Sun Wukong plunged back into intense training. On Frieza's planet, after such a long wait, Frieza finally received good news. The progress of conquering the galaxy had finally made strides. Lord Frieza, all life planets in the East Galaxy have been conquered. Sabo and the Majin Buu puppet did not let Frieza down. Among the three armies, Sabo was the first to complete the task. Of course, the most important factor was probably the assistance from the Android Legion. The Android Legion, with an average battle power exceeding 100 million, crushed most planets in the galaxy. Most of the past year was spent on travel. Well done. That means our Frieza force has already occupied half of the galaxy. Half of the galaxy conquered. Lord Function Module unlocked. Frieza frowned, wondering what the Lord Module was about. His mind focused on the system, looking at the rudimentary panel. True. Universal Emperor System, current evolution progress, 40 golden Frieza, note, God level battle power, Legion management, current Legion Frieza, Reserve Legion Ginyu Force Android Legion, Lord Function Module, current command area, is the Galaxy 50 note command area, receives significant battle power enhancement. Frieza shifted his gaze from the system, his hands clenched tightly. Then he froze. Why do I not feel any changes? Could it be that the system also deceives? Frieza felt no increase in power despite the system's note on significant enhancements. Feeling deceived, he vented his anger on the unoccupied planets. Ginyu Dodoria increased the speed of the army's advance. If they encountered difficult opponents, destroy the planets directly. Dodoria and Ginyu in the communication clearly felt Frieza's anger. They quickly assured him that they would speed up the planetary conquest. After issuing the order, Frieza began to contact Sabo. Do not return to Frieza's planet for now. Go support Dodoria and Ginyu. We must complete the unification of the entire galaxy as quickly as possible. Sabo, who was about to return to Frieza's planet, hurriedly changed course. With Sabo's involvement, Ginyu and Dodoria's conquest speed doubled instantly. Frieza looked at the flashing indicators in the projection, which slightly alleviated his emotions. After half of the galaxy fell into Frieza's hands, Gula and King Cold completely united. They decided to let this frozen demon know who the true cosmic emperor of this galaxy is. As the two walked together, the elite combat forces of their territories swiftly gathered towards King Cold's palace. King Cold and Gula also began to envision a bright future. However, soon a more serious problem appeared before them. The advanced combat forces in the galaxy simultaneously emerged in this area. Rather than exciting Gula and King Cold, it only fueled their anger. These forces managed to survive under Frieza's military campaign. Most of them were merely capable individuals with some means of survival, and their personalities were quite ruthless. However, their strength was hardly noteworthy. Based on previous encounters, they had learned some information about Frieza's forces. Frieza's army possessed an extremely powerful army of androids. The combat power of that army averaged over 100 million. Looking at the people they had gathered, weren't they just a bunch of misfits? Gula felt a pang of discomfort, and his entire being began to feel uneasy. However, their emotions quickly shifted. They received an exhilarating message. A group of aliens led by Bojack decided to cooperate with them. Upon receiving the news, Gula and King Cold were furious. What trash characters dared to negotiate cooperation with the powerful frozen demon clan? Ordinary aliens would have directly aligned themselves under the two of them. They dispatched their elite subordinates to encircle and eliminate the enemy. But soon they were defeated by that group. Now the two had just received this good news. They managed to survive intact amidst the siege. And they even had the strength to defeat their opponents. This already represented an exceptional level of combat power, precisely the strength they needed. After a brief discussion, they decided to invite them to King Cold's palace. As King Cold and the others were discussing how to deal with Frieza, King Kai's son Goku expressed that he was already tired. In his Super Saiyan 2 state, he wielded the legendary strongest divine sword. The speed of his power improvement had reached an astonishingly slow level. Jebet looked at son Goku's slow progress, bewildered. Relying on the long-standing legend, he barely retained a shred of hope. Lord Kai, I don't feel any terrifying power increase, son Goku said directly. King Kai admitted that he wasn't very clear either. His understanding of the Kai sword was limited to fragments recorded in texts. Goku, your strength has achieved a tremendous breakthrough during your time in the Kai realm. Perhaps this is the so-called great power of the Kai sword. Son Goku's gaze froze as his thoughts drifted back to a year ago. Back then he was no match for Majin Buu and came to the Kai realm to train. After hundreds of failures, he finally achieved a breakthrough during one attempt. He obtained power beyond that of a Super Saiyan, and the hint of strength surprised even him. Coupled with the current situation, he started to have some doubts. Seeing the contemplative expression on Son Goku's face, King Kai thought his reasoning was correct. Son Goku's current strength couldn't achieve a greater enhancement. They decided to seek out Majin Buu again, using Son Goku's strength to either defeat or seal him. Hearing that they would challenge that powerful opponent again, Son Goku felt a surge of excitement. The increase in strength gave him a lot of confidence. Then this time, let's directly appear in front of Majin Buu. Son Goku and Vegeta nodded slightly with Son Goku reaching back to touch the Kai sword. The three figures appeared on the ship where Majin Buu was just 5 meters away from him. His food occupied a significant amount of space with food laid out in a 10-meter radius around him. While enjoying dessert, Majin Buu paused, instinctively rubbing his eyes. The sudden appearance of several people had them stepping on his food. Son Goku couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the comical Majin Buu. He was no longer the person he once was. Son Goku's aura suddenly began to swell. He stepped forward to face Buu, seemingly eager to start the battle. Buu looked at the cheese crushed under Son Goku's boots and couldn't hold back anymore. This person stepped on his cheese and was preparing to fight. Buu stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Son Goku. Seeing Buu's expression, Son Goku assumed a classic starting posture. Buu recognized the familiar movement, and the memory of being reduced to nothing by it flashed in his mind. A scorching energy began to gather in Buu's hand, causing Son Goku to raise an eyebrow. Could it be that one glance is sufficient to learn the opponent's technique? Previously during their encounter, he had only used the Kamehameha once. Now it was appearing in Buu's hands, and it seemed he was completely comfortable with it. Feeling the intensity of this energy, Son Goku silently sighed in relief. Although this energy from Majin Buu was powerful, it hadn't exceeded his expectations. Goku draw the Kai sword. Vegeta, seeing the two begin to engage, couldn't help but remind him. Son Goku scratched his head and pulled out the Kai sword. After a period of simple training, he was now able to use this divine sword at a basic level. Following his reminder, Vegeta and the figure of King Kai disappeared in an instant. Buu quickly completed the gathering of the Kamehameha, slightly changing his hand movements. A blinding energy beam shot towards Son Goku, prompting him to instinctively raise the Kai sword. Under this immense energy, the Kai sword began to show signs of being unable to withstand it. Seconds later, in Son Goku's astonished gaze, the strongest divine sword's blade unexpectedly vanished. If it weren't for the influence of the energy within Son Goku's body on this area, the remaining hilt would not have survived either. Son Goku momentarily felt confused. Wasn't this the strongest divine sword of the Kai realm? How could it be so fragile now only a hilt remained? From a distance, King Kai and Vegeta seemed to sense something. A painfully aged voice suddenly echoed behind Son Goku. Who released me from my seal? Upon hearing the voice, Son Goku turned around and saw a figure dressed in the King Kai's attire. After hesitating for a second, Son Goku honestly answered the question. Are you the King Kai? The one who released you is a guy named Majin Buu. The old King Kai, who had initially planned to act tough, couldn't help but wince. He had imagined it would be the later generations of King Kai who released him from the seal. He also thought it would be an upright alien who set him free. But what was the current situation? Majin Buu. That clearly sounded like a villain. Without mentioning the shadow in the heart of the old Kaioshin, Majin Buu was becoming somewhat impatient. What is up with this tailed person? As soon as he arrived in front of him, he trampled all over his food. They hadn't even fought for long when this guy started chatting with others. At that moment, he felt a bit like a clown. Majin Buu's body approached Sun Wukong, completely disregarding the old Kaioshin. His left hand clenched into a fist, aiming a strike at Sun Wukong's face. This change made Sun Wukong immediately alert. He quickly squatted down slightly and raised his right arm to block. At the moment they made contact, a shockwave erupted. The nearby old Kaioshin was caught off guard and was instantly flipped away. While grappling with Majin Buu, Sun Wukong instinctively divided a portion of his attention. In that instant, he left himself open for an attack from Majin Buu. Sun Wukong's chest was struck by Majin Buu's fists twice in quick succession. His figure followed closely behind the old Kaioshin, landing in the direction of Vegeta and Shin. As he watched Sun Wukong and the old Kaioshin in their attire crashing towards him, the Kaioshin and Vegeta each caught the two of them. Seeing that Buu still intended to attack, they quickly used instant transmission to return to the Kaioshin realm. Observing how the others left, Majin Buu fell into deep thought. The strange movement method he used, Buu had seen it before. Originally, with his talent, he could easily learn his opponent's various techniques. However, now, while trying to learn this movement technique, he was experiencing defeat for the first time, unable to master it at all. The four who appeared in the Kaioshin realm looked at each other. In the end, it was Sun Wukong who broke the deadlock and spoke first. Are you the Kaioshin? Like his previous question, Sun Wukong wanted to understand the other's identity first. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, the old Kaioshin puffed out his chest. He then began his self-introduction, summarizing that he was from 15 generations before the current Kaioshin. Upon hearing this, Vegeta and Kaioshin Shin widened their mouths in shock. Old ancestor. The old Kaioshin nodded, his eyes filled with pride. As the conversation deepened, they also discussed the Kaioshin sword. From this conversation, the old Kaioshin learned about the current situation. His expression clearly showed dissatisfaction. He couldn't help but sigh, lamenting that the Kaioshin truly had declined with each generation. So you were the one who pulled out the Kaioshin sword. The old Kaioshin scrutinized Sun Wukong, visibly pleased. The old Kaioshin asked Sun Wukong to sit across from him, and then began the potential development ritual. Originally, he had no intention of helping Sun Wukong develop his potential so soon. However, understanding the dire situation, the old Kaioshin chose to help Sun Wukong develop his potential immediately. The 24 hours passed quickly, and Sun Wukong nervously watched his body. Time in the Kaioshin realm couldn't be observed like on Earth through sunrise and sunset. After examining his body, Sun Wukong couldn't help but ask if it was over again. But the old Kaioshin across from him did not respond immediately. Through the old Kaioshin's arm, Sun Wukong noticed that he had already fallen asleep. Old Kaioshin. Sun Wukong's voice startled the old Kaioshin awake. As he had been sleeping, he almost suffered a heart attack from the shock. Old Kaioshin, has the potential development ritual been completed? The old Kaioshin rubbed his eyes and replied, the ritual was completed long ago. Why didn't you inform me? After confirming the ritual was complete, Sun Wukong slowly stood up from the ground. His arms slowly lifted as if preparing to unleash his power. Seeing this movement, the old Kaioshin shouted in panic, Wukong, don't do it here. Though the old Kaioshin's warning came just in time, Sun Wukong's instinctive reaction was even quicker. Suddenly, a white aura began to envelop Sun Wukong's body, and a powerful energy surged throughout the entire Kaioshin realm. The old Kaioshin and the others, unable to mount an effective defense in time, instinctively raised their arms to block. Sun Wukong's hair color and the state of his eyes showed no change. His Super Saiyan golden aura had transformed into white. If Frieza were present, he would surely be stunned. Sun Wukong had now mastered the mysterious state that only Gohan had previously achieved. While Sun Wukong was achieving his new form, Frieza's army encountered a small problem. The top combatants gathered by Gula and King Cold began to clash with Frieza's fighting units. The first wave they encountered were Sabo and Majin Buu. The energy signatures of the androids were typically undetectable by monitoring devices. As soon as they made contact, Sabo received a warm greeting from the enemy. A torrent of mocking voices continuously poured from the enemy's ranks. Seeing such derision directed at him, Sabo took a deep breath. He began to gather energy blasts in his hands and hurled them towards the enemy's ranks. Due to the rapid flight speed of the energy blasts and the fact that these fighters had no means to perceive energy signatures, the horrifying casualties inflicted heavy losses on King Cold and Gula's army. Originally, those few aliens had been mocking because they couldn't perceive the combat power. At this moment, they couldn't help but regret their earlier arrogance. Moreover, they questioned whether the opponent was mentally stable, hiding such immense strength. Had they known their opponent was so powerful, they would surely have slinked away with their tails between their legs. With Sabo's attack, the android army advanced to divide the battlefield. One by one, the so-called high-end combatants were pierced through the heart. If not for their hearts being on the right side or their exceptionally strong recovery abilities, these aliens would have certainly been wiped out. After eliminating this group of aliens, Sabo decisively reorganized the structure of the android army. He divided the original android army into two parts, each following himself and Majin Buu to uncharted planets. Meanwhile, on Frieza's side, the Demon Realm King Deborah, who had been sent for treatment, woke up. He first looked around in confusion, then began to recall his previous encounters. The experience of being brutally beaten by androids 17 and 18 flashed before his eyes once more. How could I, the king of the Demon Realm, endure this humiliation? Deborah's first thought was to escape this hellish place. He wanted to avoid being harmed again by those two freakish androids. Deborah continued to kill dozens of researchers and security personnel appearing on the surface of Frieza's planet. Such a powerful energy fluctuation naturally caught Frieza's attention. 17. Go bring the awakened Deborah here. Images of the high-level forces on Frieza's planet flashed through his mind, finally settling on Deborah's image. Upon hearing Frieza's command, 17 instantly vanished from his location. Freed from his restraints, Deborah was preparing to hijack another spaceship. He then saw Android 17 flying towards him and couldn't help but complain, are these people demons? I just got revived. With the shadows of the past, and just having regained his freedom, Deborah found himself unable to exert all his strength, and in a moment of carelessness, he was severely injured by 17. Frieza-sama, this guy was just about to run away. 17 reported the situation to Frieza as he looked at the disheveled Dabura. Dabura, what do you think of my Frieza planet? Very good, it's more than 100 times better than the demon realm. Then stay on Frieza's planet and be a sparring partner for the androids. Alright, I'm okay. Caught between survival and imminent disappearance, he chose to endure. Frieza gazed at Dabura before him, unable to suppress a flicker of astonishment. How could he have submitted so readily? Had he not been expected to leap forth and challenge him? Sensing Frieza's gaze, Dabura shifted uncomfortably. Android 17 also turned his attention fully upon Dabura. Lord Frieza, with Dabura as our sparring partner, I am confident that both Android 18 and I will soon reach the combat prowess of Kikono and Dodoria. Though all androids possessed the ability to absorb energy, viable sources were scarce. Opponents too weak yielded insufficient energy. Even after absorption, the net gain failed to offset losses. Opponents far stronger than themselves would exceed their absorption capacity. Thus, Dabura's presence perfectly resolved the energy supply dilemma for androids 17 and 18. Hearing 17's words, Frieza gave a subtle, approving nod. Their exchange, of course, did not escape Dabura's ears. Dabura's initial elation at having just awakened self-awareness vanished entirely as he contemplated the life awaiting him. Lord Frieza, recent reports from Sabo indicate the Majin Buu's emotional state appears increasingly unstable. Android 17 had intended to elaborate further, but recalling Sabo's intelligence report, he winced inwardly. Those details seemed utterly unreliable. What precisely is the situation? The upper limit of Majin Buu's growth remained terrifyingly vast. Should he falter, it would inevitably compromise the elite combat strength of Frieza's forces. Android 17 transmitted every scrap of available data on Majin Buu directly into Frieza's mind. Each emotional fluctuation occurs only when he is completely alone, and the intervals between episodes are approximately 1 year. Studying the report, Frieza frowned in quiet consternation. For a being of Majin Buu's overwhelming power, only an opponent of comparable strength could provoke such emotional turbulence. Admittedly, an adversary capable of instantaneous power amplification might also trigger his instability. Yet across the entire galaxy, where could such a combat unit possibly exist? Within the 7th universe, Majin Buu already ranked among the most formidable warriors, though Frieza had considered exceptional contingencies, such as reckless low-tier extraterrestrials. Buu's dossier explicitly stated he remained isolated, eliminating that possibility outright. Majin Buu. A cascade of information surged through Frieza's consciousness. Babidi, Dabura's son, Goku, Vegeta, other Saiyans, the Kaioshin, any who might have crossed paths with Buu. When Frieza's thoughts settled upon the Kaioshin, his eyes narrowed sharply. Could the Kaioshin have appeared prematurely? Though this Kaioshin's combat ability was laughably feeble, his survival instincts were remarkably tenacious. Within the sacred world of the Kai, the ancient 15th generation Kaioshin still resided, capable of unlocking latent potential. As his contemplation deepened, Frieza's irritation mounted. Damn it! Has this universe's Kaioshin truly manifested already? Majin Buu had consumed one of his most precious artifacts. If the Kaioshin and his allies succeeded in eradicating him, now Frieza would suffer an irrecoverable loss. Just as Frieza wrestled with apprehension, a new plan crystallized among the 4 figures in the sacred world of the Kai. Goku, your current strength renders Majin Buu effortlessly defeatable. Kaioshin Shin, observing Goku's seamless mastery over his newfound power, could no longer contain his urgency. Without delay, we must eradicate Majin Buu once and for all. Goku scratched his head, mentally reviewing Majin Buu's power level. He nodded in agreement, without making Kaioshin wait long. Kaioshin had initially intended to invite the Elder Kaioshin along, but the Elder Kaioshin declined without hesitation. During Goku's training, he had observed Buu closely through the sacred world's crystal orb. Though Majin Buu's combat power was extraordinary, his aura carried unsettling anomalies, perhaps due to absorbing too many disparate alien life forms, or perhaps because another Majin Buu had emerged, disturbing his essence. Seeing Kaioshin's unwavering confidence in Goku, the Elder Kaioshin remained silent. Then the 3 figures dissolved into shimmering light, vanishing from sight. Watching them depart, the Elder Kaioshin's expression hardened. His fingers traced patterns across the crystal orb until Dodoria's image coalesced within its surface. Strange. How can there be a second Majin Buu? And this alien Dodoria, he has absorbed countless sentient beings across the cosmos. Indeed, upon acquiring Majin Buu's traits, Dodoria instantly grasped his path to ascension, relentless assimilation, and absorption of adversaries. After departing Frieza's planet, his campaign grew increasingly brutal and perverse. At first, he merely absorbed each world's strongest warrior. Then he slaughtered resisting factions and individuals until entire planets bowed beneath his dominion. Yet as time passed, and as Sabo's conquest reports grew ever more frequent, Dodoria escalated to unspeakable extremes. He began devouring entire planetary populations, indiscriminately regardless of morality or willingness to submit. He transformed every life form into raw power. Later, having perfected his technique, he simply transmuted himself into a roiling pink mist enveloping entire inhabited worlds. His efficiency in consuming life reached its absolute zenith. In Majin Buu's domain, grotesque tendrils erupted from Buu's cranium, unleashing torrents of devastating sorcery. Fleeing aliens experienced true terror for the first time. Majin Buu, the newly arrived Kakarot, beheld Buu's atrocities firsthand. Unable to restrain his fury, he glared at Buu and roared, voice icy with contempt. Hearing his name called, Majin Buu turned his head blankly. Having absorbed countless lives, Buu's power surged anew, surpassing even the strongest incarnation of Majin Buu from the original timeline. Recognizing Goku once more, Buu's emotions detonated. This foe, the one who had twice slipped from his grasp, caused him to abandon his imminent feast. Seeing Majin Buu finally halt his rampage, Goku exhaled faintly in relief. "You coward." To Buu, this persistent fugitive was nothing but a trembling coward. A terrifying aura of battle intent began to coalesce around Goku. His very presence sharpened, turning razor-edged and lethal. Majin Buu, observing the shift, immediately mimicked Goku's scowl. Yet Buu's diminutive stature rendered the imitation absurdly comical. White, incandescent energy flared across Goku's body like divine fire. His entire bearing transcended mortality, drawing ever closer to the sublime essence of a god. Once Sun Wukong entered his mysterious state, Buu's expression instantly turned vigilant. The original Sun Wukong posed no threat in his eyes. However, the Sun Wukong in his mysterious state made him feel an immense threat. The once insignificant ant had instantly transformed into an existence on the same level as himself. This sudden change greatly displeased Buu. The Sun Wukong, who was originally prepared to exchange pleasantries, was abruptly interrupted by Buu. Buu's hand shimmered with powerful energy as he charged towards the not-so-distant Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong did not hold back, either rushing forward the moment Buu attacked. He dashed out, meeting the charging Majin Buu. The fists of Sun Wukong and Buu quickly collided. Due to years of habit, Sun Wukong found himself at an absolute disadvantage in their first encounter. Focused on testing the waters, he faced Buu, who unleashed his full force. Sun Wukong was continuously forced back, ultimately losing control and being sent flying by Buu's attack. The chi inside him kept gathering. He gradually steadied himself, floating in midair and locking eyes with the Majin Buu. The power he had previously revealed was insufficient to defeat Buu, prompting Sun Wukong to unleash all his strength. The originally white aura suddenly expanded by a factor of 2. This overwhelming power caused the observing Kaioshin Shin and Jebet to instinctively retreat hundreds of meters. After catching his breath, Sun Wukong began to adjust himself. Once in the right state, he charged towards Buu again. Beneath Buu's feet, a piece of pink flesh was quietly hidden. Just as he finished these small maneuvers, Sun Wukong appeared right in front of him. Buu wore a smug smile, and the hidden piece of flesh quietly emerged behind Sun Wukong. The small piece of flesh, originally only the size of a palm, rapidly expanded hundreds of times. It lunged towards Sun Wukong, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. At the same time, Buu unleashed another burst of immense energy from his hand. Sun Wukong, caught between two threats, immediately chose to counter the ambush from behind. A blazing energy shot from Sun Wukong's hand, tearing a large hole in the encroaching flesh net. Upon seeing Sun Wukong's action, Buu unhesitatingly launched the energy blast from his hand. Thick smoke quickly enveloped a 100-meter radius. Kaioshin Shin and Jebet could not help but worry about Sun Wukong. However, the Majin Buu, as his opponent, showed no signs of relaxing. Although the recent energy blast had struck Sun Wukong, his aura did not diminish significantly. This realization elevated Buu's already serious attitude to a new level. Indeed, Sun Wukong's figure gradually emerged from the smoke. It was evident that Buu's previous attack had not been ineffective. Sun Wukong had a few faint scratches on his cheek. His arms also bore some issues, with blood trickling down his fingers to the ground. Faced with the injured Sun Wukong, Buu dared not take any chances. The wounded Sun Wukong saw his battle intent rapidly swell. The two faced off once more, and the atmosphere in the arena became increasingly tense. The power unleashed by Sun Wukong and Bu had already spread beyond their star region. Nearby Zabo and the Android Legion were caught off guard, clearly unaware of the situation. What's going on with Majin Bu? He has unleashed such powerful energy. Zabo pondered while leading the Android Legion toward the source of the disturbance. On the way, Zabo began communicating with Frieza. Lord Frieza, it seems Majin Bu has gone berserk again. The intensity of this energy explosion has far surpassed previous levels. Zabo was at a loss for words to describe the power Majin Bu exhibited during his battle with Sun Wukong. In his eyes, there was no difference between a battle power of 10 billion and 500 billion. Both could effortlessly obliterate him. On the other side, Frieza, hearing Zabo's report, sensed the underlying fear in his voice. Mr. Zabo, where are you right now? Lord Frieza, I am currently heading toward the area of the energy explosion, preparing to gather specific information and data. Frieza fell silent for a moment, a hint of shock crossing his face. He knew this was a battle he could not intervene in, yet Zabo headed to the battlefield. The reason was simply to gather more information and data. Frieza stretched his neck and ended the communication with Zabo. Number 17, it's been a long time since I've made a move. Something interesting has happened today, let's go take a look together. Now Frieza had some slight differences from his former self. Upon hearing Frieza's new command, Number 17 immediately ordered the Frieza Force to prepare the latest flying machines. Frieza interrupted Number 17 as he noticed his actions. His body slowly floated and his tail moved behind him. Number 17 had no time to react as he was lifted by Frieza. Fortunately, Number 17 had been modified, otherwise he would have surely panicked. Frieza placed his finger on his forehead, striking the classic instantaneous movement pose. Majin Buu's aura suddenly appeared in Frieza's perception. Found you, Majin Bu. Before the voice completely faded, both figures had already vanished from their spot. On an unknown planet, Majin Bu had once again engaged in battle with Sun Wukong. Majin Bu, relying on his powerful recovery ability, barely managed to survive under Sun Wukong's onslaught. I arrive only to see Sun Wukong fighting Bu. This is truly absurd. The sudden appearance of Frieza did not catch their attention as they were both focused on observing each other. Frieza took a good angle watching the battle unfold with Number 17. Number 17's pupils widened in shock. Majin Bu is incredibly powerful, it's truly hard to believe. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Majin Buu's opponent. A Earthling with a tail? No, that was a member of the Saiyan race, formerly a subordinate of Lord Frieza. Number 17's memory had been implanted with information about the Saiyans. Thus, he quickly recognized the identities of the two in the arena. Buu's body was repeatedly shattered by Sun Wukong's attacks. His aura plummeted rapidly, and his recovery rate slowed considerably. Seeing this change, Frieza understood. It seemed that this Saiyan had grown tired of playing and was ready to finish off Bu directly. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong began gathering immense power in his hands, while Bu seemed to sense the looming danger. However, he no longer had the strength to evade. He could only watch as the energy of the Kamehameha drew closer. Frieza, noticing the situation in the arena, instantly vanished from his spot. In a state of utter despair, Bu fully unleashed his ferocity. The power within him continuously converged towards his palm. Frieza's figure appeared before Bu, one hand pressing against the Kamehameha wave in front of him. The sudden turn of events caused Buu's battle instincts to relax the restraint on his energy. Having just endured Sun Wukong's strongest attack, Frieza felt a strange sensation as if something had scratched his back. He exerted a slight force in his hand, completely crushing the Kamehameha wave. He turned around to see the fallen Majin Bu on the ground. Mr. Bu, what just happened? Majin Buu's brain capacity was instantly overwhelmed. He couldn't understand why Frieza would use such a strange method of movement. Before Bu could respond, he saw Android 17 looking shocked. Clearly, the built-in detector in his body had detected what had just occurred. After 17 seconds explanation, Frieza understood. So the king came to rescue you, and you stabbed him in the back. Seeing the 100% loyalty on Majin Buu's head, Frieza couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could there really be no issue with the abilities and items granted by the system? As Frieza's words fell, Bu was completely stunned. The damned battle instinct had allowed him to predict the changes on the battlefield. However, he did not anticipate Frieza's appearance, leading to such a significant blunder. Watching the stammering Bu, Frieza found it somewhat amusing. In midair, Sun Wukong also sensed Frieza's figure. A flash of memory flickered in his eyes as the recollection of the Namek journey resurfaced. At that time, the opponent hadn't even made a move. It was merely a subordinate who had killed him. Now, seeing the same opponent again, he had single-handedly caught his Kamehameha wave. Sun Wukong's emotions were complex excitement and fear simultaneously filling his mind. The excitement came from facing a powerful adversary. The fear stemmed from the fact that he had not yet killed Majin Buu, and there was a possibility of being killed by him first. After dealing with Buu, Frieza's gaze fell upon Sun Wukong. "You are Kakarot, the one later renamed Sun Wukong on Earth." Frieza's face displayed a keen interest, as if wanting to know more about Sun Wukong. Seeing that the two had not directly engaged, Sun Wukong nodded solemnly, as if answering Frieza's question. "I remember you were killed by Jinyu twice. I didn't expect you could come back to life now. It seems the wish orbs on your Earth are indeed very special." Hearing Frieza's nonchalant remark, Sun Wukong immediately became tense. The fact that Frieza had such knowledge about the Saiyans and Earth made Sun Wukong feel quite passive. His wife Chi-Chi and eldest son Sun Gohan were still on Earth. If Frieza were to go to Earth directly and create chaos, it would indeed be troublesome. With that thought, Sun Wukong began to gather the limited power left within him. Frieza looked at the stubborn Saiyan before him and couldn't help but chuckle. He was already on the verge of collapsing, breathing heavily, still worrying about Earth. Frieza admired this spirit, but unfortunately the other party was his enemy. Frieza vanished on the spot and reappeared just 2 steps away from Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's expression changed drastically as he tried to guard against the potential danger that might arise next. However, in the next moment, the aura emanating from Sun Wukong began to destabilize. His originally resolute gaze began to crumble gradually. Frieza lightly flicked his tail behind him, seemingly trying to wipe away the bloodstains. With no vital signs, Sun Wukong fell to the ground. Frieza looked at Sun Wukong's corpse, frowning slightly. He sensed that someone was watching him, yet he couldn't find the source of the surveillance. Frieza looked up into the sky, unleashing his aura completely. The old Kai of the Kaioshin realm was watching Frieza's close-up in the crystal ball. At the moment Frieza looked up, the old man nearly fell back onto the grass. Is the gap between Wukong and this cosmic emperor so vast? Just as he was about to eliminate Majin Buu, he was interrupted by Frieza. From the dialogue between Frieza and Majin Buu, the old Kai also sensed the relationship between the two. The ancient Majin Buu had actually submitted to this cosmic emperor who had yet to unify the galaxy. The old Kai felt his mind was in disarray. He longed for some peace. "Old ancestor, are you watching, Frieza?" A sudden voice beside him provided an outlet for the old Kai's frustration. He turned around and slapped Kaioshin shin hard. Kaioshin's expression was somewhat aggrieved, but he said nothing. After all, their hope was resting on the mysterious state of Sun Wukong, who had now been killed. The responsibility on both of them was significant, so they dared not say much. "Go bring Sun Wukong back from hell." The old Kai's voice was weary. Kaioshin Shin nodded and vanished alongside Jebet. Meanwhile, Frieza watched the body in front of him slowly disappear, unable to suppress his inner complaints. What happened? Had Sun Wukong been resurrected already? Frieza felt exhausted. Was this protagonist's halo really so powerful? According to his understanding, Sun Wukong wouldn't be resurrected until the Dragon Balls cooled down. During this period, it's inevitable that someone would use the Dragon Balls. If that happened, he could easily send a team of Frieza Force warriors. They would definitely be able to easily eliminate all the martial artists on Earth. But now that Sun Wukong had been resurrected, he no longer expected his army to obliterate Earth. Enduring a moment of anger only made him feel more furious. Taking a step back felt like a huge loss. Frieza and his crew quickly left the planet, casually tossing a planet-destroying bomb as they departed. The brilliant fireworks bloomed behind them. True men never look back at explosions. The approaching Zebon gazed at the energy response on the detector, unable to regain his composure. Looking at the report organized by his subordinates, he felt some doubts. "Are you saying someone detonated the planet?" Zebon still found it hard to believe and then confirmed it again. Can the detected energy response assure that it was a planet explosion? The aura that Zebon unconsciously revealed made several subordinates shiver. Yet they still suppressed their discomfort and confirmed the previous statement. "Hurry up, we need to reach the target planet as soon as possible." Looking at the gloomy Zebon, the lower-level aliens quickly set off towards the target without regard for the spaceship's wear and tear. "Mr. Zebon, we detected Lord Buu's fleet. Try contacting them again. I want to know the latest news." The fleet, which had previously been unreachable, surprisingly responded. As soon as the communication was connected, Zebon saw Frieza's back. In an instant, the information in his mind allowed him to make a rough guess. "Mr. Zebon, it seems you have arrived a bit late." Frieza's tone was very bland, causing Zebon to become involuntarily tense. The progress of the galaxy conquest will not halt for anyone. If it does, they will be crushed without exception. After dealing with the character of Sun Wukong, the expansion speed of the Frieza army accelerated once again. The intense assault made Gula and King Cooled feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. They were not afraid of Frieza, rather they were concerned about their own pride. The fighting power they gathered was continuously defeated by the opponent. Originally, the two of them were ready to take action, but they were intercepted by Bojack. Unlike Gula and King Cold's perceptions, Bojack and the others had a deeper understanding of Frieza. To lead such a powerful army, Frieza's strength must have long surpassed their imagination. Under Bojack's interference, the Frieza army completed the unification of the entire galaxy. King Frieza, the entire galaxy is now unified. Very well, then the next step is to eliminate the last trouble. At Frieza's planet, Jinyu, Dodoria, Majin Buu, and Sorbet arrived here simultaneously. In the plan to conquer the galaxy, Gula and King Cooled had once resisted. However, as time passed, they no longer fully resisted the Frieza army's attacks. Based on his knowledge of the frozen demon race from memory, Frieza could be certain. These two were definitely not afraid, they were waiting for the final moment. Then they would jump out and seize Frieza's territory. Originally, in the final phase of the galaxy conquest, Frieza had already prepared to beat Gula and Cooled. However, the two never showed up, not even a hint. Until these two troubles were resolved, Frieza stated he would not feel at ease. Majin Buu, Dodoria, you two will roam the entire galaxy from now on. If you encounter anything of interest, assimilate and absorb it directly. Frieza's mood was unstable, and this time he did not address them as sir. However, the two showed no reaction to Frieza's change. They executed orders without hesitation, just as before. Watching the two figures disappear, Frieza began to contemplate how to draw them out. Just when he was feeling troubled, the opponent took the initiative to jump out. A name leaped on the communication device, showing it was Gula's communication request. Long time no see, Frieza. At this moment, Gula had completely lost his previous composure. His eyes were suppressed with madness, clearly furious at Frieza's actions. Oh, it turns out to be Gula. I wonder if you were present when Jinyu detonated your lair. That fireworks display under my interference affected the entire star system. Thinking back on it now, I still feel shocked. Listening to Frieza's blatant mockery, Gula could no longer hold back. Frieza, you will pay for your actions. Gula's face contorted with rage, but he could only express his impotent fury. Gula, you step out. A gloomy voice interrupted Frieza's cordial exchange with his brother. King Cool, dressed in a cloak, appeared before Frieza. Frieza, Gula and I are at the Wampa star system in the galaxy. I hope you can come quickly so we can see how much your strength has improved. After Cooled finished speaking, he hung up the communication without hesitation. Frieza closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, his aura suddenly reaching its peak. Just as he was preparing to utter some harsh words, he was interrupted. King Frieza, a subordinate, reports. He says an alien has brought a child, and said that the child is your son. Frieza, who was preparing to brew emotions, was completely thrown off guard by this news. Is this King Cold's strategy? Before besieging him, there are even such little tactics. However, Frieza misunderstood. Cooled OAs was someone he wanted to come. After thinking it over, Frieza instructed them to bring this so-called child to him. A miniature version of Frieza was soon brought to Frieza's palace. Frieza, who originally thought it was a false message, was completely stunned. You are from the frozen demon race. Although Frieza found it hard to believe that this little guy was his son. The two shared extremely similar features and the familiar bloodline of the frozen demon. This made Frieza affirmatively state the question above. Although it was a question, Frieza's tone was quite certain. Yes, father. My freezing period has just ended, and I have even surpassed the record of the frozen demon race. The miniature Frieza gently waved his arm. A powerful energy blast was hurled toward the nearby Android 17. Android 17 hurriedly raised his palm to meet the energy blast. King Frieza, his combat power has already reached 20 million. The 17th android spoke, unable to contain his doubts. How could such a small frozen demon possess such immense power? Frieza nodded. Indeed, to have such powerful combat strength right after ending the freezing period. As you grow, your combat power will surely surpass what I had at your age. At this moment, Frieza also understood. This little guy before him was probably Ace. Ace did not appear in the official history of Dragon Ball, belonging to a future in a parallel universe. Since Frieza's son Ace has appeared, it means that the current timeline is not the main timeline. Ace, we will talk about other matters later. For now, just stay on Frieza planet. After I deal with Gula and King Cooled, we will have a proper conversation. Frieza's voice gently echoed in the Great Hall as he watched Jinyu and Ace leave. On a desolate planet in the Wampa star system, the prepared frozen demon and Bojack were chatting. Bojack, are you certain Frieza will come? The speaker was Gula, clearly not in agreement with Bojack's plan. Bojack glanced at the frozen demon before him and cursed inwardly. This Gula had the shell of a frozen demon, but his intelligence dropped to zero whenever Frieza was involved. In the past, the two had fought more than once. The results were evident. Gula had failed to maintain the dignity of the frozen demon. Even when he showcased his fourth transformation, he was still mercilessly defeated by Bojack. Bojack's strength was close to Super Saiyan 2, making it easy to deal with Gula. However, keeping Gula around was still useful. He had not completely killed the opponent. As one of the four major ruffians who once roamed the galaxy, he was well aware of his own strength. Leaving Gula and Cooled alive was merely to create opportunities for himself at critical moments in the future. With an advantage on their side, they could act directly, saving him a lot of effort. After Frieza's death, he would send these two fools to hell. If Frieza's power was not something they could handle, then he would let these two idiots create an opportunity for his escape. On Frieza planet, Frieza was leisurely sipping red wine, pondering the issue of Ace. As for Gula and Cooled, he already knew what to do. Lord Frieza, the energy of the androids cannot be detected by ordinary life forms. Sabu glanced at the troubled Frieza and promptly expressed his opinion. Oh, Frieza looked somewhat puzzled by Sabus' behavior. Lord Frieza, my combat power is considered low tier among the high-ranking members of the army. If I can travel back and forth smoothly, then the demon realm won't be a concern. If my strength is insufficient, we can dispatch a stronger unit to explore. Sabus' words made Frieza nod secretly. If done this way, it would indeed be a good plan. As for a more exceptional battle strategy, he couldn't think of one right away. Let's temporarily use this plan and see what the demon realm is really like. With Frieza's command issued, the entire research department sprang into action. Various top-tier detection devices began to be implanted into Sabus' body. Fortunately, this kid is now an android, otherwise this entire process could have ruined him. 2 days later, Sabu, modified by the Research Institute, reappeared before Frieza. The detectors within Sabus' body had their detection range and energy sensitivity enhanced by dozens of times. Now he could sense the specific combat power of Android 17 and Jinyu. Gritting his teeth, Sabu charged into the black hole before him. Throughout the process, Frieza did not miss any details. As Sabu approached the teleportation portal, his body was instantly disassembled. The whole person seemed to be in a very strange state, caught between life and death. Frieza's gaze turned to the quail-like Depura, and then he continued to observe the portal. If it weren't for his ability to sense vaguely through the system that Sabu was not dead, Depura the Demon King would likely have been obliterated by now. Seeing that Frieza's gaze did not linger on him any longer, Depura finally took a slight breath and returned his heart to his abdomen. Demon Realm. Sabu, who had just passed through the teleportation array, arrived in this unknown space for the first time. Unlike the dazzling starry sky of the galaxy, the sky here showed no starry changes. The passage of time began to blur. Sabu appeared in the palace of the Demon King Depura. The guards here still hung their heads, seemingly slacking off at work. Is this the world of the Demon King Depura? Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Sabu cleared his throat lightly and began to alert the guards present. Let these fools know that the enemy has appeared right under their noses. The Demon King has returned. The Demon King has returned. The Demon King has returned. Upon hearing Sabus' commotion, the surrounding guards immediately woke up. However, the words they uttered made Sabus' scalp tingle. Is this the legendary Demon Realm? They couldn't even recognize their own boss. With the shouts of several attendants, more Demon Realm beings suddenly appeared in the palace. Sabu patted his chest, doubting whether the translation system had malfunctioned. Sabus' strange behavior did not attract the attention of the onlookers, not because Sabus' actions were discreet, but for other reasons. After repeatedly confirming, Sabu finally understood that both his understanding and the translation system were functioning correctly. He then shifted his attention to the kneeling Demon Realm beings. In fact, it wasn't the fault of these local Demon Realm beings, but rather Depura's. This old guy had been controlled by Babidi, leaving the Demon Realm for who knows how many years. The entire Demon Realm was still operating in its original order, running smoothly. The guards of this palace had been replaced countless times. What they knew now was merely some circulated information, combined with Sabus' entrance method and the location of his appearance. They regarded Sabu, this android, as their Demon King. After gesturing for everyone to rise, Sabu chose a demon that looked closest to a human to inquire. Has there been any recent change in the Demon Realm? Since the people of the Demon Realm took him as the long-absent Demon King, Sabu also wanted to experience what it feels like to be the Demon King today. As the other party explained, Sabu gradually learned about this world. Due to the nature of the Demon Realm, its creatures had exceedingly long lifespans. Additionally, since their sense of time is not very strong, most of the demon creatures' activities lacked regularity. In the end, the demon realm being hesitated for a moment, seemingly troubled. Esteemed demon lord, during your absence, the untrimmed demon realm has seen the emergence of some terrifying existences. As he spoke, a thin layer of cold sweat began to bead on the man's forehead. Sabus' expression froze for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. He waved his hand to disperse the gathered crowd, leaving only this demon realm being. Now tell me, what is the approximate level of those beings' strength? Sabus' voice was very calm, and he clearly looked down on the high-end combat power of the demon realm. Bodies occupying vast stretches of sky, awakening and devouring countless lives. Sabus' expression darkened slightly. Did the demon realm not have any measuring units for combat power? Such vague descriptions made it impossible to understand the opponent's strength. Looking at the increasingly panicked being before him, Sabu asked one last question. What is trimming the demon realm? As he asked this question, the originally docile demon's eyes widened in an instant. Clearly he understood something. The demon king before him was likely an imposter. At the moment he prepared to resist, his instinct for survival made him kneel on the ground. Esteemed powerful one, I don't know anything, I know nothing. Watching the sudden change in the demon's attitude, Sabu decided to drop the pretense. Let's be frank, your demon king has already been enslaved by our Lord Frieza. If you don't want to die, then tell me everything I wish to know. As he spoke, Sabu revealed all of his power. Now Sabu had reached a combat power level of tens of billions, a terrifying force that even made the palace tremble. Feeling the immense power, this demon began to stutter as he continued to speak, harvesting powerful demons to further enhance one's own strength. Images of Doria and Majin Buu gradually appeared in Sabus' mind. The abilities of the two seemed quite similar. However, the scope of the Demon King's abilities was relatively smaller. After learning the information, he sought Sabu retracted his oppressive aura. Not bad, although this demon is ugly, his mind is still sharp. Hearing Sabus' words, the humanoid demon let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, his life force plummeted sharply, and he fell heavily to the ground. If you had pretended not to know, I might have let you go, but what a pity. After dealing with this interesting demon, Sabus' figure appeared outside the palace. The matters concerning Gula and King Kurd seem to have come to a conclusion. Frieza is not inclined to deal with such trivial affairs any longer, trusting that Bojack and his group will resolve those troubles for him. On Frieza planet, Azer, who had just arrived, evidently had not fully adapted to the environment here. Just moments ago, Azer accidentally blew up a research building, causing the octopus-headed head of the research department great distress. Information about Azer continuously flooded into Frieza's hands. Arrogant, conceited, and utterly dismissive of others. After sorting through Azer's information, Frieza finally found a few words that could describe him. Azer's formidable combat prowess has bolstered his confidence. Ordinary beings in the universe are essentially unable to withstand a single blow from him. The frozen demon lacks any traditional virtues to restrain Azer, leading the young man to become increasingly arrogant day by day. His attitude toward life gradually aligned with that of Frieza and his ilk. Life on a planet can be slaughtered entirely if one is dissatisfied. Frieza rubbed his forehead, indicating that he was momentarily at a loss on how to handle this predicament. Seeing Frieza's actions, the others in the hall immediately held their breath. Naturally, Frieza was aware of the changes in the atmosphere. At that moment, his gaze could not help but brighten. Goodness, how could he forget there were so many people in the hall? Though he had sent out 2 subordinates with characteristics of demons. However, Jinyu and his team were still quite strong and could serve as sparring partners. As long as he found something for this young man to do, Frieza believed the time he spent causing chaos would be significantly reduced. With the mention of sparring partners, a figure suddenly flashed in Frieza's mind. In the training room, the Demon Realm King Depura, who was currently taking a beating, felt a chill run down his back. Sabo, go to the training room and bring the Demon Realm King over. After speaking, Frieza's gaze shifted to Azer on the monitor. Jinyu, go bring Azer here. Sabo and Jinyu quickly left Frieza's hall. The galaxy has now been unified and Frieza's power has reached its peak. Yet Frieza was not satisfied. He was unhappy with his own strength and pressure. In the 7th universe, there are not merely these locations. Heaven and hell can judge the sins of humanity. The Kaioshin realm can even mold planets and create life. The realm of destruction is even more exaggerated. The god of destruction of the 7th universe, Beerus, is a being of immense power. In Frieza's memory, there were images of close encounters with Beerus. Even now, Frieza felt he had no chance against Beerus from back then. While he was pondering, Jinyu and Sabo had already brought Depura and Azer. However, the expressions on the two were completely opposite at this moment. Izer's face showed some excitement. This was only the second time he had seen Frieza since arriving on Frieza planet. The achievements of Frieza were being recounted everywhere on this planet. Stories of conquering the North Galaxy and ruling the universe were echoing in his ears, almost to the point of calluses forming. Under this influence, Azer unconsciously developed a hint of admiration. Depura glanced at the little fellow beside him and then at Frieza on the throne. He sensed a tremendous pressure, seemingly worried that there might be some problem. Frieza looked at the Demon Realm King Depura and nodded in satisfaction. For this period, you will temporarily serve as Izer's sparring partner. His current combat power is still too weak. I believe you should change to a different opponent. Depura recalled the atrocities of androids 17 and 18, and then looked at the diminutive Frieza Azer. He nodded in agreement, indicating he was capable of taking on this new position. Seeing Depura's satisfaction with this new role, Frieza's tone shifted. Mr. Depura, since you've been on Frieza planet for such a long time, I imagine your demon realm has been quite neglected, hasn't it? Upon hearing Frieza mention the demon realm, Depura immediately became puzzled. The demon realm has always been desolate. I haven't paid much attention to it since I left. Depura spoke while intentionally appearing a bit anxious. This was a new skill he had learned after leaving the demon realm. The curiosity of humans in this universe is exceptionally intense. Even if the other party is the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, it seems he cannot escape this law. Sure enough, Frieza noticed Depura's actions. He began to suspect whether this fellow was hiding some information. Seeing the look of interest on Frieza's face, Depura secretly cheered in his heart. In his plan, as long as he guided Frieza into the demon realm, then his sister Tawa in the demon realm would soon make her appearance. After his departure from the demon realm, his sister Tawa should have already taken control of the entire realm. If Frieza, this being from the universe, enters the demon realm, he will surely be well cared for by his sister. With the thoughts of the demon realm King Depura, his aura slightly intensified. Is that so? Do you still remember how to enter and exit the demon realm? Frieza asked with a smile. Depura pretended to hesitate, nodding affirmatively 2 seconds later. Immediately, magical patterns began to appear on Depura's palm. Lord Frieza, I can open a portal to the demon realm for you. Where do you want this portal to be opened? Frieza stroked his chin, saying, just place this portal within this great hall. The initial batch of beings entering the demon realm would not be too numerous. Thus, Frieza did not dwell on this issue. After all, Depura could open the portal. When the time comes for him to officially attack the demon realm, he can simply open a few more portals. Receiving Frieza's command, the magical patterns in Depura's hands quickly took shape. What originally seemed like ordinary magic instantly transformed into a portal towering 3 meters high. Frieza silently estimated his own height in his mind. It seems this demon realm king does not respect him much. Given his height, what is the situation with this portal? It seems there might be an opportunity to let this old fellow experience the etiquette of the 7th universe. The portal just opened has already connected to Depura's palace in the demon realm. On the other side, a drowsy guard instinctively adjusted his posture. It had been a long time since the demon realm king left, and if he returned to see them slacking off. After waiting for several hours, a few guards could not help but relax again. They even wondered if this palace had fallen into disrepair over the years, leading to such a problem. On the other side, on Frieza planet, Frieza was a bit conflicted. The opening of the passage between the demon realm and Frieza planet was too sudden. He was momentarily unsure of whom to send to explore the demon realm first. The demon realm king was currently bowing his head simply due to his insufficient strength. Under Frieza's oppressive might, he was left on Frieza planet as a sparring partner. No one knew if this portal would leave some backup plans. Seemingly sensing Frieza's conflict, Sabo stepped forward. Lord Frieza, the energy of the androids cannot be detected by ordinary life forms. Sabu glanced at the troubled Frieza and promptly expressed his opinion. Oh, Frieza looked somewhat puzzled by Saba's behavior. Lord Frieza, my combat power is considered low tier among the high-ranking members of the army. If I can travel back and forth smoothly, then the demon realm won't be a concern. If my strength is insufficient, we can dispatch a stronger unit to explore. Saba's words made Frieza nod secretly. If done this way, it would indeed be a good plan. As for a more exceptional battle strategy, he couldn't think of one right away. Let's temporarily use this plan and see what the demon realm is really like. With Frieza's command issued, the entire research department sprang into action. Various top-tier detection devices began to be implanted into Saba's body. Fortunately, this kid is now an android, otherwise this entire process could have ruined him. 2 days later, Sabu, modified by the Research Institute, reappeared before Frieza. The detectors within Saba's body had their detection range and energy sensitivity enhanced by dozens of times. Now he could sense the specific combat power of Android 17 and Jinyu. Gritting his teeth, Sabu charged into the black hole before him. Throughout the process, Frieza did not miss any details. As Sabu approached the teleportation portal, his body was instantly disassembled. The whole person seemed to be in a very strange state, caught between life and death. Frieza's gaze turned to the quail-like Depura, and then he continued to observe the portal. If it weren't for his ability to sense vaguely through the system that Sabu was not dead, Depura the Demon King would likely have been obliterated by now. Seeing that Frieza's gaze did not linger on him any longer, Depura finally took a slight breath and returned his heart to his abdomen. Demon Realm. Sabu, who had just passed through the teleportation array, arrived in this unknown space for the first time. Unlike the dazzling starry sky of the galaxy, the sky here showed no starry changes. The passage of time began to blur. Sabu appeared in the palace of the Demon King Depura. The guards here still hung their heads, seemingly slacking off at work. Is this the world of the Demon King Depura? Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Sabu cleared his throat lightly and began to alert the guards present. Let these fools know that the enemy has appeared right under their noses. The Demon King has returned. The Demon King has returned. The Demon King has returned. Upon hearing Saba's commotion, the surrounding guards immediately woke up. However, the words they uttered made Saba's scalp tingle. Is this the legendary Demon Realm? They couldn't even recognize their own boss. With the shouts of several attendants, more Demon Realm beings suddenly appeared in the palace. Sabu patted his chest, doubting whether the translation system had malfunctioned. Saba's strange behavior did not attract the attention of the onlookers, not because Saba's actions were discreet, but for other reasons. After repeatedly confirming, Sabu finally understood that both his understanding and the translation system were functioning correctly. He then shifted his attention to the kneeling Demon Realm beings. In fact, it wasn't the fault of these local Demon Realm beings, but rather Depura's. This old guy had been controlled by Babidi, leaving the Demon Realm for who knows how many years. The entire Demon Realm was still operating in its original order, running smoothly. The guards of this palace had been replaced countless times. What they knew now was merely some circulated information, combined with Saba's entrance method and the location of his appearance. They regarded Sabu, this android, as their Demon King. After gesturing for everyone to rise, Sabu chose a demon that looked closest to a human to inquire. Has there been any recent change in the Demon Realm? Since the people of the Demon Realm took him as the long-absent Demon King, Sabu also wanted to experience what it feels like to be the Demon King today. As the other party explained, Sabu gradually learned about this world. Due to the nature of the Demon Realm, its creatures had exceedingly long lifespans. Additionally, since their sense of time is not very strong, most of the demon creatures' activities lacked regularity. In the end, the Demon Realm being hesitated for a moment, seemingly troubled. Esteemed Demon Lord, during your absence, the untrimmed Demon Realm has seen the emergence of some terrifying existences. As he spoke, a thin layer of cold sweat began to bead on the man's forehead. Saba's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. He waved his hand to disperse the gathered crowd, leaving only this Demon Realm being. Now tell me, what is the approximate level of those beings' strength? Saba's voice was very calm, and he clearly looked down on the high-end combat power of the Demon Realm. Bodies occupying vast stretches of sky, awakening and devouring countless lives. Saba's expression darkened slightly. Did the Demon Realm not have any measuring units for combat power? Such vague descriptions made it impossible to understand the opponent's strength. Looking at the increasingly panicked being before him, Sabu asked one last question. What is trimming the Demon Realm? As he asked this question, the originally docile demon's eyes widened in an instant. Clearly, he understood something. The Demon King before him was likely an imposter. At the moment he prepared to resist, his instinct for survival made him kneel on the ground. Esteemed powerful one, I don't know anything, I know nothing. Watching the sudden change in the demon's attitude, Sabu decided to drop the pretense. Let's be frank. Your Demon King has already been enslaved by our Lord Frieza. If you don't want to die, then tell me everything I wish to know. As he spoke, Sabu revealed all of his power. Now Sabu had reached a combat power level of tens of billions, a terrifying force that even made the palace tremble. Feeling the immense power, this demon began to stutter as he continued to speak. Harvesting powerful demons to further enhance one's own strength. Images of Doria and Majin Buu gradually appeared in Saba's mind. The abilities of the two seemed quite similar. However, the scope of the Demon King's abilities was relatively smaller. After learning the information, he sought Sabu retracted his oppressive aura. Not bad, although this demon is ugly, his mind is still sharp. Hearing Saba's words, the humanoid demon let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, his life force plummeted sharply, and he fell heavily to the ground. If you had pretended not to know, I might have let you go, but what a pity. After dealing with this, interesting demon Saba's figure appeared outside the palace. Since the beings of the demon realm regard themselves as the kings of the demon realm, it is time to make good use of this identity. Sabo began to summon the creatures of the demon realm, issuing his first command. During my absence, the unruly creatures should be dealt with. As Sabo's voice fell, the group of creatures below erupted in excitement. Since those creatures became brazenly stronger, their activity and hunting ranges have been forced to shrink by nearly 100 times. If Depura does not appear soon, the entire demon realm may very well be completely occupied by them. However, Sabo's next words left them somewhat bewildered. Seeing your enthusiasm, the task of surveying the creature's territory will be assigned to you. The air instantly became silent, and the once boisterous scene quieted down. Although they yearned for the Demon King to take action and clean up those creatures, they were unwilling to be involved in the task. Sabo looked at the now calm creatures and couldn't help but curse Depura inwardly. What sort of Demon King is this? He is simply a useless fool. The discipline of the Frieza force is far more reliable than these creatures of this world. Watching these creatures with a hint of defiance, Sabo unleashed a torrent of terrifying energy from his hand. That terrifying energy relentlessly crushed any creature it came into contact with, causing the few that managed to survive to tremble in fear. A sparse murmur of compliance arose, clearly indicating some creatures could no longer withstand the pressure. Compared to being killed in front of the Demon King's palace, they preferred to die while exploring the territory of the creatures. After all, dying during the exploration would allow them to live a little longer. With the first batch of submissive creatures, the remaining ones were also willing to venture forth for exploration. Sabo, drawing from the experience of commanding artificial beings, simply divided the many creatures into several teams. Watching the creatures gradually disappear from view, Sabo sighed deeply. Is this the management style of the demon race? It is truly disappointing. The exploration conducted by these creatures certainly cannot be trusted. Sending them out to explore is merely a means to gather a bit more information. More detailed data still has to be obtained through his own efforts. The greatest value of these creatures lies in providing Sabo with another basis for judgment. Based on the casualties among these creatures, he could assess the destructive power and energy intensity of those positioned creatures. Although this method cannot guarantee absolute accuracy, it can still provide a vague impression. Sabo activated the detector within his body and ascended to the heights of the demon realm. Feeling the influx of information, Sabo's body suddenly surged forward into the distance. Soaring high above, Sabo quickly spotted the creatures that had just departed. A team of 100 leaving the palace. Indeed, they began to develop some thoughts that shouldn't exist. Only about 10% of the creatures continued to explore. The remaining 90% were showing signs of attempting to break away from the team. Sabo began to execute the prince's combat tactics, indiscriminate energy attacks rapidly enveloping the lagging creatures. His body continuously flowed above various teams, unleashing energy without pause. This series of actions filled the surviving creatures with immense fear. They were terrified that a careless move from the opponent would erase their existence. Sabo observed that the remaining creatures began to follow his plan and execute their tasks. Satisfied, he nodded and continued with his tasks. The collection and organization of data were swiftly completed. Sabo's understanding of this world was also steadily increasing. Approximately 10,000 kilometers away, there exists an entity with extraordinary combat power. Sabo looked at the results provided by the detector, somewhat perplexed. His combat power detector was capable of detecting the combat powers of beings like Jinyu. Now it indicated an abnormal combat power. Could it be that this entity's strength exceeds that of Jinyu? Sabo slammed his head in frustration, reducing his flying speed as he approached the target's direction. When the distance between them reached 100 kilometers, Sabo landed back on the ground. Sabo looked at the colossal beast in his line of sight, feeling a twinge of hesitation. With such a massive size, had it already discovered him? A gigantic size generally grants greater strength and perception. However, Sabo could no longer afford to think about that. He would retreat if he encountered any creatures. What significance does it have for him to leave the galaxy and come to the demon realm? Sabo began to adjust his speed, ensuring he did not reveal his energy. Sabo continually increased his speed, closing in on the entity. At the moment he was 100 meters away, Sabo sensed a distinct anomaly. The beast seemed to be feeding, devouring a creature the size of 100 meters. Sabo's internal detector began to work frantically as the initial analysis of the unknown entity slowed the progress significantly. Feeling the current progress, Sabo shook his head in disappointment. He decided not to wait any longer. He would take action himself. After reserving energy for the stable operation of various detection devices, he pushed his power to its theoretical limit. His face, once handsome, instantly morphed into something sinister and terrifying. Indeed, to increase his chances of victory, Sabo activated a transformation he was quite averse to. The immense combat power he unleashed drew the attention of the creature that was feeding. It seemed to sense a tremendous threat, dropping its food onto the ground. Turning to face Sabo's direction, it appeared to be searching for the source of the threat. Sabo assumed a combat stance, seemingly waiting for the creature to make a move. 10 seconds passed, and Sabo's expression grew noticeably grim. I've seen insults before, but never this level of insult. Seeing that the gigantic creature was unable to locate him, Sabo controlled his body to rise into the air. A layer of energy shield began to envelop him while he calculated the optimal attack angle. In an instant, a beam of energy several dozen meters long shot forth from Sabo's hand. It rushed toward the giant creature's eyes, catching it off guard. The searing energy made contact with the creature's eye the very next second. A violent reaction commenced, utterly obliterating that eye. At the moment of contact, Sabo's detector frantically alerted him. In this unknown space, his energy seemed to possess an extraordinarily corrosive property. The energy that extinguished the eye did not dissipate. Instead, it continuously eroded toward the giant creature's head. The energy beam, radiating brilliant light, burst forth from the beast's skull. Sabo watched as the massive body of the creature collapsed, feeling a sense of relief. The creature, which had previously been impossible to detect for combat power data, also displayed its information at the moment of its fall. Sabo glanced at the combat power data displayed on the detector, a trace of disdain crossing his face. The detector has preliminarily completed data collection in the demon realm. Next, I need to transmit the information to Lord Frieza. Following the operational methods left by the research department, Sabo began transmitting the information in the detector towards planet Frieza. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 hour. Sabo stared at the zero progress on the detector, unable to suppress his silence. Since the detector cannot transmit the information back, it would be better to return first. Sabo's body swiftly departed from the area, heading toward the portal. Not long after he left, the corpses of the deceased creatures transformed into a burst of starlight and vanished. Deep within the demon realm, Tawa, who was modifying Mira, was taken aback. There is actually a being from the demon realm that killed my experimental subject? Sabo's speed of movement was rapid, and the palace of the demon realm king had already appeared in his sight. After briefly explaining his itinerary, Sabo once again rushed into the teleportation portal, crossing an unknown distance in a single step. Upon returning to Frieza planet, Sabo instantly noticed that the atmosphere was off. Everyone except for King Frieza was staring at the teleportation portal. The moment he appeared, he was immediately targeted by them. Several powerful presences made him feel uncomfortable. The individuals present were generally stronger than him. The pressure from these individuals nearly made him lose his footing. However, Sabo remembered his mission and purpose, forcing himself to approach Frieza. King Frieza, I have gathered information about the demon realm. As he spoke, Sabo uploaded a plethora of data regarding the demon realm. Frieza nodded slightly as he observed Sabo's actions. Mr. Sabo, are there any extraordinary beings in the demon realm? Hearing Frieza's question, Sabo recalled the demon he had slain. King Frieza, the demons in the demon realm do not seem very powerful. I have yet to discover any extraordinary beings. Frieza pondered for a moment before shifting his gaze to the eager individuals around him. Since Sabo could safely travel back and forth to the demon realm, they should also consider a plan to invade it. The creatures of the demon realm had long lifespans, as evidenced by Depura. If the Frieza force could learn something from them, then the power of his subordinates would surely grow stronger. Long lifespans combined with continuously increasing strength. As long as he did not bring ruin upon himself, his territory would expand endlessly. It seemed that Frieza's original memories influenced him, leading to an inexplicable obsession with territory. In the coming time, everyone design a plan to invade the demon realm. The foundation of the plan should be based on the information provided by Mr. Sabo. Invading the demon realm was different from conquering the galaxy. The life forms in the galaxy mostly had average strength. Even those with some power were subject to various restrictions. However, the situation in the demon realm was quite different. The order in the demon realm was practically non-existent. The title of Demon King Depura was likely spread by himself. After explaining numerous matters, Frieza decided to visit the demon realm himself to witness this different world and understand the opponent's high-end combat power. Before my return, I hope you all have managed to handle everything properly. Watching the figure disappear from Frieza's seat, the high-ranking members of the Frieza force began to take action. Sabo shifted his gaze. Wait, why does something feel off? Comparing with past positions, he realized that number 18 had also disappeared alongside King Frieza. In the demon realm, Frieza, who had just arrived, violently launched several planet-destroying bombs. What a dreadful environment. Could anyone live here? The starry sky devoid of twinkling stars left him extremely dissatisfied, having grown accustomed to Frieza planet. Number 18, after conquering the demon realm, we must install a massive spaceship docking port in the sky of this world. The immense destructive power of the planet-destroying bombs instantly shattered the once mighty Demon King Palace. This change also alerted Tawa deep within the demon realm. Not long ago, her experimental subject had been killed. She was still somewhat tangled up, unable to locate the murderer. Unexpectedly, her target had appeared, so soon causing her to become excited. Mira, stop pretending to be dead on the ground. Come out with me for a bit. As Tawa's voice rang out, Mira quickly stood up from the ground. Tawa's android project had completed its preliminary tests. Now he was merely a test subject for Tawa. Due to his unique nature, Tawa naturally did not allow him to rest for even a second. Hearing Tawa's words, Mira instinctively wanted to lie down on the experiment table. But soon he realized. Going out. Tawa, you finally want to go out. Mira's voice was somewhat shocked, but he still nodded. After a brief exchange, Mira quickly appeared beside Tawa. A magic circle was completed under Tawa's chanting, and their figures had already arrived near Frieza. This place used to be the palace of Demon King Depura, where Tawa had left a teleportation device. This was also the reason they could arrive so quickly. The moment Tawa arrived, Frieza raised an eyebrow. Not bad guests have arrived so quickly. Number 18, be gentle when you make your move later. Having seen number 18's training footage, Frieza could not help but tease her. Just as their conversation ended, Tawa and Mira had already arrived near the ruins. Oh, so you're not life forms from the demon realm. Moreover, you carry a rich life aura. Tawa seemed surprised by the characteristics of the two murderers, examining them from head to toe. Frieza's gaze briefly glanced at number 18 beside him, and number 18 nodded in response. Unprepared, Tawa was directly subdued by number 18. Mira, standing by, clearly did not have time to react as Tawa was subdued by the other party. Number 18 released an energy beam with extreme penetrating power that pierced through Tawa's heart. Upon seeing Tawa's expression gradually stiffen, number 18 returned to Frieza's side. Number 18, how could you strike so quickly? We haven't even asked anything yet. Number 18's face showed some embarrassment. They had previously trained against Depura. After Depura's heart was pierced, he could still retain a faint trace of life. With a hole in his chest, he could still bounce back the next day. Clearly, having encountered a creature from the demon realm for the first time, she had unconsciously adopted Depura's characteristics. While they ignored Mira and continued their discussion, Tawa's voice rang out again, filled with delight. Is this your energy characteristic? With this data, Mira will become even more powerful. As number 18 listened to Tawa's voice reappear, her body instantly tensed up. She clearly remembered that the other party had already lost their life aura, but now the other party had reappeared. This discovery made number 18's scalp tingle. Mira, what a familiar name. The only existence bound to Mira was the sister of the Demon King, Tawa. Realizing their identities, Frieza's aura suddenly burst forth. His godlike combat power rendered Mira unable to move. Tawa looked at Frieza before her, as if she had seen some rare treasure. At this point in time, Tawa had not yet gathered all the bosses from the Dragon Balls. Therefore, Frieza's appearance undoubtedly broadened her horizons. What an evil aura. I like it. Tawa instinctively licked her lips, a look that displeased Frieza. Frieza quickly reviewed the basic information about Tawa in his mind. Realizing the potential value this woman could bring, he suppressed his disdain. I have a subordinate who claims to be from the demon realm. By the way, his name seems to be Depura. Although he reined in some of his disdain, he still wanted to express his disgust towards the other party. Tawa heard Frieza's words and actually showed some disdain. The Demon King Depura. That waste hasn't died yet. Upon hearing this, Frieza silently gave her a thumbs up. As expected of the sister of the Demon King, this person has no humanity at all. With their exchange, the originally tense atmosphere dissipated. Near the ruins of the shattered palace, the few of them engaged in idle chatter. None of them were willing to reveal their intentions, first each waiting for the other to speak. After more than 10 minutes, Tawa slightly waved her staff. The palace, which had already become ruins, began to revert as if the film was being rewound. The remnants that once scattered across the palace began to restore themselves to their original form. Tao's display made Frieza involuntarily swallow hard. Although Frieza's actions were quite subtle, Tao and Mira still noticed. The reappearing palace instantly transformed the environment of the four from its previous dismal state. The figures of the four appeared within the palace, clearly preparing to continue their conversation. Frieza's gaze fell on the corpses in the hall, and he evidently looked somewhat gloomy. Since Tao had the ability to restore the palace to its former glory, she could also make these corpses disappear. However, she chose not to, allowing them to remain an eyesore. Lord Frieza, are you interested in obtaining even more powerful strength? Seeing Frieza not asking the question she had anticipated, Tao decided to drop her act. She directly revealed one of her trump cards, intending to broaden Frieza's horizons. Frieza assessed Tao and then observed Mira. More powerful strength. Is it the kind of strength like that waist beside you? His words nearly made Mira explode with anger. Although his strength was not the strongest, he could easily handle ordinary beings from the demon realm. But hearing himself referred to as a waste from Frieza's mouth was disheartening. Tao understood from Frieza's instinctive disdain that he had misunderstood her. Lord Frieza, what if it's the evil energy from the demon realm? A source of power capable of giving birth to demonic beings. Do you not wish to try it? Tao's words were quite tempting. Coupled with her current appearance, it was easy for Earthlings to succumb. Frieza looked down at his blue and white striped body, and then at his tail. He decisively abandoned the fleeting evil thought that had just crossed his mind. Evil energy that can give birth to demonic beings. Can it grant me power on the level of a god of destruction? Upon hearing this, Tao's expression darkened instantly. Power on the level of a god of destruction. Why don't you go to sleep? The demon realm knows no day or night. You could still daydream while sleeping. Tao suppressed her anger and began to explain to Frieza again, while internally, she raged, waiting for Frieza to be corrupted by the evil energy. She was determined to turn this bastard's body into a conscious puppet. The presence of evil energy can change the very essence of a life form. If I as a magician intervene, the evil energy and the life form can be thoroughly fused. After a pause, Tao continued her explanation. After fusing with the evil energy, a life form can be completely evolved into a higher existence. As she spoke, Tao's magic began to take effect. Frieza's mind was flooded with flashes of inexplicable scenes. In one inconspicuous fragment, he even saw himself stepping on Beerus' head. A beam sword extending from his arm continuously waved, and in an instant he tattooed a hairless cat on Beerus. Tao could see part of the other party's memories while using her magic. As Frieza's thoughts fluctuated, Tao also saw the Beerus after the tattoo. Her expression involuntarily changed, and she cursed Frieza in her heart. He had merely released a small spell and had not conducted any deep guidance. These images were definitely Frieza's own thoughts. After a long time, Frieza's gaze regained its clarity. While I was lost in my fantasies, you didn't take the opportunity to guide the evil energy, to corrupt me. A hint of disappointment flashed in Frieza's eyes. If Tao had acted earlier, he could have relied on the characteristics of his system to subdue or eliminate her from his mind. The last time Babidi controlled him, it was mixed with the power of the system. If Tao had used her mental or evil energy to influence him, it would have certainly allowed his strength to improve. Lord Frieza, do you accept the power of the demon realm? After wasting so much time, Tao decided not to wait any longer. As long as Frieza declined, she would directly use spatial magic. She planned to throw this unclear individual into the core area of evil energy. Seeing that the other party clearly had lost patience, Frieza decisively refused. No matter what plan you have, what does it have to do with me? The reason for wasting so much breath is that it seems the seventh universe is preparing to send someone again. As he passed through the portal, Frieza recorded the subtle fluctuations in his consciousness. Just now, an identical fluctuation came from the other side of the portal. This gave him a new idea. If the person from the seventh universe is helpful, he will keep them. If they are not helpful, he will completely launch an invasion of the demon realm. He believed his capable subordinates would prepare everything well. Among the personnel arriving this time, if it included the Majin Buu type door or Majin Buu himself, that would be the best situation, allowing him to attempt to capture the sister of the Demon King. Although Majin Buu was not very clever at first, after absorbing a massive amount of life, he was now considered an excellent warrior with both demonic and martial skills. At the time, Frieza had just left. His high-ranking units in the Frieza force were discussing plans for the invasion of the demon realm. They immediately called Majin Buu back. At that moment, he happened to be on a nearby planet enjoying the local cosmic cheese. Upon receiving the order, Buu didn't even have time to pay and gradually vanished. When Majin Buu regained his sight, the first thing he saw was his lord. Lord Frieza. The voice of Majin Buu came from behind Frieza. He was holding a tray that contained cheese. Seemingly sensing Frieza's confusion, Majin Buu explained his journey. What? You learned instant transmission. Instant transmission. Is that strange way of moving? Buu demonstrated his body disappearing and reappearing instantly. Frieza fell silent for a second, but quickly regained his composure. It didn't seem too surprising for the highly talented Buu to learn instant transmission after just one look. Mr. Buu, can you lock onto that woman's specific location? Although Frieza was asking Buu, his tone was quite assertive. Mr. Buu, if you cannot lock onto her, then you have no reason to exist. As soon as Frieza's voice fell, Majin Buu's antennae began to emit bolts of lightning. The lightning within the tentacles of Majin Buu quickly sealed off the surrounding area. Frieza watched the lightning chains that were less than 10 centimeters from his body. Majin Buu. At this moment, a layer of energy-like material covered Tawa and Mira. Frieza clearly observed the changes in the arena and began to unleash his own aura. The powerful aura isolated the lightning emitted from Majin Buu's tentacles to 2 meters away. Seeing that his magic had no effect, Majin Buu retaliated by creating a large hole in his own stomach. The pink rubbery flesh slowly collapsed in Buu's hands. In an instant, pink smoke engulfed the entire area. Tawa, who had initially looked down on the situation, was now feeling somewhat tense. When number 18 killed him before, he could still play tricks on his opponent by pretending to be dead. However, Majin Buu also mastered magic, and taking such an action carried a small risk. The pink smoke continuously encroached towards the two within the energy shield. Mira, you really are useless. Tawa's words left Mira momentarily confused. Before she could contemplate further, Tawa had already taken new action. As the barrier outside her body was about to be completely eroded, she proactively detonated that barrier and began activating various experimental subjects buried in the demon realm. Taking advantage of Majin Buu's moment of inattention, Tawa and Mira vanished from their spot, leaving behind only Tawa's harsh words. After Tawa activated the various experimental subjects in the demon realm, Frieza felt that something seemed to have changed throughout the demon realm. He glanced at Tawa's silhouette and shot forth a massive surge of energy. The energy instantly enveloped Majin Buu, exploding with a thunderous roar amidst the demon's screams. The palace beneath his feet, just recently repaired, faced massive destruction once again. As the violent explosion and smoke gradually dissipated, the area where Majin Buu stood was already devoid of his presence. Frieza looked at the remnants left in the ruins and stepped down harshly. The part of Majin Buu that had partially reverted to a gaseous state preparing for resurrection was once again crushed under Frieza's foot. Looking at the remnants that were less than 20%, Frieza turned and walked towards the direction of the teleportation portal. Behind him, Majin Buu was struggling to restore his basic form. The teleportation array still stood in its place, but it was covered in dust. It seems the quality of the teleportation portal is quite good. After this series of experiences, Frieza had completely lost patience with this world. Stepping through the teleportation portal, Frieza returned to the familiar palace. How's the army faring? Bring that fool Dapper to me. Frieza's tone was quite displeased, clearly indicating that something had transpired. Due to years of warfare, a large army quickly gathered on Frieza's planet. Among the first batch of troops, there were also some discarded soldiers from the previous generation of androids. These Legion members were originally intended as cannon fodder. However, Frieza quickly issued a new command, instilling confidence in them for the upcoming war. In the war against the demon realm, large-scale use of planet-destroying weapons is permitted. Most of them had combat power of less than 10,000. With the aid of these war machines, they should quickly achieve their own military exploits. With this command given, everyone became excited. In previous wars in the galaxy, they were generally prohibited from using such weapons. Otherwise, winning a war would mean obliterating the enemy's planet altogether. What resources could be gained then? It would be a significant loss. Due to the lack of precedent, Frieza's Legion had to bring out all their stock. In an instant, the space outside Frieza's planet was filled with ships carrying terrifying firepower. Frieza silently calculated the weapons carried by these warships. There were only about 200,000 in combat power, which was considerably weaker than the android army. He sighed deeply, realizing that this world still relied on individual combat strength. Once we enter the demon realm, we'll clear the way, first eliminating all those bothersome low-level demons. Just as Frieza was about to say something further, Dapper appeared. Since he changed his training partner, Dapper's life had become quite comfortable. The treatment he enjoyed on Frieza's planet had also reached the standard of the upper echelons of the Frieza Corps. This made Dapper, who originally intended to leave Frieza's planet, somewhat wavering. as long as this situation continued for a while. He believed that Dapper, the king of the demon realm, would never leave. The experiences on Frieza's planet and in the demon realm were simply not the same. Whoever wishes to go to that demon realm can do so by themselves. Seeing Dapper's arrival, Frieza led him outside the palace. Do you see the warships in the sky? I see them. Open 20 portals of that scale to connect different regions of the demon realm. As the king of the demon realm, you won't have any problems, right? Feeling the power gathering in Frieza's hand and recalling the demon realm's corners, Dapper took a deep breath, cold sweat already beading on his forehead. No problem, Lord Frieza. Dapper quickly began his operations, and the entire Frieza planet was instantly enveloped by the aura emanating from the demon realm. Countless low-combat power or weak-willed aliens began to mutate one after another. Although their bodies underwent changes, their thoughts remained as they originally were. The only downside was that they became slightly more irritable than before. My power has increased nearly 20-fold. A weak combat unit exclaimed excitedly. As his voice fell, others expressed their excitement. They voluntarily surrendered their resistance, allowing the aura of the demon realm to alter their bodies. Zabo looked at the bizarre warriors before him and couldn't help but feel a bit of self-doubt. He hadn't actively resisted the invasion of the demon realm's aura, so why had his body changed? Not at all. Through Zabo's observations, units with combat power exceeding 100 million were basically unaffected. Those with combat power between 1 million and 100 million could gain enhancements by giving up their resistance. Lord Frieza, due to the activation of the large demon realm teleportation portal, the life forms on Frieza's planet have undergone some beneficial evolution. Yes, Zabo referred to it as beneficial evolution. Frieza put down the wine glass in his hand and browsed through the uploaded information. This strange state feels somewhat enchanted. However, Frieza quickly stopped caring about these changes. They were merely combat units. Even if they deviated from human structure, what did it matter? They were expendable. Life in this universe was clamoring to join Frieza's legion. The existence of these individuals could help consume the resistance forces of the demon realm more quickly. Once they perished, they would also free up space for others. Large teleportation portals continuously appeared near Frieza's planet. This led to the further metamorphosis of the Legion members on Frieza's planet. The battle units of Frieza's army transformed after their evolution have gone completely insane. After casually mentioning a few names, he saw Jinyu and Zarbin along with Android 17 a step forward. Everyone take the Frieza core and cleanse the garbage of the demon realm first. After saying this, Frieza's eyelids seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. After several responded, they issued relevant commands through their respective communications. As the orders were given, the entire Frieza fleet continuously entered the transport array heading to the demon realm. Brothers, I heard that we are attacking another world this time. A low-ranking soldier from Frieza's army asked his companion. Yes, it is said that there are no restrictions on the weapons we can use this time. Seeing that the fleet had already begun its action, the few of them stepped into the transport portal. The sky of the demon realm was originally somewhat gloomy, but the arrival of Frieza's battleships quickly intensified this atmosphere. Some lower intelligence demons roared, attempting to attack the suddenly appearing entities. The experimental subjects revived by Tawa in the demon realm also began to gather continuously towards the various battleship groups. Although Tawa regarded them as experimental subjects, they themselves were unaware. Some of the modified demons gained the ability to fly. In an instant, shadows rose everywhere in the demon realm. Frieza's army's detectors could not clearly sense the specific combat power of these demons. However, due to the earlier information from Zarbin, Jinyu and the others still underestimated these demons. A nearby flying demon quickly approached a squadron of battleships. The energy torrent of the battleship surged forth, and the blinding light caused the demon to panic. However, upon contact, the demon regained its confidence. The terrifying energy torrent did not even penetrate its outer scales. Instead, the scattered energy beams quickly evaporated the low-level demons that had gathered on the surface. Jinyu looked at the data analyzed by the battleship and fell silent for a few seconds. It was a waste of time to bring the battleship into such a cursed place. Although there had been no expectations for the battleship to have a significant effect, the current result was somewhat disappointing. The previously gathered battleships were now dispersed across various regions of the demon realm. Jinyu and the others each chose a direction and began hunting these experimental demon subjects. Inside the palace deep within planet Frieza, due to the invasion of the demon realm's aura, Frieza, who was drinking red wine, also felt some irritation. He called out to Android 18A and the two descended back into the demon realm. Reappearing in the demon realm, Frieza also noticed the actions of Jinyu and the others. The scene before him made Frieza quite satisfied. High-level demons continuously fell from the sky. The bodies of those demons were even larger than the information on demons that Zarbon had transmitted. These demons falling like dumplings crushed some demons that could not escape in time. Meanwhile, some surviving demons began to devour the bodies of the deceased demons. The atmosphere of the entire demon realm made Frieza feel exhilarated. Such a world is the true survival of the fittest. The air was filled with the scent of demon blood. Due to the differences in species, Frieza did not sense a hint of bloodiness. On the contrary, he felt somewhat intoxicated by these scents. After nearly 7 days of slaughter, the large demons, or experimental subjects of this world, under the efforts of Jinyu and the others, had basically been eradicated. The newly born demons also fell under the high-level weapons of the battleships. For a moment, it seemed that only the members of Frieza's army remained in the entire demon realm. In a layer of space somewhere in the demon realm, Tao's expression was subtly twisted, clearly unable to accept reality. The numerous experimental subjects she created had not yet grown to their peak. The relevant experimental data had also not been collected properly. However, now the Emperor of the Seventh Universe had completely destroyed them all. Of course, Tao's condition was something Frieza was unaware of and did not care about. He was now facing a rather serious problem that was causing him distress. Just now, a part of Frieza's consciousness appeared in a region similar to the demon realm. This area was filled with pure demon realm aura, but there was no sign of life. Only a seemingly vague consciousness communicated with Frieza. "You want me to do something?" Frieza looked at himself, unable to retract his consciousness for the time being. He no longer cared about anything and displayed the pride of his cosmic emperor. The consciousness was taken aback, clearly not expecting such an unbelievable existence. "Aren't you worried that I will leave this part of your consciousness here forever?" Hearing the response from the other side, Frieza silently breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by the emotions contained in the words, it should be a being with a certain level of intelligence. As long as there is intelligence, there must be a flaw. Although he could directly abandon this part of his consciousness and then be reborn, he could be ruthless to himself, but the premise was that he needed to know who made such a choice for him. When he evolved to a higher level, he could return and provide warmth to the other party. It's just a part of consciousness, just shatter it directly. The mysterious consciousness seemed taken aback by the reply. The vague consciousness seemed to fall silent for a moment before continuing. "The demon realm is a world with immense potential, but it has encountered some issues during its growth. Get to the point, otherwise this king will leave right now. The demon realm possesses powers close to the cosmic divine system. Don't you want to experience it?" Frieza glanced around his surroundings, confirming that there was no change. Only then did he lift his head again, his face showing a look of disdain. If the demon realm had such powers, why would it hide in an obscure corner? The figure spoke again, briefly explaining the relevant information. Frieza stood there silent for a long time. It requires a powerful and top-notch life form to absorb a divine rank. Frieza felt some disdain. Even weak beings like the Kaioshin could become gods. Now you tell me there are such and such conditions. Seemingly realizing that Frieza did not believe him, the consciousness made new movements. A powerful eroding force continuously appeared in Frieza's consciousness. His external body also began to emit the aura of this power. This is a divine rank close to a demon god, capable of allowing ordinary life forms to enhance their own dimensions. Just as Frieza was about to say something, he felt an influx of countless torrents of information into his consciousness. The impact of the torrent of information was ultimately stabilized by Frieza. It was not due to the firmness of his will, but rather because he possessed a system. At this moment, Frieza's consciousness had returned to his own body, feeling the information that had been categorized and organized deep within his memories. Frieza exhaled deeply. If he were an ordinary life form, this would have been catastrophic. Such a colossal amount of information could easily cause their minds to explode or split into several new personalities. As he carefully flipped through the information in his mind, he gradually began to understand what the previous area was. As for that voice, he also came to realize what it was. That area was the origin of the demon realm, and the voice within it was the will of the demon realm. The existence of that will was roughly equivalent to the supreme ruler of the entire universe within the demon realm. However, unlike the supreme ruler who had absolute control over the universe, that will could only make some interventions. The manifestations of the demon realm across various space-time in the universe were the unconscious effects it produced. Just as Frieza was about to continue his contemplation, the voice of the system rang out. "The will of the demon realm has intervened. The fusion of the demon realm divine legacy information is complete. Current evolution progress increased. Having gained an additional 20% of evolution progress, Frieza's own power rapidly expanded. The sudden emergence of a terrifying aura made the Frieza army, which was originally searching in the demon realm, unable to resist trembling. Having learned from previous experiences, Frieza quickly suppressed his own pressure. The newly added evolution progress brought him to 60%. With over 50% of the progress, Frieza felt that he could enter the golden Frieza state at any time. His originally blue and white body gradually transformed into a noble pure gold color. From a distance, he resembled a warrior adorned with RMB. Unfortunately, only Android 18 was by his side, leaving Frieza's desire to perform somewhat unfulfilled. Android 18, sensing the changes in Frieza beside her, was momentarily stunned. She knew Frieza was powerful, but she did not know exactly how strong he was. Just moments ago, that terrifying aura had swept across her area in an instant. Moreover, being so close to Frieza, her perception was the strongest. The sensation of an ant facing a dragon made Android 18 hesitant to lift her head. Frieza's current dimension had risen far beyond before. To outsiders, these changes were undoubtedly terrifying. However, Frieza himself felt little. The way his power increased seemed to have become gentler. Perhaps it was due to his own numbness or his body's stronger tolerance. In the golden Frieza state, he felt that his physical consumption was not as great as he had imagined. According to his calculations, he could maintain this state for 4 to 5 years. If he were to gain new improvements thereafter, this state could become his norm. Frieza had resolved the previous issue of being 5 centimeters shorter. He was now subtly taller than Android 18. Although he had surpassed her, the extent of the difference was not very noticeable. In the present demon realm, there were no longer any large-scale demons. His conquest plan had essentially been completed. However, Frieza was clearly dissatisfied with the results of his training. Originally, he had planned for the demons in the demon realm to deplete at least 30% of his forces. But in reality, they had only consumed about 10%, with a large portion not even dying at the hands of the demons. Frieza's current perception allowed him to sense most of the areas within the demon realm. Therefore, he was well aware of the movements of the Frieza army within the demon realm. However, in such a situation, he discovered an awkward problem. His Frieza combat units, after prolonged consumption, were no longer simply attacking the demons. Some of the Frieza army even turned their blades on their own people. The internal management by Jinyu and others had not penetrated very deeply. Their control over the army was basically limited to a level of as long as they obey. Arriving in the unrestrained demon realm, coupled with the limited number of demons after the baptism of artillery fire. These foolish individuals, having undergone demonization, erupted in internal conflicts. Every demon in their eyes was a merit. Their combat power, after being corroded by demonic energy, differed vastly from before. The original squad leaders did not have a single powerful member. Numerous squad leaders were killed by their own subordinates. The once bloodless demon realm began to fill with a pungent odor. However, these changes occurred within just a few minutes. If it weren't for Frieza's certainty that he had not issued any orders, he might have even suspected himself, reflecting on whether he had given some foolish command. Soon Jinyu and others also noticed the chaos within the Frieza army. Their way of handling problems was extremely wild. All involved members, whether active or passive, were blasted to pieces by one of Jinyu's energy blasts, and beforehand, he had them gathered together. Jinyu's actions quickly intimidated the entire army. Frieza soon received a complete report of the incident, nodding in approval as he read it. This is exactly what a great villain should do. No wonder you are my capable assistant. Just as Frieza was preparing to familiarize himself with his powers, he felt that previous world will once again. Perhaps due to the inappropriateness of the situation, the voice of that will was very vague. It seemed to tell Frieza that the previous anomalies in the Frieza army were all his handiwork. Not bad, I didn't expect you to interfere with the material world. He casually complimented. In his eyes, the Frieza army was merely an expendable existence. Through some worthless life forms, he could sense the ability of the world will. To him, this was quite worthwhile. The intelligence of the world will seemed average after Frieza's words fell. The entire demon realm appeared to have undergone tremendous changes in Frieza's eyes. The previously thin veil of separation had vanished. Now Frieza felt as if this place was his old nest. A peculiar realization also appeared in his mind, which was that a portion of the authority of the demon realm had once again been grasped by him. His body could appear in every area of the demon realm at any time without any restrictions. Indeed, the emergence of this authority is even more useful than instant transmission. Wait, why does this thing resemble the instant transmission of the Kaioshin so much? Seemingly sensing Frieza's astonishment, that world will begin to slowly dissipate. Although it did not convey any more useful information, Frieza could clearly feel a sense of pride. Frieza appeared in different areas of the demon realm in succession, seemingly trying out the new skill he had acquired. His consciousness also began to browse freely through the entire demon realm, planning to check if there were any beings like demon gods present. Unfortunately, Frieza was disappointed. During this time period, there were no demon god-level powerhouses in the demon realm. Of course, it was also possible that Frieza's perception was not sharp enough, causing him to overlook the existence of others. However, after this series of actions, a smile still crept onto Frieza's lips. Ho ho ho, Tawa, so you were hiding here. Tawa, who was cursing in a spatial inner layer, was still unaware that he had already been exposed to Frieza's sight. After detecting the location of Tawa, Frieza did not rush over immediately. Instead, he first observed to confirm that there were no long-distance teleportation devices surrounding Tawa. While observing Tawa, Frieza did not remain in one place. His figure once again traversed through various spaces and interlayers of the demon realm. At this moment, within an alternate space, less than a meter in front of Jinyu, Frieza was watching Jinyu's reaction. Visually, the distance between them was less than a meter. However, due to the existence of the alternate space, the distance between them was unimaginably vast. Frieza proactively exposed his aura, yet Jinyu just a meter away showed no reaction whatsoever. I must say this skill is truly impressive. If Jinyu were my enemy right now, he would probably be completely breathless. After a moment of reflection, Frieza's figure slowly emerged from the void. As Frieza appeared, the communication device on Jinyu began to send out his current location. Jinyu, who was leading a cleanup operation in the demon realm, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Frieza is nearby, and only less than 5 meters away. Jinyu's feelings were quite complicated. The alerts from the communication device were too glaring. Yet he truly did not see Frieza around him. The faint signal from the communication device illustrated the vast distance between them. Yet the results indicated that they were extremely close. He could not believe that the upgraded communication device could be wrong about the distance. Jinyu quickly stopped his movements and began to observe the environment around him. It didn't take long for Jinyu to notice something unusual. A certain area less than a meter away was rippling continuously. Frieza's blurry projection began to manifest, continually drawing closer to reality. Having never witnessed such a scene, Jinyu took a deep breath, attempting to calm his thoughts. But before he could fully calm down and respond effectively, Frieza's figure had completely solidified, and the long tail behind him silently coiled around Jinyu's neck. Faced with Frieza's sudden maneuver, Jinyu instinctively prepared to resist. But in the next moment, he remembered Frieza's terror. The muscles that were slightly tense quickly relaxed back to normal. Jinyu allowed himself to be lifted into the air by Frieza's tail, appearing entirely submissive. Frieza released his tail, nodding in satisfaction. He was pleased with Jinyu's performance. He was also satisfied with the actual effect of this skill. After clearing the demon realm, transform all regions according to the specifications of Planet Frieza. Before he could receive a response, Frieza's figure vanished once more. Seeing his lord's figure completely disappear, Jinyu activated the recording system that had not been turned off. After clearing the demon realm, transform all regions according to the specifications of Planet Frieza. Looking at Frieza in the recording repeating himself, Jinyu finally confirmed he hadn't misheard. As for why Jinyu was recording, who knows what peculiar habits this battle unit, which has been at war for years, might have. The departing Frieza was unaware of Jinyu's thoughts. At present, he shifted his attention to Tawa. There were many secrets surrounding this woman, and she might even make an appearance in the later parts of Dragon Ball. Considering the likelihood of cooperation with her was approaching zero, Frieza decisively chose to strike, preparing to eliminate this potential threat completely. His body appeared in an interlayer of space, and the golden skin around him began to flicker with golden light. The power capable of erasing small spaces was continuously gathering. At this moment, Tawa, due to the spatial barrier, was unaware of this power. The energy Frieza was gathering gradually began to affect the surrounding space-time, causing the space he occupied to tremble. After sensing the intensity of the formed energy, Frieza deemed it acceptable. Confirming that Tawa had not yet noticed anything, Frieza's figure arrived outside the interlayer of space where Tawa was located. Under the influence of his special ability, a crack quietly appeared. As this crack emerged, Tawa suddenly turned her head toward Frieza's direction. However, she did not perceive Frieza's figure. Instead, she couldn't help but close her eyes. Tawa's action was not out of fear, but because Frieza had directly thrown the blinding energy ball into her. In an instant, the stability of the entire interspace layer faced a tremendous challenge. Frieza witnessed the collapsing fragments of space and the raging energy continuously piercing through Tao's body. In a matter of moments, Tao's body had completely lost its human form. The broken body gradually turned to sand under the impact of the energy. Along with her remaining experimental body, she was obliterated, entirely vanishing from Frieza's perception. The last threat in the demon realm has been dealt with. Next, it's time to train Azel properly. Although Frieza's body disappeared from this area, his voice still echoed. Due to the partial obliteration of space here, a portion of the related time was disturbed. In an unknown temporal tunnel, Frieza's voice also appeared. Due to this manipulation, the time that received this message began to generate parallel timelines continuously. Frieza reappeared outside the portal between the demon realm and the seventh universe. Seeing the familiar portal again, Frieza instinctively felt a sense of disdain. Memories from the depths of his mind told him that this teleportation array was crudely made and inefficient. Feeling the emotions conveyed by his subconscious, he shook his head and casually disrupted the balance of the portal before him. The originally stable portal began to collapse rapidly. Noticing the anomaly, Android 18 was just about to unleash a powerful retort when she saw Frieza at the remains of the original portal, lost in thought. In an instant, the words on the tip of her tongue were forcibly swallowed by Android 18. Seeing that Frieza showed no intention of recovering, she began to act as a loyal guard. After a long while, Frieza slowly regained his senses. His fingers moved awkwardly, seemingly casting a spell. With his movements, arcane patterns began to spread throughout the area where Frieza was located. This display caused Android 18's mouth to involuntarily drop open. In her memory, Frieza had always been a powerful warrior and cosmic emperor. But now what was she witnessing? Frieza was actually casting spells, performing operations that were entirely impossible. Moreover, amidst Frieza's movements, a dazzling stargate began to form slowly. After the last magic pattern was completed, Frieza looked at the stargate before him and nodded in satisfaction. At the moment the stargate was established, Depura, who was on planet Frieza, felt a sudden tremor throughout his body. Ace, who was practicing with him, quickly seized upon this opening. Despite his battle power being under 100 million, Ace surprisingly pushed Depura back a step. Seeing Depura retreat, Ace's eyes suddenly flickered. The aura emanating from Ace expanded wildly. In an instant, his form, reminiscent of Frieza's, underwent a terrifying transformation. His entire body rapidly grew taller, evolving toward the fourth transformation of the frozen demon. As Ace's training partner, Depura had never witnessed such a change. He hurriedly found an energy detector, setting the target to Ace. The numbers on the detector soared to 90 million. Depura swallowed hard, seemingly struggling to believe it. His mind drifted back to his youth, comparing himself with the young frozen demon before him. It was a sunny afternoon, and he was carefree under the sunset. No, he digressed. In his youth, his battle power was merely around 1 million. In that state, he not only had to worry about the unknown demon's attacks, but also had to be constantly vigilant of his sister to prevent her from being harmed in her sleep. In an instant, Depura was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. The numbers on the detector had already crossed the 100 million threshold. Faced with this situation, Depura took a deep breath. The evil aura emanating from Ace spread throughout the galaxy. Some were horrified, some were disdainful, and some were fearful. However, none of this concerned Ace. He was now immersed in his own power, somewhat unable to extricate himself. Ace, having mastered a higher level transformation, had lost the envy he once held for Depura. Now he felt as if he could easily kill Depura with just one hand. Seeing the change in Ace's expression, Depura grinned. "Come on, Prince Ace, let me sample the power you just mastered." Depura licked his lips, slightly exuding a sense of unshakable confidence. Noticing the contempt from Depura, Ace's evil aura surged forth. Depura, observing everything, could not help but exclaim, "This frozen demon truly has no good qualities. This guy is younger yet possesses an aura even more sinister than mine." Due to Depura's voice being very low, Ace, in his excited state, did not catch this remark. Depura's body trembled slightly, and a powerful aura erupted from him as well. Controlling his strength to be on par with Ace, Depura took the initiative to attack. Having just acquired such immense power, Ace found it difficult to control it effectively at first. The moment Depura engaged Ace, he noticed Ace's inherent issues. He relied on his years of accumulated combat skills to continuously suppress Ace. The relentless pressure caused Ace's aura to become increasingly unstable. His demeanor resembled that of Frieza, unable to master his golden form. After more than 10 minutes of combat, Ace gradually became familiar with his own power. He reverted to his third transformation, successfully escaping the inflated state. However, their clash caused the demonic aura permeating planet Frieza to disperse somewhat. At this moment, the two Kaishins of the Kaishin realm were observing the entirety of the seventh universe out of boredom. They were drawn to the aftermath of the battle between the two. Simultaneously, Aize's evil presence caught their attention. Following the aura, they quickly spotted the young frozen demon, who bore a striking resemblance to Frieza. Goku, do you think you can defeat this frozen demon? Without understanding the existence of the god of destruction, Kaishin Shin instinctively asked Goku, who was currently training his divine energy. Goku scratched his head, pondering for a long time before slowly responding. I'm confident I can defeat this young frozen demon who is filled with malevolent energy. Nodding as he replied to Kaishin, he nonetheless failed to mention that he couldn't guarantee his own survival. Kaishin and Jebet approached Goku, and the three of them gradually vanished from the Kaishin realm. At this moment, Goku began to contemplate the actions of Frieza's army. During the period when Goku was defeated, he witnessed the brutality and cruelty of Frieza's army firsthand. In Frieza's eyes, unifying the galaxy meant that a new order had been established. However, from Goku's perspective, it was not like that at all. He saw the lives of beings across the universe being continually slaughtered by Frieza's combat units. Their homes were being destroyed one after another. He saw no benefits brought by Frieza's army and no perfected mechanisms of the new order. In past conflicts between two races, one side would be exterminated. Now in conflicts between two races, both would face obliteration at the hands of Frieza's army. Under the high-intensity oppression of Frieza's group, this universe exhibited a trend of polarization. Some people fanatically worshipped the doctrines of Frieza, while others desperately united all resistance forces. Most of those following Frieza's ideology were powerful beings from the universe, while the remainder consisted of weaker races. The entire universe began its frenzied development under this bizarre atmosphere. The overall strength of the seventh universe unexpectedly saw a significant increase due to unforeseen circumstances. Unfortunately, Goku was oblivious to this. He would only uphold what he deemed justice. The location where Goku and his companions appeared gradually manifested deep within planet Frieza. They were less than 100 meters away from Aize, seemingly intending to finish their task and leave. Depura immediately sensed the incoming aura, which made him feel an involuntary tension. Instinctively, he moved in front of Aize, seemingly trying to buy some time. He understood Aize's importance and was aware of Frieza's character. If Aize were to be killed on planet Frieza, they would all face dire consequences. It wasn't out of deep affection for Aize, but rather due to the loss of face. Feeling the immense power of Goku, Depura began to excessively provoke his own body. It seemed he was trying to increase his odds of victory through this strength. However, these futile actions were in vain before Goku. A sword of light appeared in Goku's hand, swiftly piercing through Depura's body. Following that, he fired an energy blast, and the Demon King collapsed instantly. In the demon realm, Frieza, who was establishing the Stargate, stepped forward without hesitation. His vision suddenly switched to planet Frieza, but Frieza rubbed his eyes. What's happening? Did I teleport myself to the Kaishin realm? In response to Frieza's bizarre actions, Goku approached with a provocative demeanor. Long time no see, Frieza. Upon seeing that annoying face, Frieza immediately launched an attack. Goku, who had just begun his divine energy training, couldn't withstand the assault. Goku fell to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. During this time, he sensed an aura from Frieza similar to that of the Kaishin. This discovery weighed heavily on his heart. Could it be that this guy intended to kill him again? Goku, after I kill you this time, I will completely destroy Earth. And those two annoying gods over there won't escape either. Frieza began to communicate the will of the demon realm through memories from deep within. In the Frieza planet tainted by demonic energy, a will slowly awakened. The two gods who were just about to teleport away felt the surrounding space completely sealed off. I wonder if Beerus will go into a rage after your fall, Kaishin. The blockage of time and space, combined with the vast disparity in strength between the two factions, led the gaze of both the king of the otherworld and God Jebet to fall upon Sun Wukong. There was a trace of desolation in their eyes. They had invested too much in Sun Wukong. The potential development of the old king of the otherworld, his own life, and the methods of divine training. Yet even so, Sun Wukong was still no match for Frieza. Faced with the returning Frieza, they didn't even know what it meant to fight back. Frieza looked at the two who had already given up resisting, as well as the convulsing Sun Wukong. He casually summoned a member of the Frieza force and slowly spoke in front of the three. Immediately command the troops stationed near Earth and Namek to detonate these two planets. After finishing his words, Frieza glanced at the reactions of the three. Indeed, the king of the otherworld reacted most violently. The child was nearly in tears from anxiety. God Jebet, on the other hand, had a gloomy expression, seemingly displeased by being constrained by mortals. At this moment, Sun Wukong had no energy left to pay attention to the outside information. Under close scrutiny, he could only feel an inexplicable force continuously eroding his body. Under the intervention of this force, his natural recovery ability plummeted. Frieza observed the scene before him, showing no interest in toying with them. In the previous instances when he killed Sun Wukong, he had not been adequately prepared, resulting in that rascal's repeated revivals. Now he had cut off all of Sun Wukong's escape routes. Goodbye, son of the seventh universe's destiny. A faint point of light rapidly took shape at Frieza's fingertips. Then within a second it expanded into a light column with a diameter of several dozen meters, slowly lifting Sun Wukong amidst his furious gaze. The remnants of Sun Wukong's body within the energy light column did not last long. Under the subsequent energy impact, they were directly obliterated. The two deities watched as the formidable Sun Wukong was thus obliterated by Frieza. Meanwhile, the spatial constraints were continually pressing down, causing beads of cold sweat to emerge on their foreheads. The old king of the otherworld, through a unique crystal ball, witnessed everything happening on Frieza's planet. He sighed heavily. Is it truly impossible to break the balance of the universe? As a being forged by the passage of time, he possessed an understanding of the universe's operating laws far beyond others. In the ancient past, one demon after another was killed and sealed. The heavens were filled with benevolent races that gained honor from this, steering the universe towards justice. After a long period, this incredible evil entity Frieza emerged. This series of events constantly impacted the old king of the otherworld's fragile nerves. The two deities on Frieza's planet had no idea what their ancestor was thinking. They even held a faint hope that their ancestor would save them through special means. Frieza looked at the two useless beings before him and shot two beams of light from his hand. In their incredulous gazes, he pierced through their heads. The residual energy completely evaporated their heads. Although I am unsure where your hearts are, I believe that erasing your brains will completely eliminate you. Their life force gradually faded, and two strange blue fruits appeared in their place. Frieza exclaimed, realizing that the king of the otherworld truly grew on trees. These two blue fruits were not entirely intact. The upper parts of the two fruits were vaguely missing a piece. Frieza stroked his chin just as he was about to pick them up. The demonic world consciousness, acting as a tool, began to communicate with Frieza. The information coming from the demonic world seemed quite urgent. Frieza took out the two fruits and tossed them in his hand. He distinctly felt the demonic world consciousness jumping up and down with his movements. Are they very important to you? The demonic world's consciousness hesitated for a moment, but ultimately confirmed Frieza's statement. Then what can you bring me? Enhancements to authority areas with demonic energy will amplify your power. The world consciousness agreed readily, yet Frieza felt a twinge of concern. How much time had passed? He felt that the intelligence of this consciousness had grown to nearly the level of a 7- or 80-year-old child. This is the foundation of the deities of the seventh universe, and I am a native being of the seventh universe. What you are asking me to do now is to face the hostility of the entire seventh universe. Frieza's words left the demonic consciousness in silence. If it weren't for Frieza guiding the demonic world's aura, how would he have come to this world? Just moments ago, Frieza had struck down the deities of this world, and now he was saying these things to me. 10 seconds passed, and Frieza suddenly felt some battle techniques and related experiences emerging in his mind. Demonic god-level battle techniques combined with enhanced authority. After skimming through the information in his mind, Frieza felt he had struck a massive bargain. Although he hadn't delved deeply into it, he could sense intuitively that he had gained significantly. However, before Frieza could respond, the demonic consciousness transmitted more information. To invade other parallel worlds, expand the territory of the demonic world. In the process of war, accelerate the condensation of the demonic consciousness. The world consciousness prattled on for a while, and Frieza caught several key pieces of information. The stronger the area occupied by the demonic world, the stronger the demonic world's consciousness. The stronger the demonic world's consciousness, the higher his authority. The higher his authority, the stronger the power he could gain. The stronger his power, the more parallel worlds the demonic world could invade. With a wave of his hand, Frieza dispersed the demonic world's consciousness. Ha! Even the destroyer of the seventh universe could make me drink a pot of tea, and you want to invade other parallel spaces. He expelled the tempting yet impractical suggestion from his mind. Frieza returned to his palace, continuously comprehending the demonic, god-level battle techniques in his mind. After a long while, Frieza widened his eyes, clearly unable to bear such a huge stimulus. It was similar to the characteristics of Ultimate Instinct, yet the two were distinctly different. He began recalling the information about the Ultimate Memory technique in his mind, referencing the changes of Sun Wukong along the original timeline. His body instinctively dodging, surpassing the explosive power of its own strength. After completing his thoughts, he began summarizing the information he had received. The more severe the injuries, the higher the evasion rate. At the same time, his own power could also be infinitely elevated. He could even converge the entire power of the demonic world into his attacks. As long as he maintained a connection with the demonic world, this characteristic could be amplified infinitely. Isn't this the enhanced version of the demonic world's ultimate instinct? The power of the demonic world can continue to grow, which means that the power he could use could also keep growing. As the fiery passion in his heart gradually cooled, Frieza spat violently. No way, wouldn't that make me a worker for the demonic world's consciousness? Frieza began brainstorming possibilities of being in charge of his own fate. Super Dragon Balls. Yes, this world has Super Dragon Balls. With Jinyu and the others still stuck in the demonic world in Frieza's palace, now there were only a few cats around, which made Frieza's neurotic changes more pronounced. They trembled one by one, fearing that if the king was displeased, he might eliminate them. Frieza's actions in his own stronghold were shielded by the world will of the demon realm. Therefore, he was not immediately detected by the high gods of the seventh universe. However, as Frieza dispelled the world will of the demon realm, Beerus, who was in the realm of destruction, instinctively lifted his eyelids. What is happening? What? I was just sleeping and almost got eliminated. The sudden remark from the cat-eared god of destruction made Whis, dressed in angelic attire, furrow his brow. According to his understanding of Lord Beerus, Beerus should not have woken up at this moment. Whis waved his staff, quickly appearing beside Beerus. Beerus, still in his pajamas, clearly had not fully awakened. Whis, did you notice anything unusual? Upon hearing Beerus' question, Whis paused for a moment. Strange today, Lord Beerus is actually starting to pay attention to the situation outside. Let me take a look, Whis said as images began to rapidly appear from his staff. There doesn't seem to be any special circumstances, Lord Beerus should be. Wait, the Supreme Kai and the Supreme Kai in training of the seventh universe have been killed. Whis' demeanor quickly shifted from indifference to astonishment. The lives of the gods of destruction and the Supreme Kais were intertwined, and the gods of destruction were connected to their angels. If all the Supreme Kais were killed, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Indeed, Whis' words soon captured Beerus' attention. At this moment, all traces of sleep vanished from Beerus, and the power of destruction subtly emanated from him. Judging by his expression, he clearly intended to take action. Whis, who killed the Supreme Kais? After speaking, Beerus seemed to remember something. The lives of the gods of destruction are bound to the Supreme Kais. Oh, why am I still alive? At this moment, Whis also noticed this issue. Let me take a look. The images from Whis' staff changed once again. In the realm of the Supreme Kais, the old Supreme Kai was leisurely sipping tea, showing no signs of sadness, as if the two gods that had died were merely two dogs. It seemed that only two dogs had died. Looking at the old Supreme Kais, expression anger surged within Beerus. Whis, take me to the realm of the Supreme Kais. Whis nodded, and in an instant Beerus changed his attire. The unique clothing of a god of destruction appeared on him. Though not entirely comfortable, he tidied up his appearance slightly in line with a god's demeanor. With his current angry expression, he indeed resembled a god of destruction. Whis gently tapped his staff twice. A separate space had already appeared around the two of them. Beerus sat cross-legged behind Whis, grasping Whis' lower half. Seeing Beerus' actions, Whis nodded. The space they occupied began to shift, with the entire universe wildly changing behind them. The old Supreme Kai, who was drinking tea in the realm of the Supreme Kais, suddenly put away his tea set. He had just received a message from Angel Whis informing him that the god of destruction was soon to arrive in the realm of the Supreme Kais. At this moment, a hint of panic crossed his eyes. This god of destruction, a being that was not human, had once sealed him for 15 years of Supreme Kais with just a casual spell. Now this ominous being was about to come to the realm of the Supreme Kais again. If it weren't for Angel Whis' advance notice, he would have definitely found an excuse to leave the realm. But now the dignity of a god compelled him to stay. A person could be sealed, but face could not be lost. Though his combat power was lacking, he still held a certain level. In terms of creating life and perception, he far surpassed that muscle-bound god of destruction. As the old Supreme Kai anxiously awaited the figures of Beerus, and Angel Whis arrived in the realm of the Supreme Kais. Beerus wasted no time looking directly at the old Supreme Kai and speaking. How did the new generation of Supreme Kais, and that presumed Supreme Kai, in training die? They died to maintain the balance of the universe. Hearing the old Supreme Kai's calm words, Beerus glanced at Whis beside him. Whis pondered for a few seconds, slowly gathering a divine sword in his hand. Although standing at the height of a god, the old Supreme Kai was not wrong. However, from his own standpoint, this guy truly deserved to die. To take two gods from the hands of a mere mortal was no small feat. The formed divine sword emitted a faint misty light. The appearance of this divine sword was remarkably similar to the one that sealed the old Supreme Kai. Old man, you wouldn't want to. Beerus' words were left unfinished. The aura of destruction began to surround his body. It's useless. The life of a Supreme Kai is bound to that of a god of destruction. After living for countless ages, the old Supreme Kai had completely let go at this moment. Beerus' aura slowly began to calm. Tell me who killed them. The old Supreme Kai looked at Beerus and then at the divine sword in Whis' hand. It was the recently rising Cosmic Emperor Frieza who killed those two gods. Frieza? Upon hearing this name, the god of destruction felt a faint familiarity. However, years of sloth had greatly challenged his memory. He recalled all the information he could remember in his mind. He could only remember what delicacies he had eaten in the past century. Whis, do you know who this Frieza is? Hearing the god of destruction's words, Whis frantically recalled. Lord Beerus, you ordered him to destroy planet Vegeta, don't you remember? With Whis' reminder, Beerus gradually recalled Frieza's existence. Now that I think about it, I had that guy leave planet Vegeta behind. It's just in time to ask him about it, and to learn about the current situation of Vegeta as well. Beerus turned to stand behind Whis, ready to urge him to leave. However, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of the old Supreme Kai once again. Whis, seal this guy directly. Don't let him out until a new Supreme Kai appears. Hearing Beerus' words, Whis smiled at the old Supreme Kai. I'm sorry, old Supreme Kai. You know I have no choice. Before the last word was finished, the old Supreme Kai transformed into a stream of light and entered the Supreme Kai's sword. Whis casually pointed his finger at a spot in the realm of the Supreme Kais. The originally flat ground instantly rose and transformed into a peak. Throwing the Supreme Kai sword out, it precisely embedded itself in the most prominent area at the mountain's peak. Whoever pulls out the divine sword will gain the most powerful strength in the universe. But this is only in comparison to mortals. After finishing all this, Whis paid no heed to the lingering sounds in the air. Whis and Beerus left the realm of the Supreme Kais and set off for their next destination. On planet Frieza, having just completed his enlightenment, Frieza successfully linked to the power of the demon realm. The previously hidden aura once again permeated the entire planet Frieza. As soon as Whis and Beerus landed, they waved their hands vigorously. Whis, this Frieza guy hasn't changed his race, has he? The thick aura of the demon realm, mixed with Frieza's sinister presence, made these two gods who had long stayed in the realm of destruction feel extremely uncomfortable. Frieza's aura perception skills completely failed to detect their arrival. However, being from a dimension that was not mortal, it constantly warned Frieza. It informed him that powerful unknown beings had come to his lair. Sensing such a massive change, Frieza immediately prepared to leave the palace and investigate the situation. Frieza, you actually dared to kill the Supreme Kais. Beerus' voice came from behind Frieza. This voice made Frieza's hair stand on end, but he quickly turned around. Long time no see, Lord Beerus. The last time we met was over 20 years ago. Frieza tried to make himself appear a bit friendlier. But with a face like that of a frozen demon, it was hard for him to perform such a difficult maneuver. Seeing Frieza's sullen expression, Beerus immediately raised his arm. The aura of destruction emanated from Beerus, coupled with the motion of his raised hand. Frieza instantly realized something was amiss. This posture indicated a rhythm of self-destruction. At that moment, he unleashed all his power, activating the recently mastered Demon Realm version of Free Will Memory. The demonic energy from Frieza's planet continuously converged into his body. Frieza's aura once again broke through several levels. Although these actions were complex, they actually occurred in an instant. At this moment, a condensed ball of destructive energy arrived before Frieza. Observing the size of this energy sphere, Frieza understood that Beerus was not taking this seriously. Yet even an unintentional attack from the god of destruction put immense pressure on Frieza. The destructive energy depleted the strength within Frieza's body, relying on the connection to the demon realm. Frieza's life force was weak yet resilient, and his aura grew increasingly terrifying. Seeing the changes in Frieza's aura, Beerus looked somewhat surprised. I didn't expect such an interesting life form to exist in Universe 7. Whis, who was beside Beerus, stroked his chin at this moment. It seems Frieza is borrowing a power that does not belong to him. As a high-end combat force within the cosmic system, Whis evidently detected more information. Beerus shook his head and waved his hand lightly. The destructive energy which had not completely vanished dissipated in an instant. Frieza's forehead unexpectedly broke out in a rare cold sweat. Just moments ago, he distinctly felt his life force plummeting. A sense of powerlessness filled his body, and the strength connecting him to the demon realm could not provide him with adequate security. Beerus looked at Frieza's disheveled appearance, seemingly recalling something. You inadvertently enhanced the overall strength of Universe 7. The Supreme Kai died because he wanted to break the balance. This is a form of punishment. Beerus spoke nonchalantly, his tone laced with disdain. While Frieza intrigued him, the true reason he refrained from killing Frieza was not due to this. As the god of destruction of Universe 7, Beerus would be subject to evaluations issued by the Omni King. The evaluation standard was the average strength within his own universe. In the past years, the Omni King had already erased 4 universes. Currently among the remaining universes, Universe 7 was at the bottom in terms of strength. The power Frieza had just unleashed would definitely push Universe 7 slightly ahead in rankings. While he couldn't guarantee anything else surpassing Universe 6 posed no significant problem. The battle between Beerus and Frieza had temporarily reached a pause. In this round of confrontation, Frieza was utterly defeated. Watching Beerus take his seat on the throne, Frieza's heart began to seethe with anger. However, in reality, he did not dare to make any sudden moves. Whis, observing Beerus's actions, silently approached the side of the throne. Frieza, where is Vegeta, the one I allowed you to keep? Although Beerus could have Whis help search, he ultimately wanted Frieza to answer this question. Don't worry, Lord Beerus. Mr. Vegeta has been kept under my care on Frieza planet. As he spoke, Frieza gestured for his subordinate to bring Vegeta from the research department. Half an hour later, the awakened Vegeta appeared in Frieza's main hall. Vegeta's memories were still stuck in the moment after being defeated by Frieza. Upon entering the hall, he immediately spotted Frieza standing beneath the throne. This sudden scene nearly caused Vegeta's mind to short-circuit. However, when he recognized the figure on the throne, dark memories surged back into his mind. In an instant, his expression grew even darker. In his youth, he had been left with a considerable shadow on Frieza planet. He had witnessed the cat-eared god of destruction before him trampling over his proud and invincible father. Years later, seeing the familiar figure again caused the shadow in Vegeta's heart to resurface, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Beerus observed the trembling Vegeta, his brow slightly furrowing. Although he saw potential in Vegeta, his current performance clearly displeased him. A hint of disappointment was evident in Beerus' gaze. At this moment, Vegeta didn't have Bulma to inspire him to fight with all his might. With his low fighting spirit and unremarkable combat power, Beerus quickly overlooked him. At this moment, he even found himself somewhat admiring Frieza. This situation did not last long as Beerus' old habits resurfaced. Beerus' arrival was not something that could be easily dismissed. Delicious foods from across the universe continuously gathered towards Frieza planet. In the intervals when Beerus and Whis sampled the delicacies, Whis collected many satisfactory dishes into his staff. During this time, Frieza's mood grew increasingly oppressive. I had originally planned not to invade the entire universe so soon, but now I have no time left. The provocation from Beerus prompted Frieza to quicken his pace. In his mind, he silently calculated the feasibility of encroaching on other timelines. Although he wanted to start invading parallel spaces immediately, the current situation clearly did not allow him to operate this way. 3 days later, Beerus and Whis finally finished sampling 30 of the food. After packing a large amount of food, Whis and Beerus planned to leave. There was no choice. Beerus had already fallen asleep while seated. With Whis' simple farewell, the figures of Beerus and Vegeta slowly vanished from the spot. Once he confirmed that the 3 of them had completely left, Frieza summoned the demonic while he had just dispersed. He began to extract detailed information on parallel timeline encroachment from the will of the demon realm. It seemed that the will of the demon realm could not describe the process of encroachment in words. All around Frieza, a translucent projection of a space-time tunnel began to appear. Countless fragments of time and space continuously emerged within Frieza's perception. In fact, upon careful investigation, Frieza could sense the rich life force within. Once the projection of the space-time tunnel unfolded, the methods of demon realm encroachment synchronized into Frieza's mind. Encroaching on other parallel universes weakens the balance of the entire universe, while the will of the demon realm seizes the opportunity to plunder and grow. Frieza pondered for a second before decisively finalizing this matter. With the possibility of being destroyed by an unhappy deity at any moment, who cares about the balance of the entire universe? Prepare for war. Frieza's will instantly conveyed to the entire Frieza army. In an instant, the soldiers who had just experienced the demon realm's incursion roared back to life. After Frieza issued his command, he began to select his targets for invasion. He needed to find a suitable fragment of time and space or a timeline with an endpoint. Frieza also desired to invade a complete timeline, but his memory warned him against such actions. The more intact a world line or parallel world is, the more complete its divine system becomes. At present, he lacked the strength to sweep across the entire universe. The projection of the time-space portal reappeared before Frieza's eyes. He continuously sensed the information from the outermost layer. A fragment of time from Aiza's fifth transformation. Something fell off. A fragment from the world of Super Saiyan 5. That's a bit absurd. The world of One-Star Dragon. This one is acceptable, but the fragment is too small. Wait, this is the legendary Super Saiyan without reason. This time-space seems suitable and can be kept as a backup. The various time fragments within the time-space portal dazzled Frieza. The world of Super Saiyan 4 has fusion earrings. This world doesn't seem quite right. The fused Vegeta or Gogeta would not be easy to handle. Their power has nearly reached the limits of mortals, although he could defeat them with the characteristics of the demon realm's power. However, their instantaneous movement is difficult to deal with. If that guy slips away, it would be somewhat embarrassing for him as the Emperor of the universe. Then Frieza's gaze focused on the remaining time fragments. Aiza's fifth transformation, this time-space, was also eliminated. This time fragment is simply too small, not sufficient for him to gain a significant boost in power. A time fragment where Super Saiyan 5 exists. Super Saiyan 5 originates from an unfinished manga involving a shorter timeline. The cost-effectiveness of conquering this world is just too low. It seems I can only choose the time fragment of the old version of Broly. Frieza gently swallowed a sip of red wine, and his gaze gradually became determined. The old version of Broly, who easily loses his self-will, should also be the easiest target to invade. After selecting the time-space, Frieza began to use the power of the demon realms to anchor Broly from that time fragment. In an unknown time-space, Broly is currently rampaging in the South Galaxy. Kakarot. In his roar, his pupils completely turned into white voids. His golden hair instantly turned grass green. His physique began to swell further, quickly surpassing the range of ordinary beings. A bizarre aura passing through countless time and space quickly entered Broly's body. In the hall of Planet Frieza, someone laughed recklessly. Broly, are you ready to become nourishment? The rumbling voice echoed continuously in Frieza's hall. After a long time, it gradually returned to normal. Frieza stood up and walked outside the hall. Summon Jinyu and the others back from the demon realm. There are new tasks that require their participation. At this moment, Jinyu and the others were conducting infrastructure work in the demon realm. With continuous support from Planet Frieza, they had already completed the initial structure of a giant space dock. Jinyu seemed to be smiling. Just as he was about to let Jinyu indulge in his fantasies for too long, a voice suddenly pulled Jinyu back to reality. Captain Jinyu, Lord Frieza urgently needs you to return. The messenger, looking at the slowly dissipating shadow before him, was momentarily silent for a blink of an eye. By the time he regained his awareness, Jinyu had already left the area. Captain Jinyu, I haven't finished speaking yet. Jinyu left gracefully, leaving only the messenger behind. The oppressive environment of the demon realm and the pungent smell of blood left the messenger disoriented in the wind for a long time. Captain Jinyu's speed was too fast. The messenger could only search for the senior combat units of Frieza's army one by one. Very well, there is an important matter that requires all of you to assist this king in completing. After everyone gathered, Frieza stated his purpose. Utilizing the power of the time anchor, Frieza unfolded the trajectory of Broly's time. Watching the Saiyans in the footage endlessly enhancing their power, Jinyu touched his body, seemingly lost in thought. 17 and the others showed no reaction. The trajectory displayed in the footage mostly focused on that green-haired Saiyan, which was somewhat troublesome. The other existences were simply not worth mentioning. Seemingly noticing the disdain of his combat personnel, Frieza slowly shook his head. This time fragment has a long timeline. Your mission is to instantly eliminate the high-end combat power of this world. Upon hearing Frieza's additional information, Jinyu and the others immediately became serious. Although they did not understand why it was necessary to eliminate the high-end combat power of that world first, their professionalism kept them from voicing their concerns. Considering the many events that had occurred during this time, Frieza set the time for conquering the first time fragment to 3 days later. The urgency of time caused these high-level combat units under his command to immediately engage in intensive training. At this moment, Frieza focused his attention on the information that had yet to be comprehended. A striking piece of information flashed through his consciousness. Could it be that evil energy has such effects? The fleeting information was successfully tracked down by Frieza. Guided by that piece of information, Frieza found the application of demonic energy at the level of the demon god. To guide one's own demonic energy and merge it with one's own aura. This could double one's power while also assimilating any beings attacked by one's energy. This skill is incredibly powerful. Frieza remarked that he had never heard of it. Wait, the description of this ability seems to bear a striking resemblance to that of an evil Saiyan wearing a mask. Frieza shook his head, pushing his chaotic thoughts out of his mind. He began to control his own demonic energy according to the guidance of his memory. As the two gradually merged, Frieza began to feel something was amiss. The massive disappearance of his own demonic energy resulted in him losing the overwhelming sense of oppression he once had. Now he had not a trace of demonic energy, completely failing to project the image of a cosmic emperor. Throughout the entire merging process, his power continuously retracted until it vanished. At this moment, Frieza stood in place, completely undetectable. What a strange feeling! It is very similar to the so-called divine realm. The aura of a deity cannot be perceived by mortals. Now Frieza has indeed reached this realm. At this moment, the gates of Frieza's palace slowly opened, and eyes resembling Frieza appeared in his view. Father, I wish to join you in conquering that independent parallel time fragment. Izer's statement seemed quite immature in Frieza's eyes. However, considering the nature of the frozen demon, he chose not to say much. At present, this young frozen demon mostly held an attitude of admiration towards himself. Though arrogant, paranoid, foolish, and fallen, he also possessed a hint of inexplicable confidence. But these minor issues could be corrected gradually. Azer, once your power reaches the limit of a mortal, I will allow you to conquer the time fragments of parallel worlds. Seeing this guy about to say more, Frieza took the initiative to speak first. Time passed quickly, and the predetermined time had arrived. Frieza looked at the high-level warriors before him, hesitated for a moment, and decided to take Dodoria and Majin Buu with him. Just a few minutes after the order was given, Dodoria and Majin Buu had already arrived at the palace. However, seeing the two of them made Frieza feel quite uncomfortable. Majin Buu was tightly gripping Dodoria's body, restricting his movements. Dodoria seemed to miss his own body, seemingly disdainful of Majin Buu. Frieza observed their interaction, preparing to quickly bring this farce to an end. He merely raised his hand slightly, and a swirling energy of red and black instantly pierced through Majin Buu's heart. With this sudden change, Majin Buu instinctively let go of Dodoria. Only then did the two separate, and Frieza's expression improved slightly. Jinyu Zarbin, take Dodoria with you and handle the cleanup at the start of that time fragment. Number 17 and 18, take Majin Buu and manage the end of that time fragment. Every word from Frieza's mouth was understood by them. However, when these words were put together, they did not comprehend a single sentence. Seeing their confused expressions, Frieza provided a brief explanation. Those abnormal time fragments are like a vast painting. You need to open a breakthrough at both ends of this painting. After saying this, he did not bother with the increasingly confused crowd. He waved his hand, summoning the world's will. 3 seemingly broken voids appeared directly before everyone. Once you enter, kill all combat units you see, even if the person you encounter is Frieza. As he mentioned Frieza, he felt a slight sense of discomfort. However, he did not elaborate further and stepped into the central void. Zarbin, Jinyu, and Dodoria quickly followed into the left void. The 2 androids also entered the final void with Majin Buu. Once inside the void, the scene before them instantly shifted. Frieza began to observe the area he was in while sensing Broly, the anchor point. In the cosmic space, Frieza was surrounded by a faint golden light. It seemed to bring a glimmer of hope to this shattered starry sky. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? How can he not conceal his own aura at all? At this moment, Broly had just finished his rampaging Super Saiyan state. His black pupils and black hair returned, and his aura was no longer as frenzied as before. Now he was looking around in confusion. In this time fragment, he had accidentally killed Paragus. Without the restraint of his father, his power began to grow stronger. Especially with age, his physical strength increased significantly. His indiscriminate enhancement of power combined with his inherently weak will led to his unchecked rise. The entire South Galaxy had completely turned into his playground. The South Kai had attempted to send warriors to stop him, but those warriors could not hinder Broly at all. On the contrary, due to Broly's increasing strength in battle, his basic power had risen considerably. For reasons unknown, the South Kai had not shown himself again. Frieza's figure appeared not far from Broly. The distance between them was merely about 200 meters. Looking at the muscular back before him, Frieza silently glanced at his own small frame. Damn it, do I have to wish to become stronger with the Dragon Balls? Frieza couldn't lower his voice, which alerted Broly nearby to his presence. Broly looked surprised, seemingly puzzled as to why a life form remained here. According to his past experiences after returning to normal, his surroundings were always ruins. Let alone intelligent beings, even a pig would not survive. At that moment, he would rely on his honest and simple appearance to blend into a new, untouched primitive planet. Then he would start a new life, but today was clearly different from the past. Are you a native of this place? Frieza looked at Broly, feeling somewhat conflicted. The state of the other party made it somewhat difficult for him to take action. Of course not, I have come to hunt the legendary Super Saiyan. You can understand me, as I'm the Cosmic Emperor. Frieza teased Broly before him, while a faint beam of light appeared in his hand. Broly couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Frieza's words. Now he knew he was indeed the legendary Super Saiyan. On what basis? Is it based on this pathetic beam of light? Frieza remained unhurried. Do you want to give it a try? As he spoke, he adjusted the direction of his finger, aiming at Broly's heart. The entire process was clearly within Broly's view. However, Broly did not mind, and simply unleashed his own aura. Seeing Broly's demeanor, Frieza's beam of light skyrocketed to tens of thousands of times its previous strength. With its terrifying penetrating power, it directly pierced through Broly's heart. Broly looked at the small hole in his chest and smirked disdainfully. His incredibly terrifying recovery ability caused his wound to begin forming imperceptible scar tissue. It seemed he would fully recover in just a few hours. Frieza nodded, appearing quite satisfied. No wonder you are the legendary Super Saiyan. Your terrifying recovery ability far surpasses that of the frozen demon. As Frieza revealed his identity, Broly realized he had just been played. Broly's aura began to rise wildly, and golden hair and eyes appeared on him. Clearly at that moment he had not yet unleashed all his strength. Frieza saw Broly in his Super Saiyan form and raised his hand for another beam. Just as Broly had recently transformed into his Super Saiyan form, he was instantly pierced through the chest again. Is this your true strength? It's somewhat disappointing. As Frieza's voice fell, his aura erupted without reservation. The planet they stood on began to tremble immediately. If it weren't for the absence of living beings on the planet, the mortal realm would likely be engulfed in another hell. Broly felt the aura emanating from Frieza and began to mutter cockroach. Only in a state of lost reason could he possibly defeat the opponent. Broly, without concern for the after-effects, crazily unleashed the anger within him. Watching Broly's hair gradually turn grass green, Frieza lightly moved his wrist. Come on, legendary Super Saiyan. Broly, with grass green hair, had completely lost his rationality. He was now fully immersed in his own world. He madly unleashed his power, causing immense destruction in the surroundings. At this moment, Frieza also sensed the ever-increasing aura of Broly. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and his aura instantly doubled in size. Broly, now devoid of rationality, sensed Frieza's position. Although Broly had lost his rationality, it seemed that his combat skills and instincts had received a tremendous boost. A hint of madness flickered in Broly's eyes as he lunged towards Frieza. In the process, grass-green energy enveloped Frieza. Under Broly's instinctual control, explosions erupted continuously. The overwhelming sound of their clash made Frieza instinctively increase his power several times. The shockwaves from the explosions finally reached Frieza's vicinity. With his guard up, Frieza suddenly stiffened. Wait, something feels off. Why are these energy blasts so weak? Just as Frieza was lost in thought, Broly's fist struck his chest. Feeling the feeble impact, Frieza slowly raised his left hand. In Broly's shocked gaze, he gently pushed Broly's fist away. This moment stunned not only Frieza, but also Broly, who had lost his rationality, pausing for a second. However, he had no rational thought at that moment. Sensing that his attack was being ignored by the seemingly frail Frieza, Broly's muscles swelled once more. His height had now reached twice that of Frieza. In his Super Saiyan form, Broly continued to push his physical limits. Frieza observed this scene, a cruel smile flashing across his face. Having just withstood a heart-piercing attack, Broly should now be able to endure even greater harm. Frieza's finger lifted slightly, and then lowered, unleashing several beams that pierced through Broly's body. Broly, who was madly enhancing his power, couldn't help but let out a roar. His body began to tremble, followed by a shower of blood. The torn remnants of Broly's clothes were instantly stained crimson. After sustaining such severe damage, Broly began to chant Kakarot's name with increasing fervor. His piercing roars mixed with Kakarot's name echoed throughout the space. Frieza looked at the severely wounded Broly, still muttering Kakarot's name. He immediately became enraged, appearing before Broly in a flash. A powerful blow sent Broly's body crashing through several mountains. Broly, what's wrong? While fighting me, you keep chanting Kakarot. Amidst the smoke from the shattered mountains, Broly slowly emerged. His disheveled figure gradually came into Frieza's view. Clearly, the legendary Super Saiyan was encountering an enemy of Frieza's caliber for the first time. Building on that, Broly's body surged even taller. His physique had approached nearly 6 meters in height. The grass-green aura that once merely covered his body now filled several meters around him. Kakarot. Bang. Kakarot. Bang. Broly's body was continuously knocked back. Each time he was struck back, Broly's form grew larger. After countless thrashings, he finally could no longer stand. Frieza looked at Broly, now resembling a dead dog, and shot another beam from his hand. This time the blow seemed too heavy, directly forcing Broly out of his Super Saiyan form. Seeing that Broly had lost all fighting spirit, Frieza couldn't help but assess the combat power Broly had just displayed. In his golden-haired state, Broly seemed to have reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan. The grass-green-haired Broly appeared to have attained the levels of Super Saiyan 2 and 3. After being repeatedly wounded, Broly had surpassed the mysterious state of Sun Wukong. This was merely his vague perception. He couldn't fathom more detailed data in that moment. He was unaware of the power of the mysterious Gohan in the timeline. He also did not know if the Saiyans in parallel dimensions had the same power after transformation as those in the main universe. However, Sun Wukong from his timeline had shown him another mysterious form. In that state, Sun Wukong possessed near the limits of human strength. But for some reason, Sun Wukong could only exert a little more than that. The recently unleashed limits of Broly had momentarily caught Frieza's attention. Unfortunately, Broly lacked endurance. He could barely last a few moments before succumbing. Frieza's body slowly descended next to Broly's head. Looking at Broly, who was barely breathing and continuously spitting blood, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Broly, you are one of the few humans I have seen that can be called a warrior. But unfortunately, as a temporal anchor, you are destined to be obliterated. As the words fell, brilliant energy completely enveloped Broly's body. In Broly's frenzied gaze, his body gradually dissipated into the cosmos. As Broly's life force vanished entirely, the temporal anchor was firmly stabilized. Frieza released his perception, gathering the auras of powerful beings throughout the shattered world. His figure continuously appeared in various regions. High-level combat units across the universe fell one after another. As Frieza moved, the aura of the demon realm began to manifest in this timeline. Weak-willed sentient beings were eroded by the aura of the demon realm. When the last high-level combat unit's aura completely faded, the current fragment of time and space had been eroded by 30%. Frieza dismissively shook off the bloodstains on his hands, muttering with slight disdain. While it feels good to do it myself, these remnants are truly bothersome. A searing energy exploded in Frieza's hand, vaporizing the bloodstains at the center of the energy blast. After completing the cleanup, Frieza felt a change within his body. The once powerful feeling in his body now sensed a hint of weakness. Something's wrong. Could it be that there's a problem with the king's body? After scanning every inch of his body, Frieza finally detected the source of the issue. The upper limit of power within him had unexpectedly increased without him noticing. This led to his feeling of weakness. The world, while busy eroding the fragments of time and space, also appeared beside Frieza. This time the world had coalesced into a phantom resembling Frieza's essence. This is a reflection from the world related to the deep binding with the demon realm. With the world's elevation, your strength will also be enhanced. The reappearing world heightened Frieza's sense of crisis. No good, this world is growing too fast. It seems I need to accelerate the date for its elimination. Frieza gently clenched his fist and then slowly released it. The area he was responsible for had been conquered. This shattered universe no longer held any allure for him. Now Frieza began to gather his strength, diminishing the sense of weakness. The power contained within the demon realm was continuously siphoned by Frieza. As this power flowed into him, he felt his strength multiply threefold compared to before. The joys and sorrows between people are never the same, and this remains true even in parallel universes. Frieza felt a slight excitement due to his enhanced power. However, the beginning and end of this time and space were filled with whales. Jinyu Zarbin, the androids, and the two demons continued to detonate life planets one after another. Originally, they were prioritizing the extermination of high combat power units according to the detector's guidance. However, the lives in this time and space could conceal their own auras. Such existence affected their efficiency. Although the lives in this time and space seemed insignificant to them, these lives would always strike back with energy blasts at crucial moments. The patience of the few was quickly consumed by such actions. In their fury, they began to detonate planets one after another. However, this operation also opened their eyes. In this offensive mission, Frieza did not prohibit the detonation of planets. After detonating the first planet, their thinking was completely liberated. In an instant, their star region was filled with planets on the verge of explosion. The increase in efficiency dramatically shortened their time consumption. Frieza also learned about genius actions through the world's will. Not bad, not too rigid. This garbage world is utterly useless. It seems I need to educate Jinyu and the others on the worldview when I have time. At the other two battlefields, nothing unexpected occurred. Frieza waved his hand, summoning the void back to the original time and space. Frieza's body once again returned to his stronghold. The subsequent cleanup work would be handed over to the advanced combat units of the Frieza Force. A portion of Frieza's will connected with the world's will. While observing Jinyu's cleanup work, he began to pour himself some red wine. With no 18 not around, it seems I will have to pour the wine myself. Frieza's gaze swept over the many aliens waiting in the hall. He sighed deeply, seemingly troubled by the inability to find a suitable candidate. At that moment, Azer, who did nothing all day, received news of Frieza's return. His figure quickly appeared in Frieza's hall. At this moment, he seemed to have already adapted to his fourth transformation. The combat power he was releasing recklessly caused a fleeting shock in Frieza's eyes. If it weren't for the opportunities brought by the system and the demon realm, this little guy Azer should now be able to crush his former self with one hand. Azer seemed to sense Frieza's emotions and couldn't help but puff out his chest. Seeing Azer's comical actions, Frieza couldn't help but laugh. However, a smile on the face of the ice demon was indeed somewhat eerie. But soon Frieza hesitated, as if remembering something. Azer's current power seemed to have reached the threshold of tapping into another kind of power. Azer, do you wish to possess even greater power? Frieza's voice was laced with strong temptation. Azer, already intoxicated by power, instantly brightened. Is there such a good thing? Seeing Azer's nonchalant expression, Frieza projected an image of a fragment from a parallel universe. In the image, two figures were battling. One bore a striking resemblance to Azer. The other was a human with chestnut red hair, deep crimson eyeshadow, and a tail. As the two fought, the space around them seemed to tremble slightly. Azer, this is an ice demon from a certain parallel universe. His opponent is Super Saiyan 4. Halfway through his words, it is easy to let emotions spiral out of control. Frieza's actions brought great psychological trauma to Azer. Father, this. Once Jinyu and the others return, I will have them provide you with the necessary basic training. Azer was somewhat confused. With his impressive combat power, why would he need basic training? However, Frieza's next words excited Azer. As long as you pass all the training, the first conquered fragment of the parallel universe will be yours to play with at will. Just as the two were chatting idly, the world's will of the demon realm suddenly coalesced. Your subordinates have discovered a peculiar planet. They attempted to detonate it multiple times, but to no avail. Moreover, due to the energy's assault, they discovered that the planet seemed to be a wish pearl. The world's will of the demon realm, upon arriving at Frieza's planet, learned about the magical item known as the wish pearl from the information exposed by the numerous minions. In the fragment of time and space belonging to Broly, a planet at its center flickered with two stars emitting a faint glow. The energy attack caused this super wish pearl to shed its surface grime. After completely revealing its form, those affiliated with Frieza erupted in excitement. Dodoria had transformed into a cloud of pink mist. The Super Dragon Ball emitted faint, weak fluctuations, completely repelling the pink mist of Dodoria to 100 meters away from the planet. They continued to attempt various methods, yet they saw that their actions yielded no results. Dodoria and the others returned to their original forms. Frieza, who hadn't taken a sip of wine, reappeared in the fragment of this parallel universe. Looking at the Super Wish Pearl before him, which was created by the dragon god Sala, Frieza took a deep breath, followed by a feeling of immense disappointment. The power of the Super Dragon was indeed not to be underestimated. But this thing before him requires 7 to be useful. What can one Super Dragon Ball do sitting in front of me? Just as Frieza's interest began to wane, the world's will popped up again. What? You can try to analyze the Super Dragon Ball. The world's will informed Frieza that he could analyze the power of Dragon God Sala based on this Dragon Ball. Upon receiving the world's will's reminder, Frieza immediately began to guide the world's will to converge. There was no helping it. Although this guy was growing fast, his capacity for action seemed to be restricted in some way. With Frieza's assistance, the worlds will instantly reach the surface of the Super Dragon Ball. Waves imperceptible to the naked eye began to neutralize each other. Frieza felt the power of the worlds will weakening. Along with it, the faint light emitted by the Super Dragon Ball also began to change. Under the influence of the worlds will, the Super Dragon Ball seemed to dim somewhat. In the moment when the Super Dragon Balls dimmed, Frieza felt a plethora of information about the Super Dragon Balls flood into his mind. This sensation was peculiar, as if someone had implanted the Dragon Ball radar directly into his brain. The area where the Super Dragon Balls were located converged into a spatio-temporal coordinate in Frieza's mind. However, as Frieza expanded his perceptual range, the information in his mind gradually became blurred. What's going on? Can I only sense the Super Dragon Balls in the current space-time? The greetings from the Super Dragon Balls did not cease, and the information Frieza received began to multiply. Images of the Dragon Balls continuously appeared in Frieza's mind. The cryptic messages regarding the Super Dragon Balls also emerged within his consciousness. Frieza scratched his head, feeling somewhat incredulous. The divine language he had longed for was so simply mastered by him. After a long time, the glow of the Super Dragon Balls completely faded. The worlds will began to enhance the efficiency of power replenishment, and Frieza felt as if he had broken through some shackles. The limit he had just raised was once again surpassed under the wash of energy. The familiar sound of the system's prompt echoed once more in Frieza's mind. Unknown power intervened, purging negative effects. Evolution progress increased. Current evolution progress at 80. Frieza heard the system's prompt and couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could there be negative effects when the Super Dragon Balls were combined with the powers of the demon realm? Just as Frieza pondered this, the worlds will suddenly appeared in the spatial interlayer beside him, attaching a strand of corrosive red energy to Frieza's body. Seeing that energy cling to him, the world's will of the demon realm slightly nodded. Before it invaded the Super Dragon Balls, his body appeared somewhat ethereal. Now he unexpectedly had emotions of his own and had even learned to play dirty. The attached energy gradually merged with Frieza. Detected the aggregation of the worlds will now converted into resources for life evolution. The aggregation of the worlds will has been fully absorbed. Evolution progress has increased. Current evolution progress 100 golden Frieza. Note: black gold form evolution progress initiated. Frieza's originally golden body instantly increased by 5 centimeters. His somewhat slender figure became slightly stronger. With 2 consecutive increases in evolution progress, Frieza's aura transformed repeatedly. Those beside him simultaneously felt the immense pressure emanating from Frieza. The increasingly potent auras deepened their fear of him. Frieza waved his hand, gently causing ripples to spread through the surrounding space. It seemed that with just a little more of Frieza's power, the entire space would be unable to bear it. The fluctuations in space caused Frieza to frown slightly. Is it the instability of the space-time, or is the Dragon Ball world always this unstable? As Frieza contemplated why the Dragon Ball world space was unstable, a small girl resembling a Kaioshin frowned in a temple beyond the universe. Why has this segment of space-time suddenly become so unstable? As the Kaioshin of time, her sensitivity to timelines and spatio-temporal fragments far exceeded that of ordinary beings. She could sense the anomalies in space-time even with her eyes closed. However, the fluctuations that appeared this time puzzled her. Since it was her first encounter with such an issue, she decided to observe for a while. The erosion of the spatio-temporal fragments had already entered the right track. Frieza himself also did not intend to linger in this area. Although he had not completely eroded this space-time, those matters were no longer Frieza's concern. Several elite combat units of Frieza's army were taken back to planet Frieza under his command. The issues regarding the remnants of the Super Dragon Balls had been resolved. The remaining matters were mere trifles. In the Great Hall, Frieza laid out his next plan. The Frieza force needs to expand once more. This task must be completed within 6 months. Frieza's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Aside from Majin Buu, everyone else was somewhat surprised. The recently returned individuals clearly did not expect Frieza to issue orders so urgently. After responding in succession, they left Frieza's palace one by one. Only 3 individuals remained: Android 17, Android 18, Eo, and Majin Buu. The former took on the role of Frieza's bodyguard, while the latter was entirely unsuitable for such tasks. At this moment, the ordinary soldiers of the Frieza force were still in an excited state. Frieza's recent military preparations had thrown them into intense training. It had not been long since the Frieza force was about to expand again. Indeed, the ordinary members knew the situation as soon as Frieza issued his command. Expanding the army was a troublesome affair. Relying solely on Jinyu and the few of them could not possibly complete such a task. After all, Frieza had already unified the entire galactic region. Finding suitable combat power from such a vast area was simply overwhelming, so Jinyu directly disseminated this information to various squads, instructing them to recruit fresh blood at 10 times the planned rate. After a brief discussion, members of the Frieza force began. Numerous Frieza force standard ships set off heading towards various regions of the galaxy. Many of them were among the elite of their respective races. With the Frieza force expanding, they also sought to recruit a few subordinates from the same race. Frieza was unaware of the actions or thoughts of his troops. At this moment, he finally had time to enjoy a glass of red wine. Frieza walked to one side of the Great Hall and began to think quietly. His journey through the parallel spatio-temporal fragments had greatly enhanced his power. However, this level of increase was not enough to provide him with a sense of security. Looking back at the past, he couldn't help but sigh. His current strength was entirely the result of his own efforts. Yet despite such a powerful force, he still had no chance against Beerus. Beerus. Frieza's voice carried a hint of anger resonating throughout the Great Hall. The Super Dragon Balls must be collected as soon as possible. As long as the Super Dragon Balls are gathered, the latent threat of the worlds can be swiftly resolved. It would be even better if the power of the worlds could be absorbed. Believing that possessing the power of an entire world would render Beerus no longer a concern. The information regarding the expansion of Frieza's army spread to every corner of the galaxy within just a few days. The reaction was most intense in the northern galaxy, an area that has been under Frieza's rule for the longest time. Among the members of Frieza's army, the majority are aliens from the northern galaxy. Due to the high welfare provided by Frieza's army and the constant warfare, those who joined the army earlier have benefited significantly. Although there is a significant death rate where there is war, there are bound to be casualties. Therefore, the aliens in this region surrounded several recruiters with multiple layers. In other regions of the galaxy, those responsible for recruitment faced similar issues. Aliens from the Eastern Galaxy, Southern Galaxy, and other areas watched as their former companions transformed into members of Frieza's army. If it weren't for their distinct racial characteristics, they would hardly believe it. Formerly weak companions seemed to have undergone some terrifying transformation. Clearly, the strength of some of these individuals has been altered by the Android project. They possess decent benefits and have the opportunity to gain power far beyond what they had before. The uproar across the galaxy caused panic among the 4 kings of the galaxy. They were increasingly baffled by Frieza's actions. Initially, Frieza transitioned from the real estate industry to conquer the galaxy. Later, he inexplicably attracted the legendary god of destruction, Beerus. Recently, Frieza inexplicably opened several voids. Now reflecting on it, he felt a sense of dread. Just moments ago, Frieza began a frenzied military expansion across the galaxy. The antennas atop the 4 kings began to flicker incessantly. Clearly, they had started their own communication, continuously discussing the significance of Frieza's actions. The difference between gods and mortals is not power. It is the perspective from which one views the world that creates the true divide. Yet now the gods could no longer comprehend Frieza's maneuvers. Outside Frieza planet, some slightly dilapidated spaceships were requesting to land. After receiving temporary authorization, they rushed into the non-core areas of Frieza planet. As they gazed at the unfamiliar environment, they slowly exhaled in relief. The few who remained on Frieza planet immediately came to greet them. "Oh, are you saying there are illicit transactions within Frieza's army?" The information from Frieza planet quickly reached Frieza's ears. However, he did not have any intention to intervene in such matters. The entire Frieza army was too bloated. It was necessary to have more individuals like that. Otherwise, how could he issue commands in the future and ensure that the average combat power of the entire army exceeds 100 million? Only when these reckless fools are wiped out can he achieve his small goals more swiftly. Frieza's fingers boredly traced over various projections, browsing through fragments of time and space. The power feedback from the will of the world was dwindling. The feedback received was nowhere near sufficient to meet Frieza's demands. He felt an urge to quickly conquer new fragments of time and space. However, just as he was not yet prepared, an unexpected human appeared. Outside the Grand Hall of Frieza planet, a powerful and unfamiliar aura starkly different from this time and space flashed by continuously affecting the entire Frieza planet. A young man resembling Vegeta by about 80% appeared here. It seems that Frieza in this time and space is countless times stronger than in others. The person who said this was Trunks, now a time inspector. He frowned as if he had already sensed the power of Frieza's golden form. Just as he was about to summon more powerful forces, Frieza appeared before him. Ho ho ho, is that not Trunks? How come you are in such a poor state now? Frieza appeared near Trunks while also taking the opportunity to insult him. Indeed, upon hearing Frieza's words, Trunks shuddered. At that moment, he began to doubt whether he had the wrong script. In the mission description of the Time Realm, there was only information regarding Frieza's abnormality. To be more specific, it was about Frieza's influence on the time and space he inhabited. Trunks furrowed his brow, wondering why there was no mention of Frieza's strength. As a rational half-breed, he had already begun to embarrass the Saiyans. Under Frieza's terrifying oppression, a hint of fear appeared on Trunks' face. However, due to his duties, Trunks quickly drew the divine sword behind him. According to past experiences, it was certainly the unknown existence that interfered with these time and space's evil boss. Their time inspections only needed to dispel external influences, or by defeating the boss itself, the task would be considered complete. Thinking of this, Trunks swung the divine sword with force. With the immense power of its wielder, the sword appeared mere 2 centimeters from Frieza's forehead in an instant. Frieza's eyelids twitched, suppressing the impulse to retaliate. He simply tilted his head slightly, allowing the divine sword to slice into his shoulder. A slight sting transmitted to Frieza's mind. Oh, is this what it feels like to be wounded? Interesting. Trunks observed his attack merely grazed the skin. Moreover, Frieza's current demeanor plunged him into deep self-doubt. But his performance only puzzled Frieza further. What is happening? Are they not fighting? Although Trunks struck first with a sneak attack, the battle had already begun. This guy just finished a slash and is already posing like this. Unqualified, truly not a qualified warrior. Such a pathetic performance is far inferior to the Broly I defeated. Frieza slightly shifted his gaze, locking eyes with Trunks. In that instant, Trunks felt even more fear. Well, it seems that you are still not that mature, Big Trunks. Frieza's voice seemed to carry a hint of regret. This emotion left Trunks astonished. Could it be that Frieza in this time and space has some unique aspect? Soon he felt his heart suffer a heavy blow. Though it's a pity you still have to die. If Trunks' strength were a bit stronger, Frieza might consider using that precious remaining item card. But since he is such a waste, he can only send him away from this beautiful world. The current opponent made Frieza feel exceedingly bored. Battling these individuals was akin to an adult fighting an infant. There was no need for intense collisions, nor any need for breakthroughs on the spot. Allowing the opponent to fight with all their might could only inflict trivial injuries on Frieza. Looking at Trunks, who was gradually losing his life force, Frieza kicked him fiercely twice. The existence of time-space inspectors is a malignant tumor in the entire Dragon Ball world. Their subjective actions have led to frequent accidents across various parallel time and space. Although their intentions are good, their actions have brought about more negative consequences. In response, Frieza expressed his views. Those time-space inspectors truly deserve to be cursed. Frieza gazed at the cold corpse before him, deciding to make good use of the resources. As he entered a new phase, Frieza's artificial human project needed fresh blood. Initially, he was conflicted about whether to incorporate his own frozen demon genes into the artificial human plan. After reaching the limit of his own power, using this method would stimulate his physical potential. However, the successive events led him to abandon the original idea. Activating the communication device on him, Frieza summoned the head of the octopus-headed research department once more. This guy's strength far exceeds that of the previous test subjects. We must seize this opportunity, TSK. As Frieza finished speaking, the researcher's eyes instantly lit up with fervor. His figure quickly appeared before Trunks, constantly caressing him. This entire operation nearly caused Frieza to lose control over the energy ball in his hand. However, this researcher had surprisingly modified his own body. Frieza had already sensed this guy's movements, although his current strength seemed very weak in Frieza's eyes. In front of ordinary cosmic powerhouses, this individual still possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities. Lord Frieza, as long as we incorporate this guy's genes into the artificial human project, our next batch of artificial humans will definitely experience a tremendous boost in strength. The head of the octopus-headed research department grew increasingly excited. He seemed to envision the appearance of the next generation of artificial humans. Frieza's gaze remained calm, not paying much attention. Seeing that Frieza had no reaction, the researcher hurriedly began to explain. Previously, we had the genes of Saiyans, but the development level of the Saiyan genes was not very high. He swallowed, seemingly recalling that unfortunate fellow Vegeta. This time, this guy possesses the genes of a Super Saiyan with a higher level of development. With this material added, our artificial human army will likely reach the power limit of an average Super Saiyan. The octopus-headed researcher's gaze appeared quite excited, and the thought of such immense power gave him a sense of accomplishment. Frieza shook his head, interrupting the other's speech. He indicated for the other to take Trunks' body away and quickly push out the next batch of artificial humans. After thinking for a moment, Frieza added, "Feel free to use the resources, but we must elevate the combat power quickly." Watching the octopus-headed researcher leave, Frieza slapped his forehead. How careless. When killing Broly, I should have chosen a gentler method. What a pity. If Broly's legendary Super Saiyan genes had been successfully integrated into the artificial human project, then the strength of the artificial humans would definitely see an exponential increase. Moreover, with the parameters of the legendary Super Saiyan, their combat power could be enhanced even without any action yearly. But now it's a bit too late to say all this. He had acted a bit too decisively back then. He shook his head to cast away these chaotic emotions from his mind. The most important thing now is to focus his attention beyond this time and space. The strategy for collecting time-space fragments must not be halted, as it is a crucial path for rapidly increasing his strength. However, with his actions, the time-space inspectors from the realm of time would come even more frequently. If Trunks was not sufficient, they might send out another Goku or Vegeta from a different time. Of course, even if Golden Cooler appeared before him, he would not be surprised. Strength, after all, is still too lacking. This is all due to the world will, if it weren't for its absorption of vast amounts of power. He might have already sensed the power of the next phase. In the future, when facing the impending combat units from the realm of time, he aimed to trample Beerus and the others underfoot. The world will must perish, and no one can stop it. The planned expansion has currently reached 20. It seems this mission will soon be accomplished. Frieza holds the highest authority within the Frieza force, and the data on the preparatory personnel can be checked at a glance. However, these individuals seem to require multiple eliminations before becoming official members of the Frieza force. The projection composed of time-space fragments reappeared around Frieza. This time we need to find a universe with a complete Super Dragon Ball. Such a universe is bound to have powerful deities. However, what Frieza desires now is a formidable opponent. During the harvest of the Super Dragon Balls, it would be even more perfect to severely injure the will of the demon realm. The existence of the world will always feels like a thorn in his throat. His fingers traced through the air as parallel time-space fragments flashed by one after another. Is this the tournament of power? No, let's find another one. Is this the time where Goku died of a heart disease? No, excluded. This time-space fragment is somewhat interesting. Zamasu is actually preparing to secretly collect the Super Dragon Balls. After checking through hundreds of time-space fragments, Frieza found one that was relatively satisfying. This time-space segment shows Zamasu feeling immense dissatisfaction after witnessing Goku's power. He is not content with his own strength, nor with the sense of crisis that Goku brings. As an almost Kaishin, he was actually humiliated by a mortal. Zamasu learned through his channels that Goku's strength was aided by Trunks from another time. This allowed him to continue his glorious record, growing to such terrifying strength. After realizing all this, Zamasu began to use his methods, traveling through other parallel time spaces to collect the Super Dragon Balls. Frieza observed everything about this fragment of time-space, unable to suppress his confusion. Although Zamasu's actions would promote the creation of parallel time-spaces, how could these time-space fragments appear? After contemplating for a long time, Frieza ultimately decided to abandon this naive thought. Due to the growing will of the demon realm, he could now summon others with just a thought. Set the time-space anchor point to this preparatory Kaishin. As soon as Frieza's words fell, the world will took action, evidently having tasted the sweetness from the last time it invaded the time-space fragments. This time, in response to Frieza's request, it immediately began its actions. The time-space fragment where Zamasu was located trembled as if affected by something. For months had passed since the expansion of Frieza's army began. The augmentation of Frieza's legion had now reached its final verification phase. Lord Frieza, the legion's expansion has been completed, said Zarbin, standing in the Grand Hall. Frieza nodded silently, gesturing for Zarbin to inspect the latest progress of the android project. If possible, he would also upgrade Zarbin himself. Upon arriving at the research division sector, Zarbin abruptly halted his movement. Yet he had not forgotten Frieza's command. After summarizing the situation, Zarbin's avatar on the comms channel went dark. Frieza watched Zarbin's dimmed avatar, a faint twitch tugging at the corner of his mouth. According to Zarbin's transmission, he had been seized the moment he entered the research division by an octopus-headed scientist. So, the research division was indeed enthusiastic. Crushing gravity rendered Zarbon incapable even of rising to his feet. Before his resistance fully collapsed, he transmitted the situation to Frieza. The octopus-headed scientist appeared intent on transforming Zarbon into the newest model of android. Having undergone multiple augmentations himself, he now controlled Zarbon with effortless precision. Judging by the scientist's demeanor, he had likely already upgraded his own body. Yet Zarbon remained puzzled. Why was this man acting with such frantic urgency? Deep beneath the research division's tower, Zarbon lay restrained upon a frigid surgical table. "We're old acquaintances. No need to greet me so fervently right off the bat." Zarbon watched as the octopus-headed scientist began probing him, a flicker of resignation crossing his eyes. His pain receptors had been dulled to their absolute limit through prior modifications. Though he could see his own skin being repeatedly lacerated, he felt no pain. Only a faint chilling numbness spreading across his limbs. "Mr. Zarbon, would you be willing to contribute your strength to Lord Frieza's cause?" "Of course I would." "Excellent." SSH, SSH. Two sharp incisions echoed, one after another, causing Zarbon's eyelids to flutter faintly. The slashes were deep, deliberate. Well, this is getting rather intense. As unknown biomaterials were injected into his body one after another, Zarbon sighed inwardly. 10 minutes later, "Mr. Zarbon, do you know the success rate of this transformation?" Zarbon blinked, startled by the sudden question. Success rate. The android project's later stage trials have faltered. With escalating combat power and increasing cellular integration, the probability of successful transformation has fallen below 50%. To further enhance android capabilities, we must now consider cybernetic biological synthesis. A wry smile curled Zarbon's lips. "Then let's gamble." Madness blazed in his gaze, and in that instant Frieza's silhouette loomed vividly in his mind. Without overwhelming strength, he would be discarded by Frieza, left with no path forward, no chance to ascend. Zarbon's consciousness slipped once more into darkness. The transformation sequence surged forward at breakneck speed. In the lull between procedures, a nutrient-filled bioreactor began to pulse faintly. Inside, a coiled, emerald-hued creature absorbed knowledge at a frenzied pace. Its nascent mind flooded with implanted data. Frieza's Legion, the pinnacle of the android project, pushing mortal limits. Interference from Frieza's research division had warped Cell's memories beyond recognition. His fragile newborn consciousness drowned in the torrent of fabricated information. Buried deepest within those distorted recollections stood a purple-skinned, cat-eared destroyer god. Clearly Beerus, who had descended twice upon Frieza's planet, had also been grafted into Cell's memory matrix. Cell trembled faintly, and his energy absorption spiked instantly. All available power in the research division funneled toward him through concealed conduits. Zarbon convulsed mid-transformation as his energy supply plummeted by over half. Sensing the collapse, the octopus-headed scientist immediately aborted the procedure. Why did it stop?" Zarbon narrowed his eyes, unprepared for the abrupt termination. The scientist turned away awkwardly. "Mr. Zarbon, an unforeseen complication has arisen." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zarbon felt his life force draining violently. A profound, gnawing weakness washed over him. Within his bioreactor, Cell released several bubbles, sated for now by the stolen energy flowing into him. "This one's internal energy reserves are remarkably potent," mused the scaly, speckled face, twisting into a savage grin. As Cell absorbed energy, his aura inadvertently bled outward. In the distant throne room, Frieza lifted his head, his expression sharpening as if sensing something intriguing. His form dissolved into shimmering particles, leaving the courtiers bewildered. Moments later, Frieza materialized before Cell's nutrient chamber in the subterranean research zone. He absently stroked his chin and remarked, "So this is one of the flagship androids." How utterly grotesque. Were it not for Frieza's intimate knowledge of the timeline, he might never have guessed the terrifying potential slumbering within this malformed entity. Inside the chamber, Cell slowly rotated his body, seemingly aware of Frieza's presence beyond the fluid barrier, straining to discern the figure looming outside. But the viscous nutrient solution blurred his vision. He could only gauge the intruder's power through raw, unfamiliar sensory impressions. In Cell's mind, a black sun ignited, its malevolent radiance sending shivers through his newly awakened form. Observing Cell's reaction and the surrounding environment, Frieza gave a slight, approving nod. "Not bad. You will become an exceptional warrior, though you remain raw and unrefined." To perceive such a colossal energy source so soon after gaining sentience, Frieza departed without another word, vanishing from the oppressive subterranean chamber. "Exceptional warrior." Cell repeated the phrase, slowly cross-referencing it against the fragmented data flooding his consciousness. Meanwhile, Zarbin had already risen from the surgical table. I believe an explanation is in order. Don't you agree? Arcs of volatile energy danced across his fingertips, making the low-tier alien technicians flinch and recoil in terror. Mr. Zarbin, I truly hadn't anticipated this turn of events, stammered the octopus-headed scientist, scrambling for justification. The most advanced android, the apex of our project, has just awakened its own consciousness. And what does that have to do with me? Zarbin scoffed at the feeble excuse. The newly awakened android possesses higher system privileges. It interrupted your procedure while drawing energy. The scientist's voice carried a subtle, unsettling edge. Zarbin's expression darkened instantly. Higher privileges. Does this new android outrank me in authority and priority? Though presumptuous, yes, it is verifiable. You may confirm it yourself, Mr. Zarbin. The farce in the research department quickly came to an end. Sabo ultimately did not confirm the permissions of the so-called strongest artificial human. Now he decisively left this sorrowful place. Although Sabo had not undergone complete transformation at this moment, his own strength had not changed significantly. However, due to this transformation, Sabo felt that his body was beginning to exhibit some positive changes. The power within him gradually hinted at a breakthrough. This was also the reason he did not delve deeper, otherwise he would have lingered longer. In a spare training room on planet Frieza, Sabo adjusted the gravity to the limit, preparing to test his changes. Feeling the heavy burden on his body, he experienced a sense of nostalgia. He remembered when he first encountered this thing, he did not care whether it could be developed or utilized. But now he unconsciously began to utilize this tool. Sabo's actions were soon detected by Android 18. Lord Frieza, we just detected that, Mr. Sabo has entered a spare gravity training room. Frieza listened to Android 18's words, a flicker of interest flashing in his eyes. Isn't Sabo undergoing human modification in the research department? How could he suddenly appear in this gravity training room? Frieza was quite pleased with Sabo. This guy, although somewhat cruel, extreme, and with his own schemes, was well. In short, he found Sabo quite handy and currently had no thoughts of replacing him. After some thought, Frieza spoke again. Android 18, adjust the resources of the training room where Sabo is located, increasing the gravity multiplier available for use. Android 18 nodded slightly and immediately began contacting the relevant personnel. 5 minutes later, while training, Sabo suddenly lost his footing. He fell directly to the ground, a strong sense of crisis rushing to his mind. The suddenly adjusted gravity multiplier made him feel pressure in his chest. Other parts of his body were subtly trending towards collapse. This gravity training room, being a spare facility, did not have the corresponding emergency equipment, leaving Sabo to struggle painfully on the ground. Even when he activated his disgusting transformation state, it could not alleviate this terrifying crisis. After increasing the resources of the gravity room, Frieza began to sense Sabo's energy. Why has Mr. Sabo's aura suddenly become unstable? Frieza lightly tapped his fingers on the table, a hint of contemplation appearing on his face. Could it be that this guy Sabo has achieved some new breakthrough? A person's combat power is generally constant. As long as it is not hidden, the observed aura should not change much. If the combat power begins to become unstable, there are only two scenarios. One is that the individual's combat power has reached a bottleneck and is undergoing a breakthrough. The other is encountering a life-and-death crisis, causing fluctuations in their combat power. On planet Frieza, the likelihood of Sabo encountering a crisis is low. Thus, the remaining possibility is that Sabo is breaking through. Indeed, a mature advanced combat unit of the Frieza force must learn to break through their limits. Hearing Frieza's muttering, Android 18 slightly bowed her head. Clearly, due to her unique positioning, she already knew what she should and should not hear. Determined, Android 18 decisively cut off her auditory system. In another training room, Sabo was struggling against the excessive gravity. The gravity device, improved countless times by the research department, made Sabo taste the fear of death. At this moment, Sabo could completely call for help from the outside. His body had been baptized by the artificial human project, and during his exploration of the demon realm, he had also been equipped with a communication system. If he wanted, he could easily call for help from Jinyu Dodoria or even Frieza. But Sabo did not. Instead, he began to crazily stimulate his own power. The words of the octopus-headed leader of the research department echoed continuously in his mind. That computer-synthesized artificial human has higher permissions than you. Sabo's modified cells began to frantically inject energy into his body. Sabo's originally dark green hair was wildly thrashing about. His eye sockets no longer contained any color other than a pale white. His pupils completely vanished, and the two hollow eye sockets were quite terrifying. Having undergone a transformation once, Sabo surprisingly exhibited another change. His originally ugly face began to twist and deform. The hideous features and skin started to become sharp and distinct. The chaotic aura that had resulted from the transformation also changed. Countless disordered auras condensed into a single aura at this moment. With the onset of this series of changes, Sabo no longer felt any sense of crisis. Now he only wanted to unleash his power frantically. Breaking through a little movement is normal. The golden aura instantly occupied a radius of 100 meters. Any beings or matter that touched this golden aura were instantly turned to dust. Among the beings affected by this surge of power was the alien who had guarded the gravity room for over 10 years. One breakthrough caused chaos. Frieza in the palace could not help but frown. Goodness, the commotion from the breakthrough was even more impressive than the king's. Sabo's breakthrough was not only sensed by Frieza. Even some lower-ranking members of the Frieza force felt this terrifying pressure. Of course, at the same time, countless explosions of outdated low-level detectors occurred. The continuous, unexpected events made Frieza quite displeased. Android 17, bring Mr. Sabo here. After 17 replied, he quickly left Frieza's hall. Opened the passage to the space-time of Zamasu. As the words fell, a void appeared in Frieza's palace. Looking at the dark void, Frieza couldn't help but chuckle. Lord Frieza, Lord Frieza. The consecutive voices interrupted Frieza's impending musings. The speakers were Jinyu, who had just acquired a new power, and Android 17, who had just left. Frieza's gaze shifted between the two, feeling somewhat uncertain. Sabo. This wasn't Frieza's fault, it was simply that Sabo's transformation was too drastic. The original Sabo would become hideously ugly after transforming. The one standing before him now resembled someone who had activated a tenfold beauty filter. Moreover, with those eye sockets devoid of pupils, a cold and lofty aura instantly emerged. The stark contrast between the two made it hard for Frieza to accept. After pondering for 2 seconds, Frieza brought the topic back on track. Mr. Sabo, the new parallel universe fragment world has opened a passage. As my capable assistant, go to this world and seize a Super Dragon Ball. As Frieza's words fell, the world consciousness promptly provided the location of a Super Dragon Ball. Sensing the small movements of the world consciousness, a flicker of anger rose in Frieza's heart. Sabo also noticed the additional time-space coordinates in his mind, immediately initiating his invasion. The void quickly engulfed Sabo's figure, allowing Frieza to temporarily suppress matters regarding the world consciousness. Frieza gazed at Zamasu's figure within the time-space fragment, a wicked smile appearing on his lips. What would happen if Zamasu were to be humiliated by humans once again before becoming Black Goku? It sounds quite interesting. The area he was responsible for had been conquered. This shattered universe no longer held any allure for him. Now Frieza began to gather his strength, diminishing the sense of weakness. The power contained within the demon realm was continuously siphoned by Frieza. As this power flowed into him, he felt his strength multiply threefold compared to before. The joys and sorrows between people are never the same, and this remains true even in parallel universes. Frieza felt a slight excitement due to his enhanced power. However, the beginning and end of this time and space were filled with whales. Jinyu, Zarbin, the androids, and the two demons continued to detonate life planets one after another. Originally, they were prioritizing the extermination of high combat power units according to the detector's guidance. However, the lives in this time and space could conceal their own auras. Such existence affected their efficiency. Although the lives in this time and space seemed insignificant to them, these lives would always strike back with energy blasts at crucial moments. The patience of the few was quickly consumed by such actions. In their fury, they began to detonate planets one after another. However, this operation also opened their eyes. In this offensive mission, Frieza did not prohibit the detonation of planets. After detonating the first planet, their thinking was completely liberated. In an instant, their star region was filled with planets on the verge of explosion. The increase in efficiency dramatically shortened their time consumption. Frieza also learned about genius actions through the world's will. Not bad, not too rigid. This garbage world is utterly useless. It seems I need to educate Jinyu and the others on the worldview when I have time. At the other two battlefields, nothing unexpected occurred. Frieza waved his hand, summoning the void back to the original time and space. Frieza's body once again returned to his stronghold. The subsequent cleanup work would be handed over to the advanced combat units of the Frieza force. A portion of Frieza's will connected with the world's will. While observing Jinyu's cleanup work, he began to pour himself some red wine. With no 18 not around, it seems I will have to pour the wine myself. Frieza's gaze swept over the many aliens waiting in the hall. He sighed deeply, seemingly troubled by the inability to find a suitable candidate. At that moment, Azer, who did nothing all day, received news of Frieza's return. His figure quickly appeared in Frieza's hall. At this moment, he seemed to have already adapted to his fourth transformation. The combat power he was releasing recklessly caused a fleeting shock in Frieza's eyes. If it weren't for the opportunities brought by the system and the demon realm, this little guy Azer should now be able to crush his former self with one hand. Azer seemed to sense Frieza's emotions and couldn't help but puff out his chest. Seeing Azer's comical actions, Frieza couldn't help but laugh. However, a smile on the face of the ice demon was indeed somewhat eerie. But soon Frieza hesitated, as if remembering something. Azer's current power seemed to have reached the threshold of tapping into another kind of power. Azer, do you wish to possess even greater power? Frieza's voice was laced with strong temptation. Azer, already intoxicated by power, instantly brightened. Is there such a good thing? Seeing Azer's nonchalant expression, Frieza projected an image of a fragment from a parallel universe. In the image, two figures were battling. One bore a striking resemblance to Azer. The other was a human with chestnut red hair, deep crimson eyeshadow, and a tail. As the two fought, the space around them seemed to tremble slightly. Azer, this is an ice demon from a certain parallel universe. His opponent is Super Saiyan 4. Halfway through his words, it is easy to let emotions spiral out of control. Frieza's actions brought great psychological trauma to Azer. Father, this. Once Jinyu and the others return, I will have them provide you with the necessary basic training. Azer was somewhat confused. With his impressive combat power, why would he need basic training? However, Frieza's next words excited Azer. As long as you pass all the training, the first conquered fragment of the parallel universe will be yours to play with at will. Just as the two were chatting idly, the world's will of the demon realm suddenly coalesced. Your subordinates have discovered a peculiar planet. They attempted to detonate it multiple times, but to no avail. Moreover, due to the energy's assault, they discovered that the planet seemed to be a wish pearl. The world's will of the demon realm, upon arriving at Frieza's planet, learned about the magical item known as the wish pearl from the information exposed by the numerous minions. In the fragment of time and space belonging to Broly, a planet at its center flickered with two stars emitting a faint glow. The energy attack caused this super wish pearl to shed its surface grime. After completely revealing its form, those affiliated with Frieza erupted in excitement. Dodoria had transformed into a cloud of pink mist. The Super Dragon Ball emitted faint, weak fluctuations, completely repelling the pink mist of Dodoria to 100 meters away from the planet. They continued to attempt various methods, yet they saw that their actions yielded no results. Dodoria and the others returned to their original forms. Frieza, who hadn't taken a sip of wine, reappeared in the fragment of this parallel universe, looking at the Super Wish Pearl before him, which was created by the dragon god Sala. Frieza took a deep breath, followed by a feeling of immense disappointment. The power of the Super Dragon was indeed not to be underestimated. But this thing before him requires 7 to be useful. What can one Super Dragon Ball do sitting in front of me? Just as Frieza's interest began to wane, the world's will popped up again. What? You can try to analyze the Super Dragon Ball. The world's will informed Frieza that he could analyze the power of Dragon God Sala based on this Dragon Ball. Upon receiving the world's will's reminder, Frieza immediately began to guide the world's will to converge. There was no helping it. Although this guy was growing fast, his capacity for action seemed to be restricted in some way. With Frieza's assistance, the worlds will instantly reach the surface of the Super Dragon Ball. Waves imperceptible to the naked eye began to neutralize each other. Frieza felt the power of the worlds will weakening. Along with it, the faint light emitted by the Super Dragon Ball also began to change. Under the influence of the worlds will, the Super Dragon Ball seemed to dim somewhat.